morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for day number 2 of the 2025 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and today we're lucky to have Dominic, man, father, son, same thing, Dominic Mandiel, there it is, put it right on the screen for us, our director here today, because nobody trusted me pushing the buttons yesterday. Brian, good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Steve.
Yeah. Hey, at least your name is Brian, so I'm not the drinking game isn't going to be in effect today.
My name will be Larry. My name will be Larry by the end of the day. So.
I was going to say, as I usually call all of my announcing partners Brian, because I've got about a 75% chance of getting it right.
Correct.
Yeah. So a beautiful day, and Brian, I mean, as if perfect timing. About 5 minutes before we went on air, what was a very cloudy, overcast morning here, as we had some rain overnight, and of course our activities ended early yesterday due to rain. More importantly, lightning in the area. The sun now has started to peek through all the clouds, and it's really brightened up here on this beautiful Summit Point circuit.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is going to be a gorgeous day today. The wind's going to pick up later this afternoon, so we're going to have some pretty breezy skies, but it should be overall a really good day here. I think we're going to get some really good racing, and even before we went, we had the lightning strikes and we had to shut down for the day in the afternoon. We actually saw some really, really good racing.
Indeed.
For those first few groups that were out. We've got a little bit of a damp track right now,
and we
were
can
just pointing
see this
at
here
it.
as Dominic is going around the race course. It is definitely a damp surface. Don't let the sun coming out surprise you. But I have a feeling that with our first groups heading out, that's probably going to dry up very quickly. But let's do this. Dominic's giving us a walk around the course. Let's take a look at Summit Point Raceway from overhead, and we'll drop in out of the skies. Deploy the parachute.
Just like the rain did yesterday.
Exactly. And there's beautiful Summit Point circuit, all 2 miles, 10 turns of it, built into the land. Good amount of elevation change here coming out of turn 3 and then heading down through the chute into the carousel, and then right back up again as you come out of turn 8 up the hill towards turn 10. Of course, the one thing that everybody says about this track, even the people that have raced it just for the very first time, is it's got great flow.
Absolutely.
But let's do this. Let's go back, as we've got our pace lap starting for our first race group of the day. Dominic, if we can pick those people up. There we go. Now, this is going to be our big bore race. Brian, this was originally scheduled to run yesterday afternoon, so we're going to have that now. So let's start to run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today in his 1972 Datsun 240Z, running in the CPV class, it's Chris Zappa with Jim Scott in his Scott Swimming Pools Porsche 911, starting on the outside of the front row. That's an ASH number 85 machine. Martin Hanchai will be starting third today. He's in the 1974 Datsun 280Z with Clark Orstrom. You probably saw Clark's car right on the right on our countdown screen to start things off. He's in a 1971 BMW 3.0 CSL. He starts fourth. Then we got Ken Fitzgerald bringing out his Lotus Esprit X180R. I think this is this Lotus Esprit, and we see it there, the white and orange machine that I believe he used to run in World Challenge years ago, Brian. As Alan Friedman's going to start sixth. He's in his 1973 Porsche 911 RSR. John Perry in the zip ties and duct tape Porsche 914-6 will start seventh today, with Michael Ballo starting in eighth. He's in a 1986 Porsche 911. Then we've got David Dean in his 1969 Porsche 911. He's in the APH class, with Scott Kruger in the ARC Racing Porsche 914-6 starting 10th. Bob Elaine will start 11th today. He is in the number 15 Porsche 911 SC, with Nader Fartui in a 1972 Porsche 914-6 starting 12th. Starting 13th in the European Motors Volvo Porsche 914-6, Jordan Beal, with Tim Cook starting 14th in the shape of things to come, his 1980 Triumph TR8. Starting 15th, Phil Ackley in his BMW 323. That's the preferred commercial associates machine, with Jim Lenahan starting 16th today in the Vintage Racing Services 914.6. Then we got Gilbert Grable in his Ford Mustang. He will be starting 17th, with Frank Boney starting 18th in a Datsun 260Z, Mike Daly in a 240Z, and Roy Crowningshield in a 240Z. They start 19th and 20th on the field, Brian, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane. And we've got one of our Datsuns pulling in. I think that's Martin Hanshaw in the number 2 machine.
Yeah.
And looks like he's not going to be able to take the green as the field comes around turn 10. The starter starts to look over the field, and green flag. We go to that start cam, green flag in the air, and we are underway, Brian, here at Summit Point Raceway for day number 2 of the Jefferson 500, as Chris Zappa in that number 4 machine, the black number 4 Datsun 240Z, gets a great jump out of the hole and beats beats Jim Scott down into turn 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, Clark Ostrom's going to run in second place right there, going through there. I'll tell you what, Greg, they tiptoed through that first turn ever so slightly.
Well, and Brian, I think a lot of it, there's a local caution at turn 1 that I think we had one of our drivers spin there. We'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment.
Well, they spun down in during the pace lap, so there's not one down there now. But again, a lot of tiptoeing. Again, this track is still very, very damp in certain aspects of it, in certain turns. And so these guys are really having to take it easy right now. And I think that could have been one of the reasons why Martin Hanshaw said, you know what, I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till this dries out a little bit.
All right, as we watch there, great moves there, moving to the front. Clark Ostrom in his BMW 3-liter CSL. Ken Fitzgerald in the Lotus Esprit, coming up right to the back of Chris Zappa's Datsun. And John Perry in the 914.6. He's not that far back, Brian, sitting in 4th position now. There in that green 914. Actually, is that the 914? I just want to verify. Yes,
it is.
Yep, that is the green with white stripe 914 of John Perry, a 1972 edition, coming into turn 10 now.
Yeah, very nice machine right there. As Clark Ostrom's going to come out of turn 10, and he's going to go ahead and try to make that pass over Chris Zappa, and then Ken Fitzgerald is slightly about 0.6 of a second back. Ostrom now going to driver's right, down through past the start-finish line, down into turn 1. They're going to go side by side, Zappa and Ostrom. They're not going to give it up that easy, Greg. And you could see there on the screen, Ostrom, he ended up getting into the wet spot. There's that damp that I've been talking about, kind of over. But I tell you what, as they go through turns 1 and turn 2 and come out, it's still Zappa and Ostrom side by
Brian,
side.
And look at this. This is interesting here. Is the driest part of the track is right down the center, coming from 2 down to 3. And we had Ostrom all the way driver's right in the damp, setting up for braking. We had Chris Zappa all the way driver's left to set up for braking. Obviously, neither one of them trusted that center area of the track that came down to turn 3.
I think that's kind of you don't want to run down the dry part.
No, certainly not. Well, this is good for them. They're actually helping to dry out the wet parts of the track.
Then again, I'm wondering, are they on wets?
That is very
possible that they are on wets this morning between them, because when they went down into turn 1, they were so far apart because they were trying to get in the wettest part of the track.
That could very well be.
And those of you who have run on wet rain tires in a race knows that at some point the track is going to dry out. You have to hit the wettest part of the racetrack to keep them cool. If not, they will burn up and they will go away. And if you don't think you have a bad handling car on a slick racetrack, wait till you try to run it on a rain tire in a medium to dry.
Typically, Brian, you want to bring out the intermediate tires or the wet tires when there's at least a little bit of standing water, which there isn't any at this point. I mean, it is just slightly damp. As we've got a driver looking to leave the pit lane and head out, and I believe that was the number 2 machine.
Yeah, that
Brian,
is. So I'm wondering
Martin Hanshaw.
I'm wondering if they went and changed tires.
That could very well be. Might have gone to dry weather tires for this race, because there's no standing water, and if these racers are out on wet weather tires, it's going to become very difficult for them at the end of the race.
Yeah.
As Clark Ostrom, great move to get around the Datsun. They're going into turn number 3. Let's see, and we're going to try to pick up a little bit further back in the pack, Brian. Let's see, coming into turn, if we can shift back a little bit, go one turn back here Dominic, coming into, there we go. And it's going to be right behind the Porsche. That was John Perry that we were talking about. But then we got David Dean. He's in the 1969, the red Porsche 911. He's in the APH class. Narder Fautui also in APH. That's the battle for the lead in that class. Fautui in the silver Porsche 914-6. And we'll see if we can cover that battle for just a few moments.
And we've seen Natter out here before. We've seen him run that Porsche in other other organizations. So good to see him back here. Hey, good to see Philip Ackley back out here. We'll pick that coverage up that you were talking about.
Yeah,
right here,
coming with the red and white Porsche 914, or probably 911. Then the 914 afterwards, and we see that number 2 Datsun starting to make its way through the field as well. There's Fautui in the silver 914. Right behind him, Phil Ackley in his DPH BMW 323.
I was going to say, good to see Phil. I think he's turned 18 years old now, back out here since the last time we saw Phil. So he went from 17 to 18 within a short span.
And I had a great conversation with Phil. Actually, I felt good. I was able to hook him up with a friend of mine, Tom Kirchman, who's actually stewarding an event at Mid-Ohio this weekend, because both of them race Spec Racer Fords.
Yeah.
And Phil's had some cooling issues with the Spec Racer Ford, so I hooked him up with a friend of mine who might have some answers to those problems there. But this weekend, he is out racing that beautiful BMW 323 early 80s machine. And right behind it, I guess technically Tim Cook's Triumph TR8 is not the shape of things to come. That was the 4-cylinder TR7.
Yeah.
The TR8 though, with an 8-cylinder, the ex-Buick motor essentially, there under the hood. A little bit of brake lockup from him as he comes down into turn number 5.
Well, you've talked about, we were just talking about Fautui, and you've got Dean. Those two drivers have raced against each other competitively here many times. We do have one car that spun coming out of turn number 10.
Let's see if we can go to our front straight cam.
It's going to be hard to see. It's just outside of the ticker as well. It's going to be to the left. So you can't really just one of our Corvette.
Yeah, it's one of the vets. It is not.
He's pulling out now, pulling down. He's getting ready to come and. Probably not a safe exit right there.
I think it may be Brian Cantlay in the number 46, 1969 Corvette.
Yep, it is, and he's the one who spun down in turn 1 on the pace lap as well.
But he's got that car back underway. That's good to see. Didn't impact anything. If you take a look at this shot, Brian, you'll see he's staying all the way driver's right, letting the faster traffic here go by. As we pick up that fight that we had been watching before as they come out of turn 1. And Brian, although he's a couple laps down at this point, that number 2 machine of Martin Hanshai, that he's 2 laps down. He's sitting right at the back of this line here, coming through turn 3. We have the blue Datsun 240C of Frank Buoni, the 260 machine, just ahead of him. In that group, but Hanshai's trying to get himself unlapped now and move up through the field. Great fight going on right behind him as well. And some of these machines, Brian, I just have such a there's such a big piece in my heart for. We've got there that bright red E-Type Jaguar, the CPV machine driven by Gary Hagopian, who we've also seen in many different events here at Summit Point Raceway and some more modern machinery. But I had a chance to look at that car at the end of the day. Beautiful piece of kit. Directly ahead of him, Joseph Folia in the blue number 50 C3 Corvette. That's also a 1969 vintage. And interesting to note, Brian, that Joe Folia races that in modern-day SCCA GT1 road racing as well.
Yes, he does.
And so that is not a car that just comes out for vintage events. It is still a race car that gets, I'd say, probably 10 to 11 events per year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joe always driving it very hard.
And we'll see, because maybe I think he's running next weekend too. In another series with that car.
That's right. Yeah,
maybe we'll running back to back.
up at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well. Yep. So we've got about 12 minutes that have elapsed on the clock, Brian. We did hear from race control that the races this morning, because we're actually fitting in 2 additional races this morning, the races that were supposed to run yesterday, that the races are going to be about 15 minutes in length before the morning. And we'll bring up, actually, let's do this real quick. Let's bring up the schedule. I know we didn't have time as we started things out, but just quickly here, we expect our first group of races today to run right up until about 12:05 today, with cars coming back on course in the afternoon about 1 p.m. to start our next cycle. And those races should be a little bit longer today. I think those will probably be around 20 minutes. Yeah. Probably those are our feature races. Those will likely be about 30 minutes in length. Yep. So almost twice the length of today's race. So let's go back over to the live action here as we see this huge group coming across the start-finish line, Brian. Yeah. And we know probably just a couple laps remaining here in this first race of the day.
Yeah, John Perry trying to hold off David Dean when they come out of turn 10. John Perry gets just a little bit more better momentum, a little bit more horsepower to get down into turn 1. But then that's when the rest of that group, John Perry, David Dean, Nader Fatui, Phil Ackley, Tim Cook, all of those drivers just compressed down in. It's one long line of cars just trying to get by each other. But again, the drivers early on this morning really working together to understand, hey, let's not push the issue. We still got 2 more big races to go today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the key things here is they've got still a lot of racing ahead of them this weekend. And, maybe don't necessarily do all that experimentation and see how dry what appears to still be wet is. Yeah. I don't know how best to put that. But as the downside here is, as these drivers are a bit processional, as they are not at this moment willing to investigate those other portions of the track and see if there's more grip there. It also keeps those other sections of the track from drying out.
Yeah, and as these drivers are really starting to battle and keep this going, our overall leaders are not too far back from this group, right? They're actually in some lap traffic themselves. Chris Zappa has taken over the lead over Clark Ostrom. That's that battle in class. Not only that, plus for overall, when they came by turn 3 last time, Zappa had to make a really evasive move with one of the other cars, and Ostrom had to make an evasive move not to run into the back of Zappa. So while this group here is battling on, here comes the overall leaders now out of turn 10, right now crossing the start-finish line. So you're going to see, here comes Chris Zappa. There is Clark Ostrom. So again, Greg, where that big long line is that just went through turn 3, that's really 4th all the way back to 9th. Actually, you can take that all the way back to 11th. Our overall leaders, as the time starts to creep in there, they could end up catching that group as well.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a good chance they may come right up on the rest of the pack there. To put them, there's the ability to put them a lap down. They did just come up onto the back of Jim Courtney, the third, driving the number 18 RSR clone. Beautiful 914, and Courtney, it was a perfect time to get to him on the front straight there. Courtney, did I say a 914? That RSR is not a 914. That's a 911, of course. There's Courtney now coming down the hill. But perfect timing for Ostrom and Zappa to get by him on the front straight.
Yeah, that battle's been going on, like I said. So, again, it's going to come down to the very end with Zappa and that, because they're going to come up on that lap traffic. And again, Greg, as we've mentioned, based off time-wise and the times that they're putting down in that 127, 128 bracket, from a best time perspective, they could come up on this battle here from really John Perry on back.
Yeah, and interesting to see the difference in pace here, as both Zappa, who just resets fast lap, running a high 125, minute 25.94 there, as you see him right up at the top of the leaderboard, and Ostrom only 600ths of a second off of that time, but they are actually lapping right now almost 8 seconds a lap faster then Ken Fitzgerald and the cars behind him that are Fitzgerald currently running third overall in his BPH Lotus Esprit. He did a very good job also, I should mention, getting around John Perry's 914 and David Dean there in the 911 right behind. As Zappa, nice defensive move coming down through turn 5. Gave Ostrom some hope there for a moment, Brian, that Ostrom might be able to sneak the car underneath the black Datsun, and Zappa was able to close the door on him as they made the turn in going into turn 5.
Yeah. We do have a standing yellow, Greg, or we have a standing yellow down in turn number 1. We have one car.
Yeah, off, and
that
is that
is
Joe
actually
Folia?
yeah, that is Folia down there. So
yeah, so there's the local caution at turn 1. Wow, coming out of turn 10, Brian, side by side though, Zappa and Ostrom, great run, and they're bottled up a little bit behind one of the Datsuns. Ostrom actually has to get out of the throttle because there was nowhere for him to go as they then pick it back up. And taking a look, I believe that was George Wright in the number 38. Red, white, and blue Datsun 240Z that they now get by going into turn 1. Yeah, there it is. But indeed, Joseph Folia in his, we could see him there all the way at the back end of the shot. There's our 2 leaders go by. He's in the grass on the outside of turn at number 2. They'll pick him up at the end of the session.
Yeah, and they Zappa and Ostrom, they had to get back single file before they got down into that turn 1. And Ostrom really had to tuck in quickly because he was trying to make that pass on Zappa because he had the run down the front stretch. But as they got down to that standing yellow down there, they were not able to get that done until they get by.
Big wiggle from the 44 Tim Cook in the Triumph TR8 rear end getting loose, and now and Brian, here they are. They're coming up right onto the back of that second pack, looking to put. They've got right now. Looks like the red is that is the E-Type Jag. That is Gary Hagopian, currently running 9th overall in a 23 car field. As they both get by Hagopian. Next up in line is going to be Philip Ackley running 8th in his in his BMW, that beautiful beige or tan and brown machine. As they all head down to turn 1, and big
Ostrom, no, that's water, Greg.
Is that water from Ostrom?
Well, the 153 Dean went way off there trying to get out of the way.
Smoke.
Well, there was a lot of smoke there with Dean, but that was water. Ostrom was so far over to the driver's right trying to get through some of these cars to catch up to Zappa that he was almost in the grass right there going down into turn 1 on
well, I guess that's
right.
one. If you've got your rain tires on, that is one way to keep the tires wet and cool.
Yeah, and right now they're going down into turn 5. The next time they cross the start-finish line, they're going to have one lap to go here. So again, this is going to be where Ostrom, they're going to have to try to work through to get past John Perry right there in that number 114 machine. Once they get past him, then they're going to be able to have some pretty clean track for this one lap to go.
Yeah. And Brian, just looking back at where we had the car go off over at turn 1 just a moment ago, there was the local caution over there, and I think he got caught out because he thought he was probably going to be able to make a pass.
Yeah.
And knew that he had to get in line here as our leaders now come out of turn 10, and they have now they've broken away, Brian, have already lapped up now past John Perry in 4th position. So they are getting pretty darn close to lapping the entire field.
Yeah, well, the next car in front of them, I believe,
that's the 2 car.
That's the 2 car. I think Fitzgerald just went up into turn number 3 now, or maybe a little bit further back.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a gap now on. As a matter of fact, Fitzgerald had opened up almost 30 seconds on David Dean, or probably on John Perry.
Yeah.
So we may not see Zappa and Ostrom get up to the back of that beautiful Lotus Esprit X180. Now, as Ostrom's going to try again to come underneath the 240Z of Zappa, and Zappa, he gives him this little bit of just this whiff of hope, and then shuts the door. And Ostrom trying to open up, coming through turn 6B. to try and be able to get as much power down as he can, as they're now coming through turn 8 and up the hill, where it's just absolutely critical to carry speed, carry power, a little bit more displacement out of the BMW than the Datsun. The Datsun only 2.8 liters as they come now out of turn 10, Brian. And this is the last lap, correct? As they come to the line.
Yep.
And our start-finish camera
just went out.
Trust me. Yep.
Chris Zappa ends up beating Clark Ostrom, and they both went the fastest lap of the race for themselves. Ostrom sets the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, the 13th lap. Trust me, the finish was pretty exciting, although Ostrom was about a car length behind at the end.
Well,
so.
and for hopefully our start-finish cam, our cameraman there will wake back up. Apparently he was awfully excited. So it's Zappa taking the win over Ostrom in today's this morning's Cunningham Cup. They're going to race 2 more times today, Brian. We're going to see them before we go to lunch today, and then we're going to see their feature race this afternoon. Ken Fitzgerald will take the win in BPH. He finishes 3rd overall. Well, he hasn't finished yet. He's just now coming through turn 10. And that will he's on the front stretch. Hey, look, our start-finish cam. Let's please, cameraman, stay awake. Stay up and running. There is Ken Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald will finish 3rd overall. Takes the win in BPH. John Perry, another half minute behind. This is a little bit further back in the field. That was Derek Swieger in the 77 machine taking the checkered flag. But it should be Perry, then Dean, then Fartui. Phil Ackley will finish 7th. Frederick Buoni will finish in 8th. Jim Lenahan will finish 9th. Gary Hagopian in his E-Type Coupe will finish 10th with Tim Cook. Roy Crowningshield, Cook in the TR8, Crowningshield in his red and white Datsun 240Z. Then Derek Swieger, who we saw across the line. Peter Borman, a beautiful early 70s German Ford Capri, the black and yellow machine. And then George Wright will round out the top 15 in his Datsun 240Z. There, Brian, great first run here, first race of the day. We're going to move in just a few moments to our next group. That is going to be Group 3. That is the Marlboro Cup small bore over 1.3 liters. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway. You're watching the 2025 Jefferson 500. Stay with us, please.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Kraus provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Kraus can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkraus.net today.
Here yesterday, I can barely hear you. Okay. Are these makeup races from yesterday?
No, I think they're. I think they race on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So.
Okay. Just
Yeah, got the gate closed today.
Yeah, just to help keep, because we got.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. And Brian, next up, another one of our run groups that unfortunately had their race yesterday postponed because of the lightning hold that we had here at the circuit. But they're going to find a much nicer track, I think, than they would have found yesterday afternoon anyhow if they had run at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Again, if the lightning would have went away, because we did get some rain, then they would have put them out, and it would have been a really damp track. Really would have been tough to see and have them run. So yeah, they're and then having a group before them, right, is going to make it even better.
All right, so let's run down the starting order. This is the Marlboro Cup. This is for our small bore cars that are 1.3 liters and up. And starting on the pole in that bright yellow Triumph TR250, the BDI Vintage Triumphs machine of Henry Fry. Bates McLean is in his Mazda Miata. Talk about old versus newer. That's still a 1990. That's still a 35-year-old car now, Brian, that first-generation Mazda Miata. Lenny Stan in his 1970 Porsche 911, the Performance Auto Works machine, is going to start on the inside of row number 2, with David Gott in the Moosehead Ventures Triumph TR4 starting in 4th position. That is the number 80 machine. Also in a Triumph TR4, also a 1962 TR4, Mark Wheatley. He starts 5th, with Jeff Baer starting 6th. He's in a 1967 MGB. Then we've got the DSL Racing 1966 Porsche 911 ST of Stephen LeBrun, with Kevin Dallard running in 8th. He is in the number 78 ITA Mazda Miata. Then we've got in the 1966 MGB, it is Stuart Grimshaw with Justin D'Antonio in a Mazda Miata, starting in 10th position. That car is sponsored by me. Actually, I guess that would be by Stuart, not me. Or pardon me, by Justin D'Antonio. Mike Moore will start in 11th position. He is in a Triumph TR4. And then we've got the RP Performance Mazda Miata of TR Heron. TR Heron. Then we've got Zach Lane in his left lane Vintage Motors MGB, with Joe Mills in a Mazda Miata, the M&T Specialty Automotive machine. He will start in 14th position, starting 15th. David Bain, also in a Mazda Miata, as is Thomas Levy. He starts 16th. Joe Paternitti will start 17th. He's in a Mazda Miata, the Speedwell Racing Team machine. And then we've got the Datsun 2000 Roadster, the East Tennessee Race Prep machine of Richard Schnabel. Then Michael Lawton will start 19th in his Alfa Romeo Spider, and Kristen Poole starting 20th in her Porsche 914, Brian, as the green flag is in the air and making a great start. That little Triumph, Brian, now gets a wonderful jump out of the hole and heads down to turn 1 as Henry Fry will lead Lenny Stan Bates McLean down into turn 1.
Well, I tell you what, when that green flag came out, Henry Fry took off. So did Lenny Stan. The driver that did not was that Bates McLean.
Yeah,
I don't think he knew that the flag was going to come out that early, because
Wow.
I think he was still sitting there on driver's left, and that car is definitely going to the back. Pretty quickly.
He dropped 2 positions here as David Gott in the black Triumph TR4 and Wheatley in the red TR4 both got around him going into turn 1.
Yeah. Wow, he's dropped all the way back now, probably to about 8th or 9th right now. He's right there just now going into the turn.
Okay.
He's right in front of the 173 TW Heron And honestly, I know that car pretty good because I've driven that car. So that car's got a lot of speed in it. So we should see them. We should see him move up to the front in that Miata.
All right. Well, we'll see. Now, are we sure that because
Yeah.
that's him on the outside because we also have a little bit further back another red Miata, and that's we've got Justin D'Antonio started 10th in the 338 machine. And I thought that was the one that we saw a little bit further back. I thought that was the 78 right there.
We'll pick them up as they come out of turn 10 and down the front stretch. But I know that McLean really fell back, so he may have picked it up a little bit.
I think he's right at the back of this lead group here as they come. Oh, no, that's the 90 machine. That's 90 of McLean.
Yep.
So he moves back, only gives up 2 positions there to end the first lap, and he's carrying a little bit more speed. He's going to come all the way down the inside, going into turn number 1, trying to get underneath the black Triumph of David Gott, and he's not going to be able to get that done, Brian. He's going to go side by side with Gott. Hey, real quick, Brian, wanted to thank Peter Kraus for jumping into the chat. I think we were actually supposed to see Peter, I think, in this run group, as a matter of fact, in his Fiat X19, having some problems with it. He said he'll be back for this afternoon's feature race.
Yeah, getting all that fixed up. I saw that right a couple minutes ago before this started this race. So,
and of course, Peter, one of our sponsors, helping to bring you coverage this weekend of the Jefferson 500 here on the Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel, and a longtime driver coach, and got to meet him firsthand on Thursday night, Brian. I think it was the first time Peter and I ever met. And he had a real nice showing yesterday in the X19.
He did. He ran really, really well yesterday. Ended up, as you mentioned, had a clutch issue, and he's actually in the Lola Cup, not the Marlboro Cup.
That's right.
So again, we'll look for see Peter. I tell you what, going up through turn number 3 the last time by, the number 18 Dan Risuto. I tell you what, really had a struggle getting through there. Ended up pretty much drivers left with a tire mark.
All right, Brian, we've got, as we watch now, coming down the front straight, getting ready to make a pass. That is the TR4 of Mike Moore. Makes the pass now, I believe, on the MGB is Stuart Grimshaw, the 167 machine, and putting out a bit of white smoke out of the tailpipe. We'll definitely continue to track that and see if there's an issue. As we've got a local caution.
Well, that's
over
probably
turn 1.
That's because of him.
Yeah,
that is because of the Moore machine.
Well, they're always fastest before they go, Brian, and he made that path going in the 1, and unfortunately didn't carry anything out of 2.
Yeah, I think he ended up, and I'm not sure if it's because of the, because of the smoke that we saw. We're going to get that call right now, so. Let's listen to that call.
It looks like he might be back underway. Well, no, what we heard, Brian, is Mike Moore in the 167 machine. He spun, might have spun in his own oil, but we'll see that. Some other changes up towards the front. Mark Wheatley in the red number 86 TR4. He had gotten around. We can see it here as they come out of turn 10. He gets around David Gott in the black TR4. There to move him back a position, move Gott back in the 4th. Bates McLean in the Mazda Miata, Brian, your fastest racer at the moment, currently sitting right at the back of that pack. We'll see if he tries to make a move down the inside. He doesn't, but we are seeing David Gott now in the number 80 machine, taking the position back from Mark Wheatley. So move Gott now back up to 3rd overall, running 2nd in the DPV class. Both Gott and our overall leader, Henry Fry, here in the yellow TR250, both running in DPV.
Well, the last time by when you were talking about Grimshaw and Moore, Grimshaw was being overtaken by Moore until he ended up spinning. I'll tell you what, Greg, Grimshaw has really gotten the power down now and starting to move out. He's passed both of the Miatas there of T.W. Herron, and starting to run up on the back of the 78 of Kellen Dillard in that green one as well. So, again, that car really starting to come into its own right there a little bit further back. That would be for 7th and 8th kind of overall. Then right behind him, you've got Stephen LeBrun in that Porsche 911. that blue and white machine, number 26. So, again, a lot of cars really starting to come into their own here. And I think the track is pretty much, for the most part, dried itself out, especially in the racing line. So you're seeing these guys getting the kind of what's really going on, getting their feet underneath them.
All right, Brian, we did just hear from Race Control that the 167 machine that we were tracking here a few moments ago, they are going to black flag that car. That's Mike Moore in the Red 62 Triumph TR4, and I believe that's him coming up the hill now. And I suspect that is likely because of the amount of oil smoke that's coming out of the tailpipe of that car. So they'll get that information
just
to
now
him on the
coming,
starter
just
stand.
now coming up now out of 8, coming up the hill.
Okay,
coming
so
up
it's
now.
the second one.
Yeah, the second. The last one
likely
that
he's
just
going to end up doing another lap because he probably won't see that meatball flag until he gets to the start-finish line here, and I think they've just now given it to him here on.
Oh no, he's on the pit lane.
Okay,
he's just.
Oh,
now
there you
coming
go.
up
He
to the
actually
pit
came.
lane.
All right,
So,
he came in.
so I think I think he kind of realized that, hey, I have a bigger problem than just the spin.
He didn't need anybody to tell him.
Yeah. He probably smelled it and saw it. So.
All right, so a little bit further back in the field, and we'll see here if we can, Dominic, pick up, I think, starting with Kevin Delaird in the number 78 Miata. We'll start to pick that up.
That's the bright green.
Yeah, the bright
78.
green Miata, and then we've got the blue and white Porsche 911 directly behind. We'll try and pick those cars up here momentarily because a nice little battle going on between Delaird, Stephen LeBrun, Stuart Grimshaw in that MGB.
Just now came out of turn 10. So they're
10.
going to be coming down by the start-finish line here.
Yeah, and it's starting to open up just a little bit. There is, as you mentioned, the green Mazda Miata. That's the 78 of Kevin Delaird, Stephen LeBrun in the blue and white 911. Then David Bain in the blue Mazda Miata, followed by the MGB of Stuart Grimshaw. And right behind Grimshaw, the yellow Mazda Miata of TR Heron. So, again, nice little fight here as they come through. Now you can see there, Stephen LeBron in that 26 911 starting to close things up on the cars just ahead.
Well, I think the Heron machine, I think they have it wrong here.
Yeah,
it's
right.
not yellow. It is black and blue. That is an RP Performance.
Yes.
Mazda
that's
Miata.
because we just jumped back to the lead pack.
Yeah.
So, Dominic, if we can move back, not to the leaders, but I want to get just back behind the leaders.
Probably
about
in 5 right
about
now.
15 seconds behind the leaders. Matter of fact,
nope, they're going to be right in here.
Yeah,
they're right here, right? That's the group that you're
you got
talking
it.
about.
Excellent.
Right there.
There we are.
So just ahead of there, there's the Heron machine just now going through turn 7, coming up out of turn number 8, getting ready to come up. So there's I believe that is the Porsche there.
Yeah, there is the.
Whoa, and then we just talked about Heron, and he really got wide, got that left rear right on the curbing. What a great save there as he just went by Grimshaw. But I tell you what, that was one heck of that. Is, right now, Greg, that is the save of the day so far because that car was completely sideways coming up out of turn number 8 up the hill.
All right, and Brian, we're going to a full course caution.
Yes.
And we're trying to pick up where on course that is. Is that over by turn 3, right behind us, I believe?
Not seeing anything.
Yeah. So we're going to try and pick up. We do have emergency services. Well, we were going to have emergency vehicles start to respond, and just as they deploy, or about to deploy, they're being told to stand down. So we are now, Brian, going back to green flag conditions here. Very short. I don't feel so bad now that we could find the incident because the car continued on.
Yep.
And apparently what that was, Brian, is we did have a car go for a pretty wild ride through the gravel trap on the outside of turn 3. And that car managed to dig and claw its way out of the gravel there.
Yeah, you can see,
on.
you
can
can see up in the edge where they went off and then kind of went through.
Yeah, and the team here at Summit Point, they went and manicured the gravel trap this morning. Put those nice little waves in there that were beaten up. We're still trying to get a number on that car. I'm sure the driver will certainly know that it's him, one, because he did it, but also these cars, when they go through that gravel trap, they pick up about 60 pounds of rocks and gravel.
Well, the car the call came across as the number 75. I'm not seeing a 75, so we'll have to see. I don't know if it was the 73, maybe of the Porsche.
That's what I was thinking
but
of
David
sure.
Beard.
Well, David Beard, possibly.
Yeah.
But again, if we get the info, we will definitely let you know.
And it may have been the 78 machine because he's just now coming off pit road. So, and he's got gravel on the tires. So Greg,
yeah, there you go.
We found our driver.
All right, so it is the 78, and that makes a lot of sense. It's Kevin Delaird, who had been running Brian around 10th, around 6th or 7th.
Yeah.
And he now finds himself running down in 35th position. Luckily for him, he didn't lose any laps. He just lost, about
a lot of track time,
about 20 positions.
Yeah, a lot of track side. Again, 15 and a half minutes into this. Looks like we've still got about another 4.5 minutes left to go here, Greg, as our overall leader there, Kevin Fry, just now comes by the start-finish line, heading down into turn 1, and in that yellow Triumph, he's got Lenny Stan right there on his back bumper. That's not been more than a car length to a car length and a half the entire race right here in that 1970 Porsche 911. So Lenny not letting Henry get too far out, even though they're going through some lap traffic.
Yeah,
they're kind of
Bates McLean in the red Miata, he's right there with them.
Exactly.
And at this point, McLean, I think, still has the fastest lap of anybody here today. And we just got word that the 78 machine, Brian, had some issues. Again, was that over at turn 3?
No, turn 5.
Turn 5, down at the bottom of the hill.
So
this section right here, but he is now back underway as that local caution has been withdrawn.
Yeah, I tell you what, it definitely his race has kind of gone astray.
Yes.
Right? I mean, it's one of those deals you get in and he's now back on pit road. So, again, you start to push the envelope a little bit more and, potentially there could be something wrong, right? I mean, that they're just still trying to feel out as they get through the race.
All right, so as our leaders now, Brian, start to work their way through some slower traffic, Henry Fry now is probably has his best advantage of the entire race. He's now been able to open up about 4 car lengths as they come down under braking into turn number 1. And Fry's going to try to sneak underneath a slower Miata here. He gets it done. And, this is the challenge of mixed class racing, whether it be vintage racing or whether it be with the non-vintage organizations, is you come up on this traffic and, sometimes you get luck.
Yeah.
And sometimes you run into the traffic in very bad positions, and that's what's happened to Lenny Stan right now in his white 911.
Yeah, and they just now went through turn 3. They're down in turn 4, getting into turn 5. The next time they come by the start-finish line, they're going to get the one to go. So, again, that's going to happen. We've got some cars that have pulled off down in pit road as well. So, couple more vehicles calling it early by about a lap and a half short. So, again, these drivers really trying to push the envelope on these cars right now. Had another car kind of went off down there in 5, was able to continue. But, again, this is where these cars are giving it everything they've got. Again, this is their first race, really.
Right.
I mean, so they're going to push it all the way as much as they can. So, here comes Henry Fry right now out of turn 10.
Oh! Look at that save. Well, I was going to say look at that save. It was not a save. David got all 4 wheels all crossed up, goes for a ride through the gravel trap. He does manage to continue.
So does the 90 of Bates McLean. He went through it as well. So that's a product of driving out through your windshield, Greg. You see one that gets crossed up there, and the next thing you know, you go wide too.
Yeah, and I don't know how much experience McLean has with the Miatas, Brian, but especially at turn 10, the Miata is a very docile car, very neutral handling, but especially at turn 10 here at Summit, if you are too forceful, too drastic with your steering input there, it will cause the rear end to walk around.
You're not telling me anything I haven't experienced already.
I was going to say
a lot.
It is a very smooth car, but it takes a very docile hand. Takes a very smooth driver in order to keep the car from biting you, and well, that's what happened there. As we watch now this battle for the lead. Now, as on the very last lap, Lenny Stan, he's gotten through traffic and has gotten not quite to the back bumper of Henry Fry's Triumph TR 250, but as they start to make their way up the hill, Brian, and with only one turn remaining, Henry Fry, he's just run a masterful race.
Yeah.
And it looks as though as they come through the final corner and onto the front straight, and I think our start-finish cameraman is he's at the ready.
Yep.
I think we're going to see Henry Fry go flag the flag, and taking the win in DPV will be Henry Fry in his TR250. Lenny Stan finishes second overall, will take the win in CPV. David Gott, who just ran the fastest lap of the race in his TR4, will finish third overall, second in DPV. Mark Wheatley in his TR4 wins EPV, finishes fourth overall. Bates McLean finds himself back in fifth there after having started on row number 2. Actually, take that back. McLean just now, I think, crossing the stripe.
Yeah.
So that will move. Actually, let's watch this. McLean has not come across yet. And
he's been backing up quite a bit.
Yeah, he is.
That's not him.
That's not him either.
Hey, he's actually on pit road.
Oh,
Greg,
yep, there
so
you go.
He's not going to take the checker flag.
So he may have had something break. I don't know, but we had 3 red Miatas cross the line ahead of him, and it wasn't him.
It wasn't.
So let's go back here. So Stephen LeBrun will finish fifth. In his CPV Porsche 911 ST, he finishes second in the class. David Bain will take the win in ITB in his 1990 Mazda Miata. T.W. Heron in his ITC 1991 Mazda Miata will finish seventh. Andrew Moore in EPV will finish second in that class, eighth overall in his MGB. Then Stuart Grimshaw, also in an MGB, will finish ninth overall. Zach Lane in an MGB will finish in 10th. All right, well, that wraps things up, Brian, for our continuation from yesterday. Again, we're going to see this group one more time before we go to lunch today. We will likely see them on track right around 11:45 this morning. They're going to be our last group before we go to lunch. But next up is going to be our Wyer Cup racers for IMSA RS and the SCCA 2.5 reunion. But first, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
say double yellow.
That clears. Standing double yellow.
Calls you want to do? Okay. Well, then what I will do is I'll hold the yellow.
Okay.
You do this, and then you call, and then you do radio calls.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Race Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And, of course, we have Dominic Mandil right behind us pushing all the buttons as we've got our Wyer Cup group, the IMSA RS and SCCA 2.5 reunion cars heading out on track for their pace lap. Let's start to run down the starting order here, and then we'll bring in a special guest. Starting on pole today for the second day in a row, it's going to be John Bauckham in the Bauckham Motorsports Fiat 124 Coupe. Beautiful yellow machine there. Steve Byrne in his Datsun 510 will start on the outside of the front row with Matt Sturgeon in his Volkswagen Scirocco, the straight A performance machine, starting in third. Mike Kelly in his Volkswagen Golf, the European import maintenance machine, starting in fourth, with Stephen LeBron making a quick jump between cars. He's in his 1974 Mark I Escort, the DSL racing machine. He starts fifth. Bob Ball will start sixth. He's driving his 1974 BMW 2002 with the Captain Lawrence Brewing 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV of Vince Vaccaro starting in seventh. Josh Brown will start eighth today. He's in the FCP Euro Volkswagen GTI. And I believe we're going to have some in-car video from Josh as well. AJ Ferragonio in the C&G Performance BMW 2002 TII. That's one of the injected machines. He starts in ninth position. Then we got David LeBron. He's in the DSL Racing Alfa Romeo GTV. He starts 10th. Gary Reed in his Yenko Chevy Corvair. Gary Reed, let's try that again, in his Datsun 510, starts 11th. Starting 12th in his Yenko Chevy Corvair is Norman Latulipi, with Rich Hall in his BMW 2002, starting in 13th. Don Wanigan in his Alfa Romeo GTV, the Pennsylvania Soil and Rock machine, starting 14th, with Weech and Sarabon in his Mazda RX-3, starting 15th. Stephen Shiposh in the Castle Rock Construction Volkswagen Rabbit will start 16th today, with Colby Schindel in a BMW 2002, starting 17th. Brian Walsh. In the decal shop, Racer Walsh Company Ford Pinto will be starting 18th today, with Bernie Bish starting 19th. He's in the Bayside Appraisals BMW 2002. And then we got Peter Bauer in the Slip Angle Racing Datsun 510 starting in 20th position. We'll try and get through some of the other racers in this 36-car field. As Brian, we've got a car, looks like he's had some issues coming through the carousel. We'll get the number on that machine in a moment. I think that's one of our 2002s that might be having some problems over there. As our pace car, beautiful MGA belonging to the McLeod family.
They pulled on the pit road, couldn't get him in time. They're going to stay double yellow right now.
All right,
so
they'll go.
We're going to stay full course caution. That car
for another lap
kind of stopped down there right in the middle of turn 7. So hopefully we.
Of course, our leaders don't know that. They are seeing the double yellow being displayed on the start-finish stand. So hopefully now they'll figure that out.
Actually, you know what, Greg? That is actually Matt Sturgeon back there, because when you were going the rundown, John Backlund did not make the start of this, which would have put Steve Byrne and Matt Sturgeon up on the front row. Sturgeon dropped out. Mike Kelly moved up. So
right, he's now sitting on the outside of the row 1. So Mike Kelly, who was scheduled to start 4th, now starting second on the field. All right, so as we just saw, they're sending the emergency services around to get them. Let's bring in our special guest today. We have, and I believe, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe race director this weekend for Vintage Racer Group, and also somebody very well informed about this race group in particular, having raced a number of Ford Motor Company products, I think primarily Mercury products as well. We've got Jim Karamanis joining us here today. Hi, Jim. How you doing?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, guys.
Excellent. So, you know what? Yeah, we've got him unmuted. There we go. Let me bring your volume up here.
Thank
levels
you.
up
Good
just
morning.
a little bit. Good morning, Jim. Turned out to be a very beautiful day here at Summit Point.
You know, every afternoon here has ended a little scary, but every morning has been just perfect.
That's right. You know, when I was out at 6:30 or 6:15 in the morning putting out cameras, I couldn't tell. It was just nothing but clouds. So it really has turned into a gorgeous day here. And what a wonderful turnout for the Jefferson 500 this year.
Yeah, and our IMSA RS group, one of the biggest groups of the series, this perennial group that is over 40 cars. And these, of course, are cars that raced in the SCCA 2.5 TransAM Challenge and IMSA RS series. Some of them are original cars that actually raced in the series back in the day.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know remember from last year we had a number of original cars. I believe the two Alphas that we're watching go through the field here may have been some of our original cars, as well as a couple of the Datsun 510s.
Well, missing last year was Brian Walsh and the Racer Walsh Pinto.
Yeah.
Brian actually coordinates this group. He was away last year. His wife was having a baby, so we gave him a little slack for that. His daughter is a year old now.
That's not an excuse.
Yeah,
but yes, I understand.
But so that Racer Walsh Pinto, the purple car that he's in right now, is actually his father's old car, and his father raced that car here in 1971 for the IMSA TU race and won the race that car on this track.
Yeah, that is some amazing history. They also did a very good. They had last night at the rocker cover races not exactly a replica of that machine, but something very close to it. As the field now coming around turn 10, we do have a couple of drivers pulling off, Brian, but we should have a green flag start. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. And so Steve Byrne and now Mike Kelly from the front row. We saw yesterday where Kelly's machine seemed a little bit down on power.
Yeah.
But we've got Josh Brown, who started tail into the field yesterday in his Volkswagen Rabbit. Let's see if we can go to his in-car. Well, you know what? We had his in-car video, and it stopped working right as he went out on track. So it looks like we're not going to have Josh Brown's in-car video here for today's race. Hopefully that will come back, Brian.
Well, I was going to say, if we had it, you would have seen that he made one heck of a pass going around Mike Kelly going down into turn 1.
So Mike Kelly's car is a legal HP current SCCA car, so he actually is way down on power. So for him to be anywhere in the top 5 in this group is extremely impressive. He probably has 30 to 40 less horsepower at the flywheel than these front runners.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday, and Kelly coming off a race win in SCCA racing here at Summit Point for the majors just a couple of weeks ago.
He
Great
actually
battle.
set the SCCA track record for HP.
Yeah, a record that had sat for many years. Ron Bartel in a beautiful MG midget had set that. It was a record I thought would never fall. But we're seeing here where that H production car, and we've got a number of different classes, right? But really, it just doesn't. It can't hold a candle to the other TA class cars here at Summit Point.
And well, right as we say that, he sneaks up the inside to take second place.
He's lit the wick on that candle right now.
well, what we saw yesterday with the Kelly car is he's I think masking a lack of horsepower in that car, being able to carry a lot more speed through some of the corners than some of the other competitors are, and it definitely helps him out. It certainly helped him with Josh Brown, who again yesterday started at the back of this 35-36 car field, and I think worked his way up to 17th or 18th.
I tell you who it's helping right now is Steve Byrne, because Mike Kelly, taking those corners the way he is, has allowed Steve Byrne to uncork.
Yes, and we see there going to, he's so far ahead now, he rounds turn 5, so Byrne is actually out of the shot already. Just to give you an idea, Byrne turned a lap almost 2 full seconds faster than the rest of the field here on the second lap, as we see a bit of a brake lock up there from Norman Latolippi or Lupe, who is in the Yenko Corvair, the white and blue machine there, as he went down into turn 5. And
this is Norman's first time at Summit Point.
Yeah, and I was going to say, he made up a ton of spots. He started of course, we had the one car that retired early, but so started in 11th, and he's now already up to 6th position after just 2 laps.
So Steve Byrne has won this race, the feature race, which will occur this afternoon. The last 4 or 5 years, I believe, John Balcom has not been in the race for about that long, so it's great to have him back this weekend.
It is.
I hope he will have that car repaired so we can watch a great battle for the win this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd seen John for a number running in SCCA and a couple of other machines in an older Fiat Spider, as well as his 124. His open top 124 car, I believe, and I think that's also an H production car.
Yeah, his dad Gary drives that car as well.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Gary's very commonly out in that car. As we watch this field go through, I want to move back a little bit further back in the pack, if we can, Dominic. I've been watching a battle between Steven Shiposh, who's running 10th in his gray Volkswagen Rabbit, and then Margot Ote in the yellow 2002, and they're there. They're coming into turn 5 right now. There they are, leading this line right behind them. We've got Nick Lane in his red Rabbit. We've also got Robert Abitsky in BMW 2002 in that group as well. That's the orange and yellow machine, and then the 2 Alphas that we saw on the pit lane. Probably the best name in racing, at least here this weekend, Lee Poseidon, which, I mean, I guess if we were boat racing, that would be more apropos, but Lee Poseidon, he's in the number 57.
Lee is a fellow Greek, like
Yes,
me. His family
Jim.
comes from Athens, Greece. And actually, Lee is from Athens, Greece.
Is he
Yes,
initially from? And then we got Robert Brady as well, also in an Alpha. But a great fight there.
Well, Lee's doing what he can to try to catch Margot and Stefan.
And real quick, Brian, what we're going to do, I think we might have the Josh Brown in-car camera back up and running. If we can go to that, let's see if we can get that brought up. There we go.
There
As we
it
go
is.
on board with Josh Brown in his TA class Volkswagen GTI, and
It looks like he's going down the chute.
Yeah,
About
it
to
looks
come
like-
into the hairpin in
Yeah.
turn 5.
And it looks like he's gotten around Mike Kelly
I
there.
think he has
so-
indeed, as that will move Mike Kelly. We could see their class position too, although race position is a lot more than 24th, I guarantee it. But yeah, I think he's got Mike Kelly sitting behind him right now. Let's go back, if we can, Dominic. We'll go back to our cameras here, coming into turn 8.
There you go.
And
I think they're already through that, so I think there may be a little bit of a delay because they're just now coming by
out
the
of turn
start-finish line.
Yeah, if we jump over to start-finish here, Dominic. There you go. They just went through our shot.
Oh, Mike's making a move again. Josh closes the door.
Yeah, there's Kelly. Takes a poke to the inside, gets back in line as they now head into turn 1. And it looks like Steve Byrne in his Datsun 510, the number 3 machine, gentlemen, he is bringing that car back to the paddock.
Oh.
And so Steve Byrne looks like he's not going to repeat this year.
Well, this
Jim.
isn't the big race. The feature race is this afternoon, so this is a sprint race. So the big race that everyone wants to win is this afternoon.
Is this afternoon.
So he could be saving the car for this afternoon.
I was going to say, I think it could be a potential saving because now what this does is this puts this Josh Brown and Mike Kelly and now throw A.J. Ferragonio along with Bob Ball in here. This is for the overall win kind of in this class, for this morning's race. But you're right. Probably wanting to save it, knows he's got the field covered. Waiting for John Balcom. Hopefully he gets that car back up.
Well, he knows John's going to have the car ready. I'm sure Steve's saving tires.
very, very so. As we go back on board now with Josh Brown, and I like this view here as we're watching them come up the hill. And, yeah, there is a little bit of a delay in this camera that we're getting from Josh Brown as they're actually coming onto the front straight now. But let's jump over if we can. Dominic, we'll go back to real time here. They should be coming into turn 1 now. Yeah,
and you're going to see here now you've got Ferragonio. He's going to actually try to make a move on Josh Brown as they go down into turn 1. So he's starting to close that gap. You can really see, when we were talking about the horsepower that Mike, loses, especially down the front stretch, he gains a little bit of that back up because he can go a little bit deeper on the brake in some of these turns. So that's where he opens up and especially opens up this gap right here coming out of turn 3.
All right, Brian, I want to pick up another battle here real quick. This is for 13th position. Robert Abitsky in his BMW 2002. We've got Nick Lane now poking to the inside going into turn number 1. Nick running 14th. Well, now Nick moves his 1984 Volkswagen Rabbit GTI up in the lucky 13th position. Drop Abitsky back. We've got John Wood and Joe Lyles in their BMW 2002s directly behind. And I think they're both injected cars. I think they're both TIIs.
Yeah, those are both TIIs.
Yeah.
John Wood is actually the VRG president.
So there you go. And so he's racing. Jim, why aren't you?
Yeah, someone's got to make sure everyone's behaved.
There we go. So, Jim, you, of course, I know you've got a wonderful Mercury Cougar collection, but
Yes.
Also race not a Pinto, but a Bobcat.
I've got
right?
a couple of cars. My vintage car is a 72 B sedan Ford Pinto.
Okay.
Car with lots of SCCA B sedan race history. And I also have a Mercury Bobcat that I play with in the Mars series.
There we go.
So it looks like we are hearing that the next time, right now, Mike Kelly, who is your overall leader, next time he goes by the start-finish line, he is going to get the one more lap to go. So he's starting to open that up over Josh Brown and Ferragonio. So,
well, I'll tell you what, that battle between them has allowed AJ to really creep up into this battle.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see there is Ferragonio now only a couple car lengths back behind Josh Brown going into turn 5. Again, we've got only about a lap and a half remaining here for this group, for the Charlie Gibson Trophy group, for our small bore cars over. I'm sorry. It's the Wyer. You know what? I've got the wrong group listed. Let's get that fixed up. This is Group 1.
Yeah, this is Group 1.
There we go. My apologies, everybody.
Little confusion this morning. We had to run yesterday afternoon's races this morning, so everyone's been scrambling to catch up.
All right, so we got that covered up. And so next up, I believe, is going to be Group 4, which is our Lola Cup racers for small bore under 1.3 liters, and then Formula V as well.
also to mention, Mike Kelly's car that he's driving is actually owned by Paul Baofis. So, getting the most out of that car, you talked about it, couple weeks ago setting the track record in HP. So that car pretty well dialed in right now.
Yes.
And again, with the lack of the horsepower in this group, really starting to pull away a little bit over Josh Brown and Ferragonio, as we talked about before.
To be fair, Mike has a lot of laps around
He
Summit
does.
Point Motorsports
He's only got
Park.
like 5 or 6. It's not very many.
Well, I mean, he's what now in his late 20s, and I think he's been here at Summit Point for 35 years. So,
Right.
I mean,
He's certainly the mayor of the paddock, isn't
yeah,
he?
now he certainly is.
I see Bob Ball's sort of creeping up to that group too. Bob
Yeah.
Ball also a past winner of the feature race here multiple times. I think Bob's probably praying for the rain dance this
Is he?
afternoon. He's a skid pad instructor,
Yes, he
and
is.
he goes really well when it's wet. That said, I'm sure Mike in that front wheel drive is hoping
He'll
for some
probably be
rain
just
as well.
fine. Exactly. I'm sure he would hope for it. Unfortunately for
I think
those two racers,
they're going to
Jim,
be disappointed.
they're going to be very disappointed, at least today, because I think the weather that we have here is going to be very much the
and
same.
we've got one car that went off coming
Oh,
out of
AJ's
turn 10,
off,
and that is
yeah.
actually AJ Ferragonio. So pushing it as Mike Kelly picks up the win here, followed by Josh Brown in the 85. Ferragonio able to hold on there, but that car really got sideways.
That was
into
a
crowd.
great save.
All
It
right.
went sideways.
There you go. And so Bob Ball in his 2002, the Orange Machine, he'll finish 4th. And the Yanko Stinger, where is the Yanko Stinger? Did he cross the line? Yes, he did.
Yep.
So Norman Littlelippi, in his 1966 Yanko Stinger, he started this race today in 11th position. He works his way up to 5th overall.
Yeah.
Weechin Sarabon, who started 14th today. In that beautiful 1973 Mazda RX-3, and I think that RX-3 might be an ex-Kearney engineering machine.
Yes, I believe
The
it is.
ex-Jim Kearney machine. Sarabon will finish in 6th position. As a matter of fact, I believe that was the machine that Don Cummings converted from an ITA car to a GT3 car.
They own a couple of those ex-Kearney racing cars.
Yeah. Yeah, and a beautiful machine. And I think, I'm fairly certain I saw Sarabon bring this car out for this event last year.
Yes, he
as
did.
well. So Sarabon will finish 6th. Don Wanigat, the first of our Alpha GTVs to take the checkered flag, he'll finish 7th overall in the number 74 machine with Steven Shiposh in his 75 Volkswagen Rabbit. Shipoff, who started 15th, brings the car home in 8th. Margot Ote in her 1975 BMW 2002 will finish 9th. Robert Brady in his Alfa Romeo GTV, will round out the top 10.
Well, and Bob's son was in this race as well. He's a rookie, just went through our driver's school,
yes.
and is now racing with his dad.
Oh, that is wonderful. All right.
Matthew running today.
Yeah, I was going to say Matthew Brady running as well. So that rounds out your top 10. And so what we're going to do, Jim, obviously we want to thank you for joining us here. You're more than welcome to join us in the booth here, certainly for the feature race this afternoon.
Well, I hope
hopefully all
if
weekend
everyone
long.
behaves, I hope to be up here for the feature race. And hopefully the guys that drank too much and didn't show up on the grid this morning are going to show up this afternoon.
No, that never happened. What are you talking about? All right, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Next up is going to be, I think we've got group number 4 coming up, and that is the Lola Cup for small bore under 1.3 liters and Formula V. We'll be right back with more racing action here from Summit Point in just a moment.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I want to again thank Jim Karamanis for joining us up here in the booth. Brian, we're getting towards the end of our pace lap here for our small bore under the 1.3 liter in Formula V. Let me run down a couple of the starters, and we'll fill people in as we go along. Starting on the pole today in his 1970 Vitesse, it's Robert Anderson. Then scheduled to start second, we've already heard that he's going to be back for the feature race, Peter Krause in his Fiat X19. Tom Brown in his Triumph Spitfire starting in third position. Richard Jefferson in his number 98 FPV MG Midget, the Grateful Racing Machine, will start fourth, with Larry Smith in the 262 Midget starting fifth. Then starting fifth. Then we got starting sixth, Stephen Hershett in his Turner Mark III with Peter Carroll, and got to meet Peter last night in his 1963 My Arthritic Hands Austin Healey Sprite, starting in seventh. Will Thomas starting eighth in the GMT Racing Austin Cooper, and then we've got Emily Ryan in our Formula V pole as the green flag, Brian, in the air, and not a big surprise here. Let's jump back to the next camera. There is, we've got Anderson in that beautiful Vitesse jumping to the front of the field, moving over driver's left, starting up, getting everybody lined up behind him, and going into turn at number one.
Tell you what, Thomas Brown, though, got a great start. Didn't look like that on the screen, but I tell you what, as they come out of turn one and into turn number two, you're going to see that he is going to get one heck of a start. Got right on the back of Robert Anderson, but now Larry Smith's going to tuck in behind him in that 26 machine. Another driver that ran really well yesterday is Peter Carroll in that 55. He's dropped back a little bit into that fifth position right now. But again, I expect to see Peter Carroll after yesterday's run do the exact same thing here, Greg, and I have a feeling he's going to be running up as we get a little bit of a brake lock up there. Again, that is by the 26 machine. That is going to be Larry Smith. Larry Smith, he's locking it up going down into turn five, trying to get everything he can to keep Peter Carroll behind him as they went through. Now they go through the carousel right there. Again, Smith still Carroll still trying to get by Larry Smith there. Don't think he's going to be able to get that done. It's going to open up a little bit of a gap there between Carroll and Smith.
All right, Brian, as they come out of turn 10 for the very first time and onto the front straight, like we saw yesterday. And Dom, I'm hoping we could stay on this fight a little bit. This is the fight in Formula V here as they're coming to the line right now. And great fight here between Emily Ryan and Aiden Mulready. Now, Mulready, I believe, during yesterday's first race of the weekend, towards the end of their race, started to fall off a little bit. But Emily Ryan had a great run to the checkered flag, and I think we're going to see her father a little bit later today racing in our Formula 4 Challenge Series as well. A whole family of races. My understanding of talking to JD King is that that Emily's mother was a racer at one time, raced sedans. And a great little family there of racers as they come down through turn 5, heading into the threshold braking zone of turn 5. Although probably not much in the way of threshold braking for a Formula V. You want to keep that car rolling as much as possible.
You got to keep all the momentum up you can there. So you definitely want to not really worry about threshold braking right there. That is to keep up the momentum to get that car to really roll and get through the corner as quickly as possible, because if not, that will definitely kill the momentum. But, yeah, you're right, Greg. Emily Ryan, a great run yesterday, pretty much through the field. Ended up having to play with, kind of come through some of the back lap traffic there before. And, Greg, we got one car off over in turn number 3, right at the top of the hill. We'll try to get a number on that. It is off to the side. So it should be out of the way to be able to do it, and I believe that is the 13 machine, from what I can see, the 13 or the 18, but I believe it could be the 13 of Thomas Van Alken and that MG midget. So,
all right, we're getting word now that the car that just pulled off over at 3. It looks like they're going to leave him there until the end of the session.
Yeah, got a little loose coming through 3. Just wasn't able to hang on to it. Ended up going over into driver's left, kind of as you start to crest the hill. Got all the way over to far driver's left. So they're going to leave that car there, and that is the 13 of Thomas Van Alken in that white MG midget, so kind of white and greenish MG midget. So leave that to the end of the session. We'll pick him up at the end of that. We pick up our leader now, getting ready to come out of turn number 10 and head down. But I tell you what, Dominic, let's keep the camera on here. Let's go back to turn number 10, because you've got Emily Ryan there. She is right on the back bumper, I believe, of the 98 of Richard Jefferson. We'll see.
Is that Jefferson or is that Hershit directly?
No,
that is
that's Jefferson.
Yeah,
front,
indeed.
Yeah,
the red midget. And we just saw Mulready have the rear end of his autodynamics chassis step out on him coming through turn 10. And you can see he lost a lot of momentum there and a lot of ground to Emily Ryan. Although, I mean, Ryan... we always see Formula Vs, Brian, through the years where they use the draft so effectively to work down the front straight, because they're not all that aerodynamic, but when you sit behind an MG midget, which is a tiny little car,
I was going to say,
but it opens up such a huge pocket in the air.
Yeah.
And Emily Ryan, I'm amazed that she didn't run her fastest lap of the session, being right behind Jefferson's midget there. While she was in the draft on the front straight, we may see this next lap be her fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, well, she had gotten past Richard Jefferson at one point, and then Jefferson ended up getting back in front of her. But you're right. You talk about an MG midget when you're in a car. It's like, well, they don't even know that the car is there. Well, he's probably thinking the same thing. I don't even know the Formula V's behind.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I mean, you look at the approximate size, and an MG midget, I mean, and I'm 5'8", barely comes to my waist.
Yeah, this is not like a big, huge Ford Mustang and an MG. It's just kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, take a look, Brian, and even directly behind it, the British Leyland Mini that is now going to step out. That and I say mini, it's an Austin Cooper, Cooper S. Will Thomas behind the wheel as he's now going to go side by side with Emily Ryan, who, by the way, Emily Ryan did indeed set her fastest lap of the session on that previous lap. And Will Thomas's Cooper is so much taller than the Formula V. I mean, it's amazing to look at that. And by the way, Emily Ryan keeps Will Thomas behind her as they go down into turn one. But to get an idea here, Emily Ryan just turned in a 1:34.411. That was 1.8 seconds faster than what she ran on any lap prior to that, Brian.
Yeah.
She picked up 1.8 seconds by being in the draft of that midget. Amazing.
Yeah.
Speaking of drivers who've gotten awfully fast, Robert Anderson now, and we'll try to pick Anderson back up, who's our overall leader. Brian has also reset fast lap at a 1:37.65, and the machine that he's running, that gorgeous, I mean, absolutely gorgeous Vitesse. It's got a twin cam Lotus motor. There he is going down into turn one. It's got a twin cam Lotus motor. It's got a Hewlin 5-speed in it, and only weighs about 1,000 pounds. Now that is without driver, but just an absolutely gorgeous machine. And the driver here, Robert Anderson, he brought up to me some history on this car. How when the car was originally built and originally ran in the 750 Motor Club Formula 1200 races back in the day, back in the UK. It then found its way to Denmark, and then in 1980 was moved to Sweden, which is, I think, actually Robert didn't get the car, I think, until 1985. So, but it spent a lot of time in Sweden. And Robert runs an import-export business based out of Hong Kong. But he's brought this car at least 2 years in a row, and he's looking quite a bit faster this year in it, Brian, than he has in last year when we saw him run. But just ahead of him right now, here, and you see the racers now starting to get the blue flag, letting know that some faster cars are just ahead. I think we've got Mike Havlick and his Austin Healey up ahead. Butch O'Connor. It was good to see Butch. Butch is a steward for the Sports Car Club of America.
Yeah.
Brian, you and I will probably see him at New Jersey Motorsports
Yeah, probably
Park
see him next weekend.
next weekend.
Yep.
Good to see Heather Richards there in her MG midget and the green midget as well. So a nice little fight going on here that we're watching. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, let's go ahead, if we can, let's pick up coming out of turn number 2 right now. That's the red MG midget. We were talking about him a little bit a minute ago. Richard Jefferson, along with the Austin Cooper, the red one, kind of a burgundy color there,
color,
191 of Thomas. They're just now coming out of getting ready to head up into turn 3. They were actually side by side with Jefferson and Thomas as they went into turn 1. And I tell you what, Will Thomas looks like that car has literally been shot out of a cannon, out of turn 10 all the way down through right now, going down through the chute, because he's opened up about 2.5 car lengths, and I'm going to say 2.5 midget car lengths over Richard Jefferson. But that car ran
mini car lengths or midget car lengths?
Well, it's a little bit of both, because he ran 2 seconds faster than Richard Jefferson on that last lap. So that car starting to come into its own, where he struggled, because remember, he was battling back and was behind Emily Ryan and Aiden Mulready at the beginning of this race.
And Brian, we've got a car coming down the front straight.
That's
off
the 27.
Pace.
So he had a problem earlier going down into turn 3. Kind of been off the pace the whole entire race.
Yeah, that's Charles May.
Yeah.
Charles Mays in the 59 Austin Healey Sprite. He's now making his way down towards turn 1. We'll track him, but we're going to jump back to this battle coming down through the bottom portion of the course, Brian. They're coming up through turn 8 right now. They were side by side coming out of the carousel. And that is a different Mini. That is, let's see, that is the yellow Sprigget. And I believe that is Rob Rice running in 13th position with Alex Schaefer in the 64 Mini Cooper, the number 18 machine. Great little battle they've got going on right now.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, one of the good battles right now on the racetrack is actually between the the 55 of Peter Carroll. We talked about him earlier, Larry Smith in the 26, and Thomas Brown just now coming out of turn 10. It's going to look like they're a little bit open there. So there you see it. That's Peter Carroll in second. Larry Smith is in third, and then you've got Thomas Brown, who's sitting in fourth. I tell you what, Greg, the last time, and now as we look down into turn 1, it's like we're on a pace lap. Under a yellow, we've got a standing yellow down there, and passes are starting to be made.
Well, they got that. They worked that out, Brian. Yes. At least one of them wanted to make the pass going into that caution zone as we've got the car off on the outside of turn number 2 heading into turn 3. That's what the local caution was for.
It's actually for the 88 is what I'm hearing over the radio, and that is for William Balsey in that white Austin Healey Sprite. So
that's a shame. Beautiful car. Hopefully he can get it back up and running for this afternoon's feature race. Lola Cup racers scheduled to be out right around 3 o'clock today for their feature.
So we'll have to see. I believe we may be getting the one to go the next time by. William Anderson comes down, and there's Charles May on pit road as well. So we'll see. So here comes Robert Anderson just now coming out of turn number 10, heading down by the start-finish line. He's going to get the one to go board.
And there he is to the inside of these cars. There he is. And so he's got 1 lap, 2 miles remaining here at Summit Point, and see how many. Remember, he's coming up on that local caution, so he moves over, driver's left, gets in line. He knows that he's not going to be able to make a pass on any of these cars ahead until after the incident.
Yeah, again, and you know, we talked about Peter Carroll, Larry Smith, and Thomas Brown. They're continuing to battle going down in there, so they're going to have to get single file down.
And Brian, I just wanted to point out also, beautiful machine here coming through turn 3. That is the I believe the MGTD thereof, and I had it just a moment ago. Connor Burns running 19th overall, the 283 machine. Gorgeous piece of kit there. The TD is a 1951 machine. There he is. Coming through there. Great, again, beautiful piece of kit. As we've got our second, third, and fourth entries, Peter Carroll, Larry Smith, Thomas Brown, blue, and blue, the Sprigget, the Midget, and the Spitfire all in a row as our leader now coming through turn 8. That is Robert Anderson in his Vitesse, as he should. I'm always hesitant, Brian, to say anything before they come through turn 10, and we saw in the last race, how important that was. But Robert Anderson rounds the final corner. He's going to allow the drivers just ahead, Rob Rice and Alex Schaefer, to take another lap, and taking the checkered flag is going to be Robert Anderson. So congratulations to him. Larry Smith.
Yeah, pulls it out at the end, Greg.
Yeah, at the very end, gets around Peter Carroll to finish second. Carroll will finish in third, with Thomas Brown finishing in fourth. Now, that was the battle for the podium in FPV.
Yeah.
So Smith gets the win there with Carroll and Brown. That's your podium. Stephen Hershett, who finishes fifth overall in his Turner, finishes just off the podium in FPV. Will Thomas will take the win in CSV in his Austin Cooper, and that beautiful burgundy Cooper that he finishes ahead of Richard Jefferson in the MG Midget. Aiden Mulrady, Brian, pulls out the win in Formula V, and this is something I don't think we picked up.
Yeah, I think Emily had a problem.
Yeah, dropped all the way back. We'll see here. Still waiting. She hasn't crossed the line yet. We'll run down here. I think Richard Jefferson, or probably finishing second. Doug Zink is going to finish second in Formula V. But Mulrady finished 8th overall. Bob Anderson in his Mini Cooper finishes 9th. Niall McCabe in his MG Midget will finish 10th. Doug Zink, just outside of the top 10, will finish second in Formula V. Then Rob Rice, Alex Sheffer, the two racers that there they are coming across the line. Perfect timing. They're going to finish 12th and 13th. Sheffer getting his fastest lap on the last lap of the race. Mike Havlick, and then Heather Richards rounding out the top 15.
Yeah, there was a held call as one of the corner workers started to make a call, and then they held it to try to get Robert Anderson his one lap to go, and I think that could have been because of the Emily Ryan. So we'll try to get word on that as they start to regroup from the control tower. We'll see if we have it.
All right, well, very good, Brian. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more action here in just a moment, as we will have next up, it's the Donohue Cup for production and specials through 1960 here at Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the 2025 Jefferson 500. Stay with us.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been doing it? Is it just
I can barely hear you.
you said you just started recently?
I still can't hear you, man.
You just started recently?
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. Jefferson 500. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and want to thank you for joining us here today. Heading out on track right now is our Donohue Cup group. It's for production and specials through 1960. And let's go, Brian, and run down part of the starting order here. We had 33 drivers set qualifying times, and on the pole today in his Ginetta G4 is Hervey Park, pardon me. Jean Goutal in his Lotus 7, the 1962 Lotus 7, should be starting on the front, on the outside of the front row. Michael Orrit in his Slow Dance Racing Ginetta G4 1961 machine will start third, with Tom Upshur in a 1962 Lotus 7 starting fourth. Starting fifth, Andrew Moore in his 1962 Lotus Super 7, starting fifth, with David LeBrun in the LeBrun Nissan Lotus Elan Coupe, starting in sixth. Then we got Joey Beaujolot in the Farzo Motorsports Tri-Energy Elva Mark 6. He is starting seventh today. Todd Reed's Lotus Super 7, the Reed Speed machine, starts in eighth, with Jeff Taplesey in the the Jag-Off Racing Lotus 22 will be starting in 9th. I don't write them. I only say them, everybody. Greg Campbell in his Porsche Devon Speedster will start 10th. That's the number 356 machine. Ralph Solomon in his 1963 Bobsy SR2 will start 11th. Starting 12th, Kenny Williamson in his Elva Courier. And I was hoping that we'd have some in-car video from him. Unfortunately, we do not. That's the B&W Autosport Valley GMC machine. Paul Stinson starting 13th in the 7-Sport Lotus Super 7, with the Elva Courier of Hank Giffen starting 14th. Then starting 15th today in the Cycle Max Devon. That's the other Porsche Devon that we've got in the field. Cliff Murray, Darren Mann in his Lotus Elan will start 16th. Roy Crownenshield in a 1964 Ginetta G4 starting 17th today, with the Triumph Ambro of Vic Schuster starting in 18th. John Studyar in his Triumph TR3 will start 19th today, with Michael Schrader, the first of our spec Renaults in the field. That's the number 69 machine. He starts 20th. Vignesh Ramanathan in his Lotus FJ18 will start 21st, with Elena Sharp in her Sport Renault starting 22nd. David Conrad in an MGA 23rd, and William Demarest in his Falcon will start 24th. As the pace car now on the pit lane, I want to thank Graham Teller, our pace car driver here today, turning the field over to the Ginetta of Hervey Park. Pardon me, not Harvey, it's Hervey, with Jean Guttal in the aluminum and blue Lotus 7 there on the front row. And actually, that doesn't look like him. I think that's the Ginetta Michael Orrit there up at the front of the field, as our racers come see the green flag, start to make their way down towards turn 1. All of those yellow fiberglass body sports racers, those are the sports Renaults. We'll talk about them a little bit later, but heading down into turn 1 with the lead for the first time, that is the Lotus 22. I believe that was the Lotus 22 of Jeff Taplesey taking the lead in that 68 machine, Brian, as he opens up a huge advantage now over the Ginettas. Michael Orrit moving up in the second. Then the Elva, Joey Beaujolot, I believe, sitting in third. Let's take a look as they head down. No, that's not the case. I need to fix my brain here. The Lotus 22.
We haven't gotten your glasses yet.
The first open wheel car, that's the Lotus 22 that we see there. The Smurf Blue machine of Jeff Taplesey, Formula Junior machine. There got a great start. He slots into third.
Well, I tell you what, the driver that did not is that Hervey Park. He ended up, by the time they took the green flag and crossed the start-finish line, he went from the pole back to fourth
position.
So that car just did not take off, and you can see it is really laboring and struggling right now.
And so Michael Orrit's your leader, Joey Beaujolot running second, the Ginetta and the Elva. As we've got the 7 machine of Paul Stinson, his Lotus Super 7, off over at turn 5, and it looks like he might be a keeper over there, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have to be there for the rest of this race right now as we get going. But I tell you what, Hervey Park now going down into turn 1, he's looking to make that move on Tom Upshur in that Lotus 7. Heading down into turn 1, I tell you what, we'll see whether or not he's going to make that stick. It does look like he's going to. He's actually going to come up on, I believe that may be the, let's see, that's the 68 of Jeff Taplesey.
Yes.
So again, Hervey Park, whatever happened on the start, he's got it going now. So. We got a car just past our start-finish line too, Greg. The number 76 machine, I believe that is actually going to be John Johnson in that MGA right there, just to the left of our starter stand, pretty much out of the way. I'm not sure if they're going to leave that car there or not. They may, because he is really pretty far over to driver's left, so we'll have to see. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, we probably are going to leave that car.
Yeah.
Leave him there to the end. You just passed our shot here. You can't really see it, but he's right across from the.
Yeah, he's literally directly across from the start-finish stand. That number 76 MG, and can't really see him from this shot. I think we're a little bit too far away when we look from turn one.
Yep.
So unfortunate for him. That's John Johnson again in the MGA, the 1600 MGA Coupe. Started today's race in 29th as we've got 2 cars off over at turn 10.
Just out of our shot there.
And let's see here. Let's bring the timing. Unfortunately, it's just out of
let's go
both
back
of
to
our
turn,
views.
Let's go back to the turn 10. We are going to go
we
to
are
full
going to a
caution.
full course caution.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring the ticker back up because we're not able to catch that shot as we try to see which cars are involved there.
Well, I'm getting as our.
One of them is the 17 car, it appears. That is it the 17 or is it the 27 of Ken Williamson? No, it's not the 17. It's not. Ken
and then we've got
Williamson.
another car, Greg, that has gone off down in there, and that may be the Taplesea machine.
Yeah, and we are going to a red flag condition. That is the Taplesea Formula Junior that is in the gravel trap. We think there's some fluid down over at turn 10. So we are going to a red flag, which is to have all of our racers, Brian, come to a slow and controlled stop. And given the number of racers that are coming through turn 10, it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, we've got cars kind of trying to stop, not trying to stop, trying to get everywhere that we can. So,
and so we are trying to get. I think, Brian, that one of the cars involved might be the 72 of Cliff Murray. Possibly. Again, we're trying. We've got these cars so far away from us. We're trying to get some information, but I believe one of them is the is going to be the green 72, green Devon of Cliff Murray, and I'm trying to pick out who the other racer might be. Judging from, and again, they're a very long distance away from us here. I think the other machine, looking to see if it's the TR3.
And we're definitely getting word that there is oil down in turn 10.
Yeah.
And I think that's what caused the Taplesea machine
to go off
and go wide out there.
Yeah. I think that it might be the 61 of Eric Russell, possibly, that is out there, the MGA. But again, I'm trying to match up here racers that may or may not have come around, because it does look a little bit more like an MGA from the distance here, and we've got a lot of our emergency service teams now that are responding. Definitely the hood line looks like an MGA compared to rather than a TR3, which was the other possibility I think had over there. Let's see. Let's go back to that turn 10 camera. I just want to see, because we may have. We can see one of the sports Renaults there.
Greg, I'm getting word that the 47 of William Demarest was the one who kind of blew up, put the oil down, and then was T-boned by the other car. So,
all right, so 47.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that would make sense given the also the color there. The 47. That is the green Falcon, British Racing Green Falcon competition over there. Again, and I apologize. We were just trying to read numbers from about about 3 football fields away.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult there. Yeah, you can see this as the racers here have come to a complete stop. And just take a look. You'll see here all of the cars that went past start finish.
Yeah, kind of went down into there.
Saw the red flag down at turn 1. And I think we've got 3/4 of the field there right before turn 1 as we walk around the course here, Brian.
We've got some of our Renaults down there, down in turn going down through the chute. There you go. I believe that's the 63. That's actually, I believe, Bill Stoller. So we should take a picture of this so we can send a picture for Bill Stoller.
Noted vintage photographer, vintage race car photographer, and modern race photographer as well, Bill Stoller. There, matter of fact, every time during our commercial breaks, when we put our schedules up on the screen, the background shot there, provided by Bill Stoller.
Yeah. The Taplesea machine is moving, so he is definitely
they got him, getting him out of the gravel trap. All right, it sounds like maybe another car in distress coming down the hill here. All right, so let's see if we have anybody else. Let's move up to our next camera here. We are now going to be doing a black flag all. So all of these race cars that are past the incident, they're going to be now heading around the course, and they will be heading to the pit lane here. So you see now these cars at turn 1 getting underway. It makes very little difference that there's passing happening here, Brian.
At this point, they're all coming back.
Right, because they're all going to be coming back to the pits, and we'll likely see our grid workers.
Yeah, well, no, the session's
going to be ended. Yeah, I was going to say if it wasn't, the grid workers would put them back in order. But this is probably going to bring an early end to this race, as we're going to have quite a bit of oil cleanup.
Yeah, they are moving all of the cars down that were just past the incident there. They put them, brought them in, put them behind the paddock. We do have our flatbed out there just past the incident in turn 10. You can see that in one of our cameras. They're going to block the road there, the racetrack, so that they have to come down pit road. So again, the black flag they'll come down into pit road, and they will. Looks like that we are going to end this session again, as you just mentioned, Greg. Quite a bit of cleanup I think we still have to do in turn 10 with this oil. So,
all right. So what we're going to do, Brian, let's quickly we'll run down the order here. We only had at the front of the pack only 3 laps complete, with Hervey Park taking the win, Kenny Williamson, then Tom Upshur, the Ginetta, the Courier, the Lotus 7, Michael Orritt. In his Ginetta 4th, Todd Reed 5th in his Lotus 7. Then Ralph Solomon, Cliff Murray, Hank Giffen. As we believe that this session is now complete. And so what we'll do, Brian, first off, this group here, they are going to have another race today, their feature race for race group number 5. They are scheduled to race this afternoon at 3:40 p.m. So this doesn't end the day for them.
Yeah, they still got
I think most importantly, they still got a lot of racing ahead of them. Maybe a few fewer cars racing with them, but they will be out
back and fixed.
Exactly, a little bit later today. But what we are going to do, we're going to take a quick break. Next up is going to be race group number 6. That's the Gibson Cup, Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers, 4-hour sports racers. They will be next up. But first, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to say that likely here, Brian, we're probably not going to be starting for at least another 10 minutes. So we'll put the time that we think we're going to be restarting on the screen, and we'll update you as that goes on. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more racing action once we get this oil cleanup taken care of here at Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
as long as they got that band, you're good.
Like a teeny bit.
Can I make a suggestion? You
Sure.
don't have to action it if you don't want to.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. And after a little bit of cleanup for oil, we've got our next group. And Brian, it's our Charlie Gibson Trophy group for sports racers. But our understanding is we're going to have some rookies right out of VRG's competition racing school joining this group as well. They're going to be in some Formula Fords. They're going to be running with this group rather than the Formula Ford Challenge Series coming up next. But I think that's a good plan of action that it gives them.
Throw them right in there.
Yeah, mix them in, but it also they're not going to be in a group that's 40 plus cars.
Correct.
There's going to be a little bit more room for them to breathe. Let's say as our racers are heading out on track, we'll try and get the names of those Formula Ford racers in just a few moments. But as they head out driving on the pole in the J.H. Bennett Swift DB2, your pole sitter today, Joey Selmans. Eric Skibbsbrud will start second today. He's in the Canon Chevron B21, 1972 vintage. Larry Rossi in his 1985 Lola T598. in the vintage S2000 class. We'll start third with Charles Habestrutener, starting in fourth position. And Brian, because apparently Charles recognizes how much difficulty I have pronouncing his last name, his company's called Habis Performance Incorporated. So he knocks off the last six syllables as well. And he's in a 1985 Swift DB2. Then we got Dennis Henratty, scheduled to start fifth today, driving his Reynard SF88. Dennis didn't make the grid yesterday, and we'll see if he's out there today in just a moment. Garrett Wilson in his Lola T598, the vintage racing services machine, scheduled to start sixth, with Sam Morton in a Lola 492, starting seventh, with Lee Brahim in his Lola T8990, the 1989 vintage machine, scheduled to start eighth. And then if we take a look, we've got Oscar Pacheco in his Van Diemen chassis Formula Ford, starting ninth, with Christopher Vitale also in a Van Diemen starting in 10th. Then we've got Daryl Kepler in a Swift DB1 starting 11th, with Andrew Graham also in a Van Diemen. Those are our four Formula Ford racers. As we see them there at the tail end of the field going into turn 8. They start 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th as the lights are out on the pace car, Brian.
Well, I'm wondering if they're doing some type of a huge split start, because I don't even
apparently,
see them anymore.
yeah. I was going to say, there.
You don't see them.
Well,
they're not in the back. We'll have to find out where they are.
Yeah, well,
So
they're just now coming
into
into turn 8.
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
All right, so Graham Taylor, our pace car driver, brings the pace car onto the pit lane, turning the field over to Joey Selmans and Eric Skibbsbrud as they now take a look down the hill towards the starter stand, trying to get a look at the starter stand. The starter doesn't have any problem seeing him and whips out the green flag, and we are underway here, Brian, once again at Summit Point Raceway. Selmans in the silver and blue DB2 machine on the inside. Then we've got on the outside there, dropping in the second place, I believe that was Larry Rossi, as our Formula Fords now are coming out of turn number 10. Have to teach them how to grid up when they take a race start here next year at the VRG Racing School, as they are now underway as well. And we'll check in with them periodically here. Let's see if we can find our first group. I think they're heading down into turn 5 now. Here we go, and under braking for the very first time. There's Selmans with his DB2. Then we've got, I think that is...
That's Skibbsbrud.
Skibbsbrud moving up into second. And I think we had this issue yesterday where Skibbsbrud in the red and white machine, his transponder isn't
just
functioning.
Not working correctly.
And when we bring the timing and scoring up here at the end of lap number 1, you'll likely see him often sitting down, showing as being last or second to last in the pack. And that's because our timing and scoring teams are manually moving him back up through the field. As our leader now, Joey Selmans, comes across the line to complete lap number 1, and then Skibbsbrud, then Larry Rossi, Charles Habestrutener with Garrett Wilson and Lee Brahim.
Well, I tell you, Larry Rosser and Habestrutener, I tell you what, they're putting on a pretty good race right now. Again, Larry Rossi was a little bit slower yesterday.
Yeah.
Got a really good run right now. Remember we talked about, you just mentioned Skibbsbrud. He actually got out to the lead yesterday and then came in like 2 laps early.
Right.
Having that problem. Garrett Wilson having his problems yesterday as well. Dennis Henratty still not out here running. And they have him listed here as his car type as a guest. So I'm not really sure if
he checks in periodically.
I'm not sure if that's actually an entry or
he comes in for dinner. As we've got looks like one of our Formula Fords, Brian, heading back to the paddock.
That may be Oscar Pacheco.
And indeed, that is the white Van Diemen.
Yeah.
So Oscar gets a little bit less than 1 lap in, and his race is now finished. Hopefully, we'll see him a little bit later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're a guest, I guess you can say we're guests of VRG.
We are.
We eat their food.
We eat the track's food.
Yeah, we go and we socialize. We're like your worst Thanksgiving nightmare guests.
But we do clean up after ourselves.
Yeah, Brian, and as they're racing, and already this field's starting to really separate out here. I should mention we talked a little bit about it at the end of yesterday's broadcast. The Jefferson 500. It's about a lot more than just the on-track action. There's a lot of camaraderie here in the paddock, and as I was leaving last night at about 8:30. Yesterday evening, you could see these big parties happening in the paddock.
Yeah.
Big groups of people smoking meats or burgers or dogs or what have you, and having some libations. Of course, last night at 6 p.m. was the annual rocker cover races. For those of you of more of my vintage, otherwise known as valve cover races, where the entrants will attach wheels and put weights in. It's basically Pinewood Derby for grown-ups, using valve covers or rocker covers from old engines as the race cars.
Yes.
Right. And some of them, they are just absolutely works of art. Some of them are good for. And Brian, we've got a car that's coming to a stop, coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3, and I think that is another one of our Formula Ford machines, possibly. Or
let's see here.
Or is that the?
No, that is one of the Formula Fords.
Yeah.
That
I think that's Daryl Kepler's number 77
could
machine.
Be.
The Swift DB1.
Not in a good spot either.
Yeah, as he comes to a stop on the track surface, they're going to have to send somebody out to get him, which means likely we're going to have to go full course.
Yeah, he's trying to get it to move off.
To the crossover road.
Got his hand up there, but that car looks like it's not really going to go anywhere.
So we've got a local caution now at turn 2, and there won't be any passing from turn 2 until we get past the incident.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, we had, I think, somewhere along the lines of 24, 25 entries at the rocker cover races last night, Brian, and also as part of that wonderful dinner served up by VRG as well, with some libations. And, but some of these rocker cover race cars were amazing to look at. One of them, we talked about the when Jim Karamanis joined us earlier for the Group 1 race, the Wyer Cup race. He was talking about the Pintos, as we are going now to a full course caution. And there you go. The full course caution comes out like magic. We had one of the rocker cover racers emulating the purple 99 Pinto that we see on track here this weekend. Our good friend Roger Troxel, who brought out a Lotus Elan rocker cover racer this year, actually brought back last year's entry, which was a tribute to Christine Fox, a Lotus 7, fenders and all.
Yeah.
Great car there, and that was campaigned last night by our good friend Doug Kinzer. But so many beautiful cars there, and again, you just see all the camaraderie, not in the paddock as well as on the racetrack. We've seen some very conscientious driving here this weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that just goes to again, years over years of these drivers racing with each other, knowing that going to other racetracks as well, you're having the same group of individuals, and and again, what they're going to do. The other thing too is, honestly, these cars are really too expensive to just go and buy parts and just replace stuff, right? Yeah. So anytime there is that type of situation, you don't want to.
Last night it was interesting, and speaking of Roger Troxel, his business is right across the street and does a lot of vintage race car and vintage car and little British car repairs and restorations. And he talks all the time about how difficult it is to get parts for so many of these and how they are shipped over from the UK. Last night he was heading back over to the shop at about 8 o'clock o'clock in the evening. That one of the racers here had a mechanical failure with the rear end with the differential on their Bug Eye Sprite, and that car was going to be going up on the lift at Roger's shop to do some repairs, and the parts that they were repairing had been in service for over 30 years.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so it looks like the majority of the pack now has been gathered up behind the safety car. One outlier there is we have, I think, one of our Formula Fords going down into turn 1 right now, all by itself.
Yeah, I mean we'll let that car get by that incident, and then we'll pull. And I'm sure that they'll tow that car back and cut through the access road.
And I think I mentioned that the safety car, they were behind the safety car, but actually Joey Salmons is self-pacing the rest of the.
He is the pace car.
He's
the leader and the pace car. Safety car. Yep.
Yeah, and the front straight is now clear as our leader comes out of turn 10. And I believe our field, Brian, let's take a look here.
They're not, because the rescue one here is still trying to get that car
I was trying to
off,
determine whether or not they were going to get an early checkered flag.
Yeah,
as our starter, we've got one starter with the full course caution out. The other person on the starter bridge is holding the checkered flag down his waist. He's anticipating. But we now have the track clear coming out of turn 2, going to turn 3. They have hooked up that machine, brought it onto the crossover road.
Yeah.
So hopefully now, the next time that Joey Selmans brings the field out of turn 10, they will see the green flag and we'll be going back racing as we're still trying to pick up. Here is that one remaining Formula Ford.
Yeah, that's the 13 machine. That's Christopher Vitale. Yep. So we are gonna get the green flag. So. Yep. So
yep. So it sounds what's going to happen, Brian, is we're going to, if I'm hearing this right, we're going to essentially have one lap under green.
You're correct. We're going to go green, and then we're going to go checker that right after that.
Yes.
So it's basically going to be a one-lap shootout.
A one-lap sprint, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it is, you can see there on our timing and scoring, not 100% accurate. It's Joey Selmans. He is your leader. Behind him is Eric Skibbsbrud in his the red and white Chevron, the Chevrolet-powered Chevron. Actually, that is not the case. I take that back. Larry Rossi. No,
well,
Charles.
No, there's one of the Formula.
Yeah, that's one of the Formula
between.
Fords is right there. Yeah, indeed. So the other Formula Ford, and I think that is that's the Kepler car.
Yeah, I was going to say Andrew Graham was
car.
The one that they just pulled off here. So it's not Kepler that was down there before.
Right. So that's the Kepler car behind Selmans, and then we've got Skibbsbrud. Then we've got Rossi and Habestrutner as the green flag is in the air, Brian.
Wow.
And one lap to go, and look at the start that Eric Skibbsbrud takes. You'd think that our pole sitter Selmans would have. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's tough. He was the lead car. He's pacing the field. He doesn't know that they're going back green, although he should have had an idea when he came out of turn 2 and there were no cars there.
Yeah.
Getting picked up that the track conditions had absolutely changed. But Skibbsbrud got a heck of a jump, and he's your new leader.
Yeah.
With Joey Selmans second, Larry Rossi in third, then Charles Habestrutner running in fourth, Garrett Wilson in the blue Lola running in fifth. With Lee Brahim, he's in the black Lola T89. He's running in sixth, and Sam Morton seventh. And our lead Formula F machine, that's Chris Vitale in the number 13 machine.
Yeah. Eric Skibbsbrud, he's coming out of turn number 10 right now. Joey Selmans trying to close that gap, just not going to be able to do it. I think if we ended up with having maybe another lap, he may have been able to catch him.
Yeah, maybe.
Just not able to get that done with that one lap. With that one lap we've got going back to green.
All right, so there you go after 15 minutes. And I think a lot of this, Brian, is after that oil cleanup that we had on the
Sure.
previous race. We're trying to get things back on schedule here.
Yep.
It was already going to be a very long day with racing running up till, I think, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to run any longer. But that's going to wrap things up. It's Eric Skibsbrud, your winner in the BSR class, and Joey Selman second. He's in S2. Larry Rossi in Vintage S2, third overall ahead of Charles Habestrutner, then Garrett Wilson, Lee Brahim, Sam Morton, with Chris Vitale taking the win in Formula Ford with Daryl Kepler second. And unfortunately, Andrew Graham, the driver that they pulled off track, only completing 2 laps. Oscar Pacheco pulls in before he completes 1. All right, so that's going to wrap things up now for race group 6. We're going to see them again today at scheduled at 4:20 p.m. for their featured race. But next up, Brian, we have combined this morning our Formula Ford Challenge Series. Yesterday they ran as 2 separate groups. This afternoon for the feature races, they'll run as 2 separate groups. But right now, going to be just a single group for our entire Formula Ford Challenge Series. So we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Virginia International. Oh my God, did I almost say that? From Summit Point Raceway. Gosh, I'm forgetting what tracks I'm at. Your name is Brian, right? You are
That is
Brian.
correct. I am.
All right, you are Brian. All right, we are going to be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Jefferson 500 presented by VRG.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Kraus provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Kraus can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkraus.net today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Jefferson 500. Next up, Brian, it is the Formula Ford Challenge Series, and this is, without a doubt, I think going to be our largest group of the day, or pretty close, as we are combining both Group A and Group B. into one big monster group. And we've got them heading out for their pace lap right now. And it looks like we're going to be joined here once again by Denny Austin. Hopefully we'll have Frank Del Vecchio joining us a little bit later as well. As Denny gets ready, I'm going to run down, at least start off here, try and get through as many people on the starting grid as we can. Starting off on the pole today in his Grand Prix Legends Royale RP24, Jacob King. Patrick Flynn in his RF81 Van Diemen will start on the outside of the front row. In his Zinc Z10, starting third, Scott Fairchild with the Sasco Motorsports Crossley 32F of Dave Handy starting fourth. Then we got Wayne Nicolette in the RAC Engines Exhibits.net 1973 Lola T340, Wayne Nicolette. Sam Ryan in his 1981 Crossley 45F starting sixth. Doug Mice in a Lola T340, the Team S Cargo machine, starting seventh. Mike Agnifilo in the Stonebridge Cryoscience Van Diemen, starting in eighth, with Robert Dusek III in his Winkleman WDF2, starting ninth. And we've got not Frank Del Vecchio,
Jordan Mayer, I believe.
Jordan Meyer, yeah, will start in 10th position. One of these days, we're going to have to stop Frank from pretending like this. He's in the Del Vecchio racing machine, by the way. Starting 11th is Eric Langbein in the Eric Langbein Racing Castrol March 719. Tom Stefani will start 12th. He's in the Crossley 35F. Then we've got in the 1972 Lotus 69, Joseph Griffin with George Houtz in his 1982 Van Diemen, starting 14th. Stephen Bappa, who we've seen recently here in the Sweet Util Macon MR7, starting 15th, and then starting 16th. Leon Hodges Austin in the REC Engines, Sodalicio
De La Fricchia,
thank you.
The Order of the Arrow.
And I'm just going to say it all got cut off. He's in a Zinc Z10. He's going to start 16th as the pace car on the pit lane, Brian. And Jake King bringing the field onto the front straight, waiting for the starter. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. And we've got our Formula Fords now trying to go 3 wide at the start line, starting to head down into turn number 1. A little bit of smoke in the air there is the red and white Royale RP24. Jake King, he's not going to be your leader going into turn number 1. That is that is Patrick Flynn for the second day in a row, takes the lead. And what we saw yesterday, Brian, is Flynn had a lot more of that straight line handling, I think, than a lot of our other Formula Fords there, as still much of the pack, 2x2, as they head into turn number 3. We had the orange and white machine of Dave Handy with Scott Fairchild Zinc side by side as they came through 3. They're still side by side going into 5.
Yeah, Denny, we saw this yesterday. Patrick Flynn had all the straight line speed in that second group yesterday, still showing that straight line speed. Scott Fairchild was pretty fast all the way until he ended up having a problem towards the end of the race. So this right now, this is going to be anybody's race.
This is going to be setting the stage for the Classic this afternoon. They will be groups A and B, and I had hoped to get up here a few minutes earlier to let you know that it actually is Frank Del Vecchio.
It is.
Yes, and Jordan.
We got one car going off right there in turn number 10. I believe that may be the Wayne Nicolette machine. In that, too, it looked like the front end of his car. We'll see as they come by down through the start-finish line. I do believe that is
Wayne's
Wayne
car,
Nicolette.
and he's going to have to come in because his nose is bashed and running underneath.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate for Wayne, who started off this race in 5th position. And he is, as you said, Denny, he's going to have to bring that car in onto the pit lane. And so effectively, not necessarily ending his race if they can get it beat out, but definitely not the way he wanted to start this race on cold tires.
A fun midfield race to watch will be the 2 blue cars in the middle with Leon and Stefan Vappa. 2 of our most senior instructors that just love to mix it up and trust each other implicitly.
Well, let's see if we can catch them, Dominic, as they're coming, I think, through turn 5 right now. Or
coming down the chute right now.
Turn 5 right there. Those 2.
Stefan ahead
machines.
of Leon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just going to say with Stefan Vappa now ahead of Leon Hodges Austin, car obviously that you know very well, the Macon MR7. They're just getting a good run through the carousel here. and now out of turn 7 with a pretty nice slip angle there coming through 7 or coming through 8. Pardon me, Denny, as almost had the left rear wheel there heading out over the curbing all the way into the grass.
Yeah, I tell you what, as they came out of turn 10, Patrick Flynn opening it up. And the reason why he's really opening it up, Denny, is because they started to go 3, almost 4 wide with Dave Handy, Scott Fairchild, Jacob King, and Samuel Ryan in there. When they came out, all 4 of those cars really got the same amount of run out of turn 10. And that actually took Patrick Flynn and just sent him on his way trying to get out there and break that draft.
We are joined in the paddock today by some folks that I consider to be Formula Ford royalty. Bob Berman, who is actually a prior owner of the car that J.D. King is King is driving,
okay,
and Jeff Duncan, who had a Z10. The two of those guys back in the day of Slicks and SCCA managed to set lap records in Formula Fords that were faster than the regular Fords. So, 2 Club Fords driven by super drivers.
So when you said back in the day running on slicks, so what are the majority of the racers running on here? And and of course we've got multiple classes. We've got the HF class, we've got the historic, and we've talked about this before, how there are multiple generations of the Formula Fords over the years, denoted by different suspension setups, I guess, at the rear of the car. What type of tires are most of these racers running on, or does it depend on what era that car is from?
It does not depend on era. All of our FFCS cars run on the same Hoosier VFF spec tire. It looks like a vintage rain tire.
Okay, so it's a treaded tire.
It's a treaded tire, absolutely.
Tell you what, I was sitting there watching the camera when you guys were talking about it, and Jake King got in front of Patrick Flynn as they got into turn 3. Patrick Flynn was able to take it back because Dave Handy tried to make a move on Jake King as well and had to back out of it as well. That slowed both of them down, and that brought actually Scott Fairchild, Samuel Ryan, Doug Meese, that brought them all into it. So we've got a 6, 7, 8 car battle right now.
Another great race.
Almost another 11 cars actually.
Yeah,
they're still involved in it.
Anybody's race right now.
Indeed. And so this is the area of the track, the bottom part of the track, where Jake King has been very strong. You see him pop to the inside coming out of turn 8, that he was, I think, stayed on the gearbox of Patrick Flynn about as much as he could. But Flynn's able to outmotor him up the hill, Brian. And in talking to Jake's father, J.D. King, who also has a long history of racing in Formula Fords, he talked about actually how frustrated Jake was yesterday, that he felt that over half of the course he was much stronger than some of the other racers, and he gets this great draft off of Flynn coming out of 10 and is now able to move to the lead coming through turn 1.
Well, I tell you what, with that battle that he's got going on, I just saw Dave Handy along with Samuel Ryan work together and tried to push out in front of the lead. Realized it wasn't going to happen. Samuel Ryan left Dave Handy and moved back over the line, and then moved all the way back up through the field.
Yeah, and so Flynn there back to the lead now. Jake King, and he made this move yesterday all the way down to the inside, going into turn 5 as Patrick Flynn, as he's done a couple of times over the course of the weekend, leaves the door open. Now, Brian, I wanted to point out here going into turn 6, this is actually, and I think, very key to where Jake King seems to be stronger than the Flynn machine, is that he does open up that entire corner much wider, much more so than Patrick Flynn. A lot less scrub on the front and rear tires, and is able to carry that additional speed then into turn number 7. And you see there where he has almost 2.5 car lengths on Patrick Flynn. Dave Handy now pulls alongside Flynn on the front straight. We'll see who has the advantage going into turn 1, as we're also hearing, Brian.
Flynn has the advantage on top speed and was able to draft around Jake. But if Jake is leading going into turn 10, he probably wins the race if it's on the last lap.
Guys, I'm hearing Ron Beard is stuck down in turn 5 and may end up causing a full course caution here because they're not happy with where he's sitting.
All right. Well, of course, our racers now, they are coming out of turn 3 now starting to head down the chute. You can see the yellow flag in the air being displayed by our corner workers there. And he is off track, driver's right in the grass, just past the apex. And so these racers have gotten by, and it sounds as though we may be able to get by leaving him where he is, that he may be far enough off the beaten path, Brian. So we'll see how things play out here, and if race control makes a decision to go full course caution.
Yeah, our front 6 cars are nose to tail, basically, in battling every single lap at every single corner, Denny. But I tell you what, when they came by the last time, it was Jay King leading. But now you see Patrick Ryan and Handy working together and got back around. King not going away, still trying to work with Handy. It seems like Patrick Flynn is kind of the odd man out when anybody comes to want to work because of the straight line power that he's showing more than everybody else.
And the only way those other guys are going to get around Patrick Flynn is by cooperating in that way and kind of ganging up on the guy. And they're going to have to do it on the back part of the track. Of course, that's complicated by the standing yellow down in turn 5.
Yeah. We're getting an update right now, so it may be that he may move. Yeah, so they're going to leave that car there till after the session. So this race is definitely going to come down to them. But again, they're going to leave the yellow out. So these drivers at this point know they have to stay single file. So they either have to get the passing done after where that other car is in the incident or
before the corner station.
Right, which this is a very high passing zone. So it's going to play into the factor of this race.
Well, the good news with these guys is, for the most part, as far as we know, they're all very experienced.
So we are getting the one to go this time by. So this is going to be where they're going to have to get it done. And again, it's going to have to be between the start-finish line and turn number 5, entrance into turn 5, or it's going to have to be after that. And Dave Handy, coming out of turn 10, goes really, really wide, gets those left side tires all the way over on above the other side of the rumble strips, Greg, almost like the Miata line.
All right, Brian. And so we had Jake King move down to the inside, try to use his momentum to get past. But then we have, and here's the outlier, it was Patrick Flynn, who had a head of steam coming out of turn 10. He looked to get between both King and Handy. King moved over to hold him off, but then we had Patrick Flynn go right around the outside of Jake King, again, showing that speed, and we've got a car off just ahead of our leaders coming through the gravel trap at turn 3. That's really going to confuse things here. Is that the number 2 machine? I believe that might be the 2 that has gone back out on course. We've got the local caution. We've got our leaders trying to get the pass done on this slower machine, which I think is Wayne Nicolette. Is that not the Nicolette car?
No, that is not the Nicolette machine. He is still running. Okay. Out here, I believe he's down into turn 1 and turn 2, or just now coming through there.
All right, so our leaders all try to get by that slower car, and at least the top 3 were able to do it before they got to the flag at the turn 5 flag stand, and that's why you see that big break in the traffic right there. But now it is Patrick Flynn, who's going to lead the field out of turn 10 and onto the front straight.
Checkered flag.
And I don't think they knew that they were going to have that checkered flag out, but it's out there now, and taking the win is going to be Patrick Flynn. Dave, then we've got Dave Handy, who I'm showing as having finished in second with Scott Fairchild third. Separation delta margin at the line, 96 one-thousandths of a second between Dave Handy and Scott Fairchild. Jake King falls back to 4th after having been second to start that final lap. Then we got Sam Ryan. He will finish in 5th with Doug Mice finishing 6th, Eric Lungbeck 7th, Robert Dusek finishing 8th, Tom Stefani 9th, George Houtz will finish in 10th, and Wayne Nicolette, who had to bring that car in after going through, he did not bring the car in.
He did not bring that car in. He stayed out with that nose folded under running, so there's not going to be much left of that nose.
Maybe not. All right, so Nicolette finishes 11th overall with the battle that we were watching early on, and I apologize, Denny, that we didn't get to watch more of this between Stephen Bappa and Leon Hodges Austin, as they finished 12th and 13th, separated only by a second at the line. They were together.
They had a good racing up and down the field. I mean, that's one of the classic things about our Finnish Formula Ford series is you don't have to be up front to have a good race. A lot of guys up and down the field. One of the challenges that the leaders felt on the last lap was the lapped traffic, and that was a little bit of a joker.
All right, so let's go over here. And looks like we've got a lot of our emergency services equipment going to pick up, I guess, the machine that's down at turn 5 currently, and maybe a couple of others. So, Denny, obviously want to thank you for joining us. I assume we're going to have you back this afternoon for the feature races.
You'll have the Frank and Denny show this afternoon.
We go.
Thank God, Frank, getting Frank out from behind the wheel to where he belongs.
We may go to a drivers only broadcast during that time. What do you think?
That might be a good idea. There as we watch now as a number of our racers on their cool down lap. All right, so what we're going to do, Brian, before we take our break, of course, we've got 2 more races before we break for lunch. These are the Cunningham Cup, our big bore cars.
Yeah.
They started off the morning.
Yep.
Essentially finishing up the schedule from yesterday. They're now going to get what was supposed to be their scheduled race today.
Yep.
And then after the Cunningham Cup, the big bore cars, we're going to have the smaller bore cars, the small bore cars over 1.3 liters.
Yep.
Liters, not that's LITRES or ERS, not LEADERS. And they are going to round out the morning's action here at the raceway. And if we take a look at the schedule here, have it up here. The last 2 races in the morning, we're then going to break for lunch. We should be back at right about 1 p.m. this afternoon, and we're going to go through our regular afternoon feature race schedule. But what we're going to do now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more action from Summit Point Raceway, not Virginia International Raceway, from Summit Point Raceway in just a few moments. You're watching the 2025 Jefferson 500. Stay with us.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Kraus provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Kraus can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkraus.net today.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Jefferson 500. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Dominic Mandiel, our director here today. And next up, Brian, is our Marlboro Cup. Did I get this right? No, I'm sorry. The Cunningham Cup. It's right in front of me on the screen. Cunningham Cup, our big bore cars. This is their second race of the day. They're going to be out one more time for their feature race this afternoon, but this is what was originally scheduled for today. Let's run down the starting order on the pole today. Driving the number 4 Datsun 240Z, it's Chris Zappa with Jim Scott in the Scott Swimming Pools Porsche 911, starting on the outside of the front row. Mark Hanchy in his Datsun 280Z, the number 2 machine, didn't make it past the pace lap this morning, Brian.
Yeah.
Hopefully his race a little bit longer today. Actually, he came back out. He finished the race, but he starts third. Clark Ostrom in that beautiful red and white BMW CSL, starting fourth. Ken Fitzgerald in his Lotus Esprit, he finished second overall this morning. He will start fifth, with Alan Friedman in his Porsche 911 RSR starting in sixth position. John Perry in the zip ties and duct tape Porsche 914 six-cylinder machine there. He will start seventh today. Michael Ballo in his 1986 Porsche 911 starts eighth. David Dean in a 1969 Porsche 911 will start ninth today, with Scott Kruger in the ARC Racing Porsche 914 6 starting in 10th position. The 1978 Porsche 911 SC, driven by Bob Lane, will start 11th today, with Nader Fartui in his Porsche 914 6 starting 12th. Jordan Beal in the European Motors Volvo.com Porsche 914 6. That's a Swedish Porsche, right? He will start 13th today, with Tim Cook in his Triumph TR8 starting 14th. Phil Ackley in the Preferred Commercial Assets BMW 323 1977 vintage will start 15th today, with Jim Lenahan in the Vintage Racing Services Porsche 914 6 starting 16th. Gilbert Grable in the GSB Racing Ford Mustang. That's a 1965 Ford Mustang, starting 17th today, with Frederick Boney in his Datsun 260Z, a 1974 vintage, starting 18th. Michael Daly in a 1972 Datsun 240Z will start 19th today, and Roy Crowninshield, also in a 1972 240Z, he'll start 20th. Michael Spraggins in his Porsche 914 will start 21st, with Joseph Foley, if he gets that car back underway, starting 22nd. As green flag is in the air, and you never know by looking at our starter cam. We'll try and get that camera fixed up as the day goes on, as our racers now, Brian, making their way down into turn number 1. And Frank Zappa in that black Datsun 240Z.
Chris Zappa.
Did I say Frank Zappa? Somebody call Moon Unit. I'm sorry. Chris Zappa jumps to the lead ahead of Jim Scott. Clark Ostrom moves into second position. And this morning, Brian, I mean, it was a great fight between not Frank, but Chris Zappa and Clark Ostrom for the overall lead early on. Then with Ken Fitzgerald bringing his car home in third. Ken right now in the white Lotus Esprit. He's running fourth overall, right behind the BMW CSL of Ostrom. And then we've got the green 911. It's a 1972, probably not a 911, a 914. That is John Perry with Phil Ackley behind.
Yeah. Martin Hanchy not out here again this mid-morning race here. So we'll have to see. It looks like there's a lot of cars that didn't make this second race, probably saving it over for the feature later this afternoon. But you're right, Greg. You know, Chris Zappa looked really, really strong with Clark Ostrom earlier on. But now you've got Jim Scott right on the back bumper, about 3 car lengths back behind Chris Zappa when they came out of turn 10. So, again, Zappa able to open that up, and Clark Ostrom, he's a little bit further back, 1.4 seconds back to Jim Scott, Kent Fitzgerald, John Perry, David Dean, Bob Lane, Phil Ackley going by as well. So a good start with for Phil. He started kind of up a little bit further with some of these cars not taking the green flag.
Yeah, but Brian, I'm trying to get a verification on this. It may not be such a great start for Phil, because there's at least one car, heard from Race Control, that they're looking to black flag to bring in, and I think it is the 4-1 of Phil Ackley. So likely here the next time by we'll see him head to the pit lane.
Well, when they came up out of turn 8 before they were getting ready to take the green flag, I saw Phil's hand out the window kind of waving like he thought he may be having a problem because he was a little bit further back, and that's not like Phil. Phil knows because Phil is an instructor out here when we come to our regular driver school in early March. He knows that he needs to get into line. So obviously there is a problem with that machine right now, and so I think that he needs to get that vehicle back into the pit lane so they can get that taken care of to get out here this afternoon.
All right, and I want to apologize as we're getting where the sun is highest in the sky, Brian. Some of our cameras overheating a little bit, so we'll try to continue to bring the action here. And the 4-1 machine of Phil Ackley, I think he's still out there, Brian. Didn't bring the car in. They're showing him the black flag at the starter stand, so hopefully the next time by. Clark Ostrom in the number 72 BMW CSL, I like to call it the candy cane. He is now running in third position, just reset the fast lap of the race, Brian, and he was about 0.4 seconds faster than Chris Zappa, your leader.
Yeah.
He was a half second faster than Jim Scott in the 911 ahead. So it's starting to make up ground, and we saw this not yesterday, but this morning as well, where the where that BMW CSL was a little slow to come up to speed. At least under dry weather conditions this morning, he was on it in the damp weather.
Right.
Both he and Zappa were on it. And there is the 41 BMW, the 323 of Phil Ackley.
Yeah.
And he's still circulating. We'll see if that car then comes in. As he is now showing in 9th. So he has given up a couple of positions from the start as he was 5th at the end of lap number 1. And, yeah, it looks like he's started to make his way over to driver's right. So we'll see. Hopefully he'll be bringing that car in.
Yep, he definitely got it in up here.
And he's on the pit lane now. And he's being followed in. I think that might be no, that's not David Dean. I think that's Jordan Bell in the 17 machine that followed him onto the pit lane.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if Jordan Bell.
Well, he's going back out.
Yeah, I think Jordan Bell thought the black flag was for him. Yeah.
And I think that's, and again, knowing Phil, knowing what he knows, spent a lot of time racing in his life, even though he's 18 years old. And that is a joke, by the way. Everybody knows that, Phil is a good friend of mine, so I can joke on that for him. He is very, very experienced all the way around. So, he knows, again, stay out that extra lap if you're not 100% sure that it is for you, because there were other cars around him. I don't believe they put his number on the board at that point. They just showed him the black flag. So, again, and I think that's the reason why, as you talked about, Greg, the other car came down, the 17 Jordan Beal came down as well. Because they were in close proximity with each other. So
Brian, interesting as I was just watching the black and yellow Capri, Peter Borman in the 93 machine, currently running back in 15th position. I mean, this is stuff that I see at cars. People driving the Cars and Coffee. There he is, last car in the line here. You'll notice that he has a very big appendage on the roof of his car, and it is either a 360-degree action camera, either that, or he's trying to hook up to the power line that we have running over turn 10 to get a little bit of extra juice for. I think it's a 2.8 liter 6-cylinder that's in that German-built. Ford, I guess Mercury Capri.
And I think it is a 360 camera setup because I really think that he is kind of noticed him last year out here with it as well.
Usually you'll see it on the trunk of a car. Now that Capri doesn't have much of a trunk. It's more of a fastback body style there. But yes. Actually, that would be a great car to pull up to a Cars and Coffee with. I mean, it's a beautiful machine here. Now, you can see that shot. It will pick it up right here. well, not so easy to see. You can kind of see it there.
And there's another car out here early, and I think it's in the next group after this that we saw that ran this morning that has the exact same thing. So it's either that or you're right. They're trying to pick up the power as they go up underneath the wire there at turn 10 to,
Exactly, a little bit further. And right behind that, Capri had actually just saw there Michael Daly, I think, just got around. No. Daly got around the Hagopian machine, and Hagopian now has lost 2 positions as Michael Daly's red and black dots at 240Z has gotten around as well. There, as a matter of fact, there's Daly now right behind the Ford Capri, Brian.
I tell you what, if we can, Dominic, and I almost said Spencer, but Dominic, if we can, let's go to the turn 5 camera. If we can, we're going to see Clark Ostrom and Ken Fitzgerald in that Lotus Spirit. Now, Ken Fitzgerald was ahead of Clark Ostrom at the line. Clark Ostrom made a great, phenomenal pass going down into turn 1 and was able to make that stick. I thought maybe you'd see Fitzgerald do the over-under in that Lotus, but not able to do that. So those 2 racers going at it pretty hard right now. And again, it's about a 12-second difference between them and Jim Scott. So those 2 starting to battle, they're going to start to lose a little bit even more gap as now Ostrom starts to open that up. But a pretty good battle, really for the last lap and a half. And what that's doing, that's bringing John Perry right back into it. 'Cause Perry's right on the back of Ostrom.
Fitzgerald. And so that Lotus Esprit, Brian, that is a former Speed World Challenge Lotus Esprit that Ken Fitzgerald raced at the time. I know that he brings that machine out for a number of vintage events and car shows as well, also Lotus gatherings, and just a beautiful, beautiful machine, especially for those of us who love the, that's, I guess, I'll call it the second generation Lotus Esprit, not the one that everybody remembers from the James Bond Spy Who Loved Me movie, but the second more rounded body style, and I believe that is the V8 powered machine versus the original smaller displacement V4 V4 machine.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Greg, we're actually going to see 1 to go here the next time our leaders come around, and I tell you what, it looks like Jim Scott may have gotten around Chris Zappa. So 1 to go for Jim Scott over Chris Zappa as they're going to come up on some of the lap traffic here. So we are working our last lap of this race for their second one of this afternoon, this morning, I should say.
All right, so Zappa now working that very last. He'll be working that last lap, as you said.
Jim Scott's actually gotten around Zappa. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So Jim Scott in the white Porsche 911, your new leader is. They come through turn 3. Thank you, Dominic. You're doing better than I am at this. As they come through, and I don't think they're going to get to that traffic ahead of them. Brian, now Zappa takes a look to the inside. And interesting there, Brian, is Zappa brought the car back over to the center of the track, maybe scrubbing off some additional speed. He might have been right underneath the ducktail spoiler at the back of that Porsche if he hadn't made that really drastic move back to the center of the track, as they're now coming up on the Ford Capri that we were just watching a little while ago of Peter Borman. And looks like one of the, I think the dots is just ahead, having some problems. Yeah, that was the, I think the 22 of Crowningfield that just went on to the pit lane as the checkered flag now in the air. And thank you, cameraman there. Again, we think that cameraman is overheated again. But Jim Scott, your winner in today's second Cunningham Cup Big Bore race of the day. Chris Zappa will finish second. Zappa takes the win in the CPV class over Clark Ostrom. That BMW, by the way, of Ostrom, Brian, that is a numbers matching CSL machine, and was made a clone of the original UFO car. And Clark Ostrom's tried to keep everything as close to original as he could on that chassis. Beautiful, beautiful car. Yeah. Ken Fitzgerald will take the win in BPH. He finishes 4th overall. Then we've got John Perry. Perry will finish 5th in his green 914 6-cylinder. David Dean in his 1969 911 will finish in 6th, followed by Bob Lane in his 911 SC. Nader Fartui in the silver 914 6 will finish 8th. Frederick Boney will finish 9th, runs his fastest lap of the race in his Datsun 260Z here on the last lap. And Tim Cook in his TR8 will round out the top 10. And hey, look, our starter's moving again.
Yeah.
Brian, and also talk about moving is our schedule, as our remaining racers now come across the line. I say, just as I say that, we freeze up again. But we've got one more race before we break for lunch, and this is going to be group number 3. This is going to be the Marlboro Cup. This is for small bore over 1.3 liter. We saw them once this morning. This is going to be their second race of the day. And so stay with us, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. And I want to personally thank our sponsors, Brian, that are helping bring the coverage of this weekend's races to you here from Summit Point Raceway. We've got myraces.live. We've got Peter Krause and Associates, as well as Willing and Able Racing. Thank you to all of them for all that they do to help make this broadcast possible. I want to thank everybody also in the chat here this weekend. Got some of y'all here at the track watching the action, so thank you as well. As Brian, now we've got heading on track. This is Group 3, our small bore over 1.3 liter Marlboro Cup for their final race of the morning. Of course, they were our second race this morning as well, and we're going to see them again a little bit later today after lunch at 2:20 p.m. Let's run down the starting order. In the Moosehead Ventures VFR Racing Triumph TR4, your pole sitter today, looking to run the table today, David Gott, Henry Fry, and the BDI Vintage Triumph Racing TR250 will start second. Bates McLean and his Mazda Miata, 1990 Mazda Miata, gosh, one of the newest cars in the field at 35 years old, is starting third. Lenny Stan in his Performance Auto Works Porsche 911, 1970 Porsche 911, starting in fourth. Starting fifth in his 1972 Porsche 911 ST, David Bearden. Then we got Mark Wheatley in a Triumph TR4. He starts sixth. Jeff Baer in a 1967 MGB will start seventh on the field today, with Andrew Moore in the former Glory Racing 1965 MGB Roadster starting in eighth. Starting ninth, Stuart Grimshaw in his 1966 MGB Roadster. He starts ninth with David Bain in the Sky Dusky Motorsports 1990 Mazda Miata. He will start in 10th with T.W. Heron in the RP Performance 1991 Mazda Miata, starting 12th. Starting 11th, Zach Lane in the Left Lane Vintage Motorsport 1966 MGB, starting 12th, with Stephen LeBrun in the DSL Racing Porsche 911 ST 1966 Vintage, starting 13th. Joe Mills in the M&P Specialty Automotive 1990 Mazda Miata, starting 14th, with Michael Lawton. And I do not have the in-car camera from Michael Lawton, it appears. Oh, that's a shame. Starting 15th, Greg Seifert in the Jag-Off Racing 1993 Mazda Miata. Again, I don't write them, I only read them. He starts 16th today with Kevin Delaird in his Mazda Miata, starting 17th. Justin D'Antonio in a 1990 Mazda Miata. He will start 18th with Mike Moore in his 1962 Triumph TR4, starting 19th. Kristen Poole and Brian Kristen Poole is the Director of Marketing and Communications for the Sports Car Club of America. She will round out the top 20 as the pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to pole sitter David Gott, as our starter will look over the field, and hopefully our starter is awake and alive, and I think he is. There you go, green flag. It's in the air as we've got our field led by that yellow number 29 TR250 of Henry Fry getting around, or probably of David Gott getting around Henry Fry's TR250 as they come down into turn number one, sliding into second place. However, Lenny Stan in the white with the blue stripe, number 894 Porsche 911. Bates McLean, again, Brian, does not get a great start here, as he's going to drop back a number of positions, as he's got, I think, Andrew Moore, as well as Mark Wheatley, as well as David Bearden, all getting by him there on the start.
Yeah, well, it takes a couple turns to get that rubber band wound up on that Bates McLean machine. But I tell you what, Henry Fry got out to a great start once again, as he did it this morning. Lenny Stan right there on the back bumper. It is going to be David Gott, who is kind of the odd man out there, moved back into third position. Remember, this morning, Gott and Fry went at it towards the end, but it ended up being Fry and Lenny Stan who picked up the win here in this. And again, we talked about it, Bates McLean not getting the start that he wanted to with that Miata. It looks like he's dropped all the way back now. Move him back currently in the sixth position as our leaders now start to come through to finish lap number one here. It is still going to be Henry Fry and then Lenny Stan. That's going to be 1-2 Good battle for third going on right now as they cross the start-finish line. Move Andrew Moore up. Andrew Moore is sneaking in through there, Greg, picking up at least 2 positions on the opening lap here. Then you've got Mark Wheatley in the 86. David Gott going to move all the way back to 5th. David Bearden in 6th, and then Bates McLean all the way back to 7th.
Yeah, so once again, McLean not getting a good jump on the field and going backwards in, well, it's not the newest car in the field because I think we have a 1991. We've got a couple 91 Miatas in the field, so they are only now 34 years old here. But, I mean, once again, great fight here at the front of the field with Fry and with Stan. And going into the day, Fry's fastest lap time of 1:33.20. Obviously, with the opening lap, Brian being much slower going down into turn 1. Nowhere near that yet, but great to see that jump there from the 250.
Yeah, you can see the group coming through now. And Dominic, let's hold this camera here for a little bit longer than we normally do because I want to drop back a little bit, Greg. Pick up the 173 there in that Mazda Miata with T.W. Herron and Stuart Grimshaw along with Michael Lawton. We saw them going at it pretty much the first half of the race earlier on. That's the battle right here in your picture. That is actually David Bain, then T.W. Herron, and then Stuart Grimshaw coming through. Those guys continue to battle the entire time. So,
and sounds like had some issues. They're reporting is the 127. I think it was actually a 227.
Yeah, because he's
of Jeff Baer.
Yeah, because he's dropping.
Yeah, had an issue down at turn 5. Might have had a little bit of contact with another car, but Jeff Baer now has lost somewhere. Well, he's still dropping through the field. He has managed to continue, but there he is. Well, that's the 72 machine. That's a different car. That's Leon Silva. I think Leon Silva and Jeff Baer might have had a bit of contact, and they've both now dropped through the field. Baer, who was in 8th position to begin the previous lap, just now finishes lap 1 and drops all the way down to 36th.
Yeah.
As we watch the nice little fight here, and again, this is right towards the front of the field here between, we've got, this is, I believe, the green and yellow TR4 of David Gott with the white Porsche David Bearden and the Bates McLean machine there as well. McLean not there yet.
Yeah, that's actually Andrew Moore, Mark Wheatley, and David Gott.
Gotcha. So that is the battle for third right now.
Yeah.
Between in the MGB, the TR4, and then also the second TR4.
Yep. Then a little bit further back is where we were talking about beforehand. Here comes the battle there with the T.W. Herron and then David Bain in that 774. Again, Miata versus Miata. Wow, I never heard that before. Here, along with Stuart Grimshaw in that MG, in that Roadster, really starting to pick it apart. Then Craig Seifert, Richard Chamble there, and along with Brian Cotter. So, again, a huge group going down into turn 1.
All right, let's see if we could shift a little bit further back in the field. And I want to get the color SB because we've got the MGB Roadster. This is going to be, Brian, if we could pick out Stuart Grimshaw's number 9 MGB Roadster. We've got one of the many red Miatas of Craig Seifert, and then Richard Schnabel's Datsun 2000 as well. And I want to move away from just for a few moments.
Yeah, so they're going to be coming into your picture right about now. They're going to be right back in here momentarily. There goes the 173. There's Grimshaw right there in the blue and the white number 9.
Right, and then there's the red and the white with the red trunklet. That is the Datsun 2000. Beautiful machine. Schnabel, gosh, almost had it on the door handles. There's so much body roll in that.
Yeah.
That Datsun is. He now has 3/4 of our red Miata field right behind him. Brian Cotter, Justin D'Antonio, and Joe Mills.
Yeah.
It's like they. Oh, did I say 3/4? It's like at least 2/3.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There's another one because then you've got
two more right behind
You've got Kevin Allard. He's in the green 78 Miata, and then Tom Levy in another red Miata. It reminds me, Brian, when we first started seeing Spec Miata race here in SCCA road racing in the early 2000s, around I think 2002, 2003. More or less every single one was a red one with a white top.
Well, I tell you what, Richard Shabel, he's probably going to, eventually when they do catch up to him, he's going to feel like he's under a huge attack, right, with Mazdas, because the next 5 cars behind him are Mazda Miatas.
Yeah, exactly. And so there we see going side by side Brian Cotter and Joe Mills back behind coming into turn 3. And I think we just saw Joe Mills get around Brian Cotter as they all are using the much bigger brakes to their advantage, closing up to Schnabel as they come into the threshold braking zone at turn number 5. That is where, though, once they get through there, that's where that little Datsun starts to pick up some steam.
Yep. And I believe Schnabel had some challenges earlier on this morning in that 46. I think came off maybe a lap or two ahead of time for this race. So now good to see that car looks like it's really up to full song right now as they come out of turn 10. Again, he's going to lead that group coming down there. But Brian Cotter, Joe Mills, they're not going away. And then you've got to go back a little bit further to the 338, Justin D'Antonio. I'm shocked that they're not really trying to get and move where they're using themselves of the draft with these Miatas. It goes back to what we were talking about in the Club Ford race. We were talking about with Denny yesterday. They're aero dependent as well. You really got to have a partner in order to move forward, basically in any type of race. And we've got the number 3 car really, really slow, heading down up into turn 3. Who's really going to back up that group, and that's actually Lynn Grimshaw in that number 3 machine. So again, that's going to back up some of that battle that we were just talking about with those 5 Miatas, Greg.
As they all, and we saw this yesterday, a little bit off, or this morning actually, a little bit off the pace. The light blue MGB, I think that's the 127 car of Bob Schaefer.
No, that's the 3. The Lynn Grimshaw. That's what I was just talking about.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
So coming up there. So she kind of got in there, and the Miatas had to really spread away to come through. So that's really going to open up that gap where they were closing in a little bit. Here comes that battle with, I believe that is maybe your husband in there, Stuart Grimshaw, maybe in that 9 machine there, trying to catch that 173 and of T.W. Heron. They've been at it all morning long.
Yeah. Also, and we're getting word now that our leader is going to get the white flag or be told that there's one lap to go next time by. Wanted to pick up also, he's sitting back in 30th position, the yellow first-gen Mazda RX-7. That is Thomas Hunt in a nice little fight with Paul Molnar, the blue Miata just ahead. And I was talking to Tom's father last night during the Iraka cover races, Brian, and he says the car is on, and there he is coming out of turn 10 as he's holding on. He's gotten around Paul Molnar. That the RX-7 is handling very well right now, but definitely down on power. They're looking to get that 12A rotary engine rebuilt probably in the little later in the summer here. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. And again, they're going to be getting a signal here that they've got 1 lap to go. Here, 2 miles, 10 turns. It is Lenny Stan with Henry Fry. Stan in the white Porsche, Fry in the yellow TR250 Triumph. And Fry takes a look to the inside. At least that was his thought when they came to the start-finish line, Brian. But that little Triumph just doesn't have the oomph all the way down the front straight that the Porsche does.
Yeah, it just doesn't. You're right. Just doesn't have it to get all the way down there. But I tell you what, Henry Fry's going to give it a go, especially when we get to the backside. I don't believe they're going to come up on any major.
It's going to be stronger, certainly.
Yeah, definitely going to be stronger down there. But I don't believe they're going to come up on any of the lap traffic. So going to have a pretty good clean track.
Yeah, we got a couple cars that just came around turn 5 as they were coming through the chute. But I think they're going to have clear track ahead of them. I was going to mention, so Fry, and he had a great run coming out of turn 10, Brian, and he was right up to the back of the Porsche going across the start-finish line to start the last lap. The problem is, as soon as he popped the car out, it just hit that wall of air.
Yeah.
Any drive that he had just seemed to dissipate. And, obviously the car runs a lot better in the draft behind the Porsche than it does out in clean air. And so Lenny Stan, he's going to lead Henry Fry through the final corner and onto the front straight as they come out from behind our ticker there. And taking the win in race number 2 today, it is Lenny Stan. He wins the CPV class. Henry Fry in the DPV class will finish second overall. David Gott will finish in third.
Yeah, here's another battle coming up here. We're going to try to pick up. Here comes the Grimshaw machine there. It's a little bit further back that I wanted to see through there. These guys are going to settle themselves out a little bit further back. That's where we had all the Mazda Miatas in there, Greg.
Oh, and Brian getting very loose. One of our Miatas, and he's going to head to the gravel trap and take a wild ride. But let's watch that race because we're watching for red Miatas and a Datsun 2000 Roadster.
Well, that was David Bain that's out in the gravel there. What I was going to try to pick up there was Kristen Poole.
Okay.
She got involved in that whole Miata race a little bit further back with all of the red Miatas, and she was able to make her way all the way up into 16th.
Yeah, after starting 20th.
Well, she was sitting 21st going into the last 2 laps.
Oh, wow.
And picked all the way up. That car came into its own.
All right, and now coming across the line, Brian, and taking the checkered flag, and we watch the longest, most painful last, 2,000 feet in racing. David Bain, who started off this race third, comes home in 26th position. All right, so let's run down here. So Stan and Fry, David Gott, that's your top 3. Fry and Gott in the DPV class. Andrew Moore in his MGB Roadster will finish 4th overall. He takes the win in EPV over Mark Wheatley, and margin of victory at the line there, Brian, for the battle for the win in EPV, only a quarter of a second. David Bearden will finish 6th overall, and he will finish second in CPV in his Porsche 911, with Bates McLean now in his Mazda Miata finishing 7th. Zach Lane finishing in 8th. Zach in his 1966 MGB. Michael Lawton in his EPV Alfa Romeo Spider will finish 9th, and Stuart Grimshaw will round out the top 10. So, Brian, that is going to wrap things up for us here today.
Well, for this morning,
absolutely. Here, and we're going to be taking a break for lunch. It's about an hour long. We will have cars back on course, scheduled at 1 p.m. this afternoon. So make sure to stay with us, everybody. And we'll be back here in just a little bit. You are watching the 2025 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnable.com. WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500. And want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And we also have with us Dominic Mandiel. He's with us as well. And as we get ready to get underway, we've got our first feature race of the day, and that is going to be the Wyer Cup. That's for our IMSA RS cars, as well as the 2.5-liter TransAM reunion. And Brian joining us once again in the booth, and he's going to be with us here for the duration of this race. It's Jim Karamanis. Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. So, as we now have that beautiful MGA, which I guarantee you is not an IMSA RS or TransAM 2.5 car, sitting at the top of the pit lane, ready to pace the field for the afternoon race, let me run down the starting order, and we'll have a little conversation as we've got a little bit longer race here this afternoon than the race this morning for this group. Starting on pole today in the Bauckham Motorsports Fiat 124 Coupe, we've got John Bauckham with Steve Byrne in his 1970 Datsun 510 starting on the outside of the front row. Then we got Matt Sturgeon in the straight A Performance Volkswagen Scirocco. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2, right alongside Mike Kelly in the European Imports and Maintenance 1986 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Stephen LeBrun in his DSL Racing Mark I Ford Escort will start 5th, with Josh Brown in the FCP Euro Volkswagen GTI starting in 6th. AJ Ferragonio in the C&G Performance BMW 2002 TII will start 7th, with Bob Ball also in a TII will start 8th. Vince Vaccaro in the Captain Lawrence Brewing Alfa Romeo GTV 1972 edition will start 9th, with David LeBrun starting now in 10th. Then, as we reach out, we're going to see Rich Hall. Rich is driving a BMW 2002. He's going to start 11th, with Gary Reed starting in 12th. Then Norman Latolipe in his Yenko Chevy Corvair. He will start 13th on the field. Lucky 13th. Don Wanigat in the Pennsylvania Soil and Rock Alfa Romeo GTV will start 14th. Wichud Sarabon in his Mazda RX-3 starts 15th on the field today, with Steven Shiposh in the Castle Rock Construction Volkswagen Rabbit starting 16th. Starting 17th in a BMW 2002, it's Colby Schindel with Brian Walsh in the Decal Shop Racer Walsh Ford Pinto starting 18th. Benny Bish in the Bayside Appraisals BMW 2002. He will start 19th on the field today, with Peter Bauer in his Slip Angle Datsun 510 starting 20th. Margot Ote in her 1975 BMW 2002 will start 21st, with Lee Poseidon in the Pennsylvania Soil and Rock Alfa Romeo GTV starting in 22nd position. Robert Abitsky in the Biscuit Racing BMW 2002 will start 23rd. Chris Kazi in his Racer Walsh Ford Pinto will start 24th, with Robert Brady in an Alfa Romeo GTV starting 25th. Nick Lane in the Left Lane Motorsport Volkswagen Rabbit GTI starting 26th. Tim Cashman in the Raspy British Cars BMW 2002 starts 27th on the field today. Joe Lyles in the Autobarn ClassicCars.com BMW 2002 starts 28th. Starting 29th on the field in the SRDC BMW 2002 TII, John Wood, that's a 1972 edition, while the Keepsake Farm 1970 BMW 2002 of Raymond Junkins will start 30th. All right, Brian, so and Jim, big field here once again today for our second race of the afternoon in this very important feature race. So, Jim, why don't you tell us a little bit what separates this from all other races for this group here today?
Yeah, this is the feature race of the weekend, and this is the biggest race of the entire year for the IMSA RS TransAM 2.5 Reunion Race Series. So you'll notice this morning, probably half of the guys weren't out there because they were saving their cars and tires. Maybe some of them were, sleeping in because they had a good night last night. But everyone is in the field today. And there are some cars that were having some issues. Chris Cozy in that Pinto received a delivery this morning from Bruce Shelton. a Holley carburetor. So I am optimistic that we may see a little more performance out of him.
Well, we hope so, because you never know with Bruce, right? Bruce may have just pulled one out of the back cupboard.
Well, this is true.
I'm kidding.
Which one did Bruce bring out?
That's the whole point. He's probably got 800 of them. And we are green flag right here racing. I tell you what, you're going to sit here, John Bauckham, wow, my whole thing. Steve Byrne. Wow, lost train of thought there with Steve. Bauckham, Byrne. Wow, I'm going to get it right here in a minute, guys. I'll tell you.
Come on, Mushmouth.
I tell you. Well, what a lunch that was. They're going to go down side by side down into turn 1. And as they get through turn 2 and come on out, it's going to be Steve Byrne. He's going to be your overall leader right now with John Bauckham second. Matt Sturgeon's going to be sitting in third, and then a little bit further back to that 86 of Mike Kelly.
Yeah, so for the second race in a row, Steve Byrne jumping out to an early start in that white Datsun 510. Sturgeon in the orange Scirocco. I saw he and the whole family in Shea Summit during lunch. So apparently he didn't have a lot to eat because he's maybe found a little bit of speed here this morning right on the back of the Bauckham Fiat.
Well, remember, he didn't get to go out this morning because
right.
he's the one who broke down right down there in turn 7. So, which caused another lap.
Maybe he had some of the 100-mile-per-hour chili.
That could so if we see him shooting flames out the back of that, and I think that Scirocco is I think that's a 1.6 liter. Actually, it's an 81, so yeah, it's probably a 1.6 liter model there. Yeah, if you see flames shooting out the back, you'll know it's the chili from Shea Summit. As Mike Kelly, for the first time, has actually worked his way clear of some of the other Volkswagens, as he's in pretty good shape here.
Oh, here comes John Bauckham. John, going around Steve into turn 1. I think we're going to see these two do this lap after lap.
Well, we'll see, because John Bauckham's sitting in there. We'll see if maybe we get the over-under, and I don't believe the over-under will come from Steve Byrne. It may come from that 79 machine, who I don't believe the transponder is picking up for Matt Sturgeon, because Matt Sturgeon is out there in third, right there, right behind, as he's going to go 2 wheels off right there in turn number 3. So Matt Sturgeon, again, don't believe the transponder is working right now, so they're probably going to have to score him manually, but he definitely is up there and making his presence known between that Byrne and Bauckham machine.
That's assuming you didn't leave the transponder in the gravel trap, Brian.
Well,
that was pretty good. You called that almost before it happened.
Exactly. It's like I knew what was going to happen.
That's right. But they are starting to work their way around away from the field here. And again, we apologize for the stuttering cameras. They're not dealing so well with the sun and the heat here at Summit Point, because it's never sunny like this at Summit.
Well, you can get 4 seasons in 1 weekend.
That's absolutely.
We almost did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That's more so than at Road America. All right, so there in the white Escort, that is Stephen LeBron. He's got Bob Ball in his 2002 directly behind. And heck, we're even having trouble with some of our other equipment right now. There, as he is now working his way, trying to hold off both Josh Brown and Bob Ball. Brown in the Volkswagen GTI, the red and white GTI, directly behind. And we are hoping to have some in-car camera again from Josh. Unfortunately, not working out here for us this afternoon. But right behind Josh, we got the BMW 2002 of Bob Ball, AJ Ferragonio's 2002. Ferragonio, I'm sure, hoping to keep that car on track. He had that wild ride through turn 10 to finish out the race this morning. If we can keep Dom on this second group here as they're coming through turn 5 right now, there's that quartet led by the Ford Escort, the Mark I Escort there of Steve LeBron. Beautiful machine, not sold here in the United States. Import from the UK, and obviously the Mark I Escort's very big for rallying in the 70s, and great road racing machines as well, as he's doing a pretty good job of holding off Brown, Ball, and Ferragonio.
Well, Bauckham's pulling a little bit of a lead on Steve Byrne.
Well, I was just going to – you're right, Jim. I was going to mention that. But remember, we're going a little bit longer here. It could be Byrne trying to take care of that. Because remember, he went out only for a couple of laps this morning and then came in.
That's right.
Balcom didn't go out at all. So you're right. Depending on the tires and depending on what they – really what the situation is, whether or not somebody put on a fresher set.
Well, they're running different kinds of tires, too.
Yep.
Steve,
and we got one car. We got one car over there at a turn number 2 coming up really
That's Sean.
slow.
That's Balcom?
No, that's not. I don't believe that is the Balcom machine. We'll have to see.
I
don't believe that it is.
No, I don't think that
That
one
was a little
is.
bit further back.
Now, is that the 2002 of Margot Ote, possibly? Doesn't look like it. It looks a little too wide to be a 2002. Let me see if I can get the numbers on that car, Brian.
Can't see it on the. It's kind of facing us.
It's
so it's kind of,
you know what? That is.
Oh, that may be John Balcom.
That is John Balcom. That is absolutely
like
a
a
Fiat 124 front end.
Yeah.
So John Balcom now with issues and problems. That was our leader, and Brian ran the fastest lap before that happened. So that will move Steve Byrne into the lead in the Datsun 510, and he now has the Volkswagen Scirocco directly behind.
Yeah, I tell you what, Steve Byrne going to pick up this lead right now, along with, and again, the Matt Sturgeon, that transponder isn't working correctly, so. But he is definitely in second, and then you got to go a little bit further back to Mike Kelly, and then that battle that you were talking about, Greg, between Stephen LeBrun, Josh Brown, Robert Ball, and now throw in A.J. Ferragonio as they head down into turn 1. You can see there is Ball. Ball's going to go a little bit wide in turn 1.
Ferragonio almost snuck right underneath him into 1. But, of course, wouldn't want to make that pass, Brian, because we do have the local caution is now at turn 2, not at turn 1. So we could still make the passes going into turn 1. I forgot that we've got that station manned. A lot of organizations don't have the turn 2 flag stand manned, and so oftentimes will find a caution going into turn 1, but not today, as Ferragonio again takes a look to the inside underneath Bob Ball, that time going into turn 5, and Ball was able to hold him off. Now, as Ferragonio tries to make a move around the outside, Brian, and as they come out of turn 6, again, cannot get that done. He's going to slide in right back behind Bob Ball.
Tell you what, though, Ferragonio is really getting a good run through the carousel and up out of turn number 8. That's actually enabling him to get closer to Ball. It's when they come out of turn 10 a little bit, he loses a little bit of that momentum. Now he's going to pick it up here, coming out of turn number 10 and heading down. He's going to get right to the right rear quarter now, up to the door of Bob Ball. So we'll see whether or not he's going to make that pass, but we'll see again on the flip side of that, Jim, whether or not Ball is going to be able to do that because he's getting through turn 1.
Bob's just trying to go underneath him. Obviously, AJ's got a little bit more horsepower, and Bob is trying to just outdrive him in the corners. Not quite enough oomph to get AJ on the straight. If you go back in the field, it looks like that new carburetor from Bruce Shelton is helping Chris Cozy out because he's past Lee Poseidon and his buddy Brian Walsh of Racer Walsh, so he's moving his way up.
Yeah,
and there you go, A.J. Ferragonio, as we watch him come through turn 5, Ferragonio gets around Bob Ball. So now move Ferragonio up at the 5th, drop Ball to 6th in that group.
Yeah, it looks like that little battle is allowing David LeBrun to start to catch up to Bob Ball a little bit.
Yeah, kind of going to have to, again, Stephen LeBrun, though, really doing his best to hold that entire group off. They've been kind of right there. Now it looks like here comes Josh Brown going to try to make that run, but not going to be able to do that because Stephen LeBrun's going to have that horsepower coming by the start-finish line heading down into turn 1. We'll see if he's going to be able to hold off that group as Ball moves back another spot. And Ball tries to do that that double move there too. I noticed that he did it earlier today where he tries to make the left, then come back to the right.
Yeah.
And that, unfortunately, I think in this kind of situation, does hurt you a little bit.
Well, I think it is allowing LeBrun to get back in the picture.
Yes. Yeah, it's allowing David to come up and get into that battle as well. Some other good battles going on a little bit further back, heading down into turn one. And again, these cars starting to use some of the draft. One car getting on the brakes really, really early. Didn't want to use that line heading down into turn number one, and he ended up getting back out of it. I believe that would have been that may have been the 80. Was that the 83 or the 183 there of Matthew Brady? Had a good run there with Tim Cashman, and just didn't like the line that Cashman was on, and just decided to get out of it and kind of sit in there and jump in behind him.
Matthew is a rookie. I believe this is his second race, so he's doing the right thing given his experience.
Yeah. Yeah, he was all the way over driver's right and figured, wow, that's not the line, so let me move back over.
Yeah, it was a good move. He went through our driver's school this weekend and did a great job. Looks like AJ's making a move into turn one.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of action going on down there. Again, you got Stephen LeBron. He's going to end up trying to stay there. But, at Jim, just as you were talking about with the Ball and the Ferragonio and the Josh Brown really battling a little bit, that brought David LeBron back in there. So now you've got, instead of just 3 cars there, now you've got 5 cars in that battle, going to come up on some lap traffic as they head up the hill over in turn number 3. You're going to go side by side with Ball and David LeBron. But I tell you what, we're going to have a car in between them, moved over to driver's right. That allowed Ball to move ahead of David LeBron, but they were side by side.
Yeah, Bob used Joe Teplitz's 510 as a pick. It was well executed.
Yeah, it was. They were not going to make it out of there if somebody didn't give way. And you're right. I think that that backmarker car there just gave it up a little bit. But I think we've got Vince Vaccaro in the 199 maybe coming up on the back of this group as well, gaining just a little bit.
Well, in Vinny's car, if you want to see a pretty paint job that looks like a show car, go visit Vinny in the paddock. Steve's starting to gap them a little bit.
Right, yeah. Now, he's been doing that coming out of turn 10, really getting the run out of turn 10, but where they catch him is that Steven ends up getting on the brakes a little bit sooner in that right around the 400-foot mark, and that's where everything compresses and they start to gain on him. Now, this time there, he went a little bit deeper. When I was looking out the window here and looking down at the camera, you can see where the brake lights came on, and he got a little deeper, and he's continued to open that up over Josh Brown in that 85 machine.
Yeah, those 5 cars are really running close together. It will be interesting to see if David LeBrun can get around Bob Ball before the end of this race.
Been putting a lot of pressure on him, and again, when Ball used that pick, that actually had David going back just a little bit further, and so now he's got to work his way to get back up there. I will tell you that we do have a new leader, and that is Matt Sturgeon in that 79, was able to get around Steve Byrne the last time by. So again, new leader there with Matt Sturgeon. Again, not showing up on timing and scoring. I think that is more of another transponder.
Well, we are showing him down in 24th position, Brian. So he's there. Just.
So in the decade that we've had this particular race at the Jefferson 500, we've never had a front-wheel drive car win this race.
No, this would be the very first time.
No.
This would be the first time.
Well, we'll see here as Sturgeon doesn't have much longer to hold off the field as our starters are there, surveying the pavement. looking for groundhogs. Although, Brian and I saw perhaps the best race of the weekend. No offense to the drivers here from VRG, but a 3 groundhog race running through the infield here, right behind the tower yesterday, and it was a dead heat until then they all dove for the one hole that they had dug previously. All right, but never mind that. But I digress. We're watching right now, great battle, Vince Vaccaro and Norman Latalupe. Vaccaro in the 199 red and black Alfa Romeo, Latalupe in that beautiful white and blue Yanko Stinger. As we move back a little bit further in the field,
that's further up, a little bit further back.
I say further back. I mean further up. That is again the Escort of LeBrun. We've got the Rabbit of Josh Brown, and then it looks like Bob Ball has gotten back around AJ Ferragonio to retake fifth position.
Yeah. Tell you what, let's keep an eye on David LeBrun because, Jim, you and I were talking about him, and I think he's gotten around both Bob Ball and AJ Ferragonio. He's going to be the 4th car in line right there, I believe, at white 67. So David LeBrun is going to get ahead of those two. So you're going to move David up, really up to 5th overall here in a moment as they come back by.
Yeah, and as they come out of turn 10 now, with and LeBrun, he's got a big head of steam on him in that beautiful car, the 14 machine now. AJ Ferragonio dropping a little bit further back, but great run from that white 67 Alpha.
David just gapped both of them, and he's going after the VW and his brother in the Escort.
Well, we did have one of the slower cars kind of got in between there when they came out of 10.
David takes it. David takes another position in turn 2.
So we'll be able to pick that up here. Coming up on the screen, it's like Jim knew what was going on. So there it is.
There it is.
He picked up the pass there. But I tell you what, when they came out of turn 10, you had turnaround and you had Bob Ball and AJ Ferragonio. They kind of went and split the 332 there, and AJ had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
Basically had to get back in behind Bob Ball, or it would have taken all 3 of them out. So a really good move right there.
Well, David's trying to get around his brother now. Look at that. They're going at it in the carousel.
Yeah, and Brian, we've got a car off.
Oh, it's Steve Byrne.
I was going to say, I think that's the Byrne Datsun 510 off, and the understanding is that he may have impacted the wall over there.
Pretty hard
out.
The call's
and so we are going to a black flag all. Going to have all of our racers come down the pit lane.
Well, actually, they're sending him right back to the paddock. So
yeah, that's it. That's it.
So I'm shocked that we didn't do the checker and the black flag at the same time.
Well, looking at the timing and scoring here, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to score Sturgeon. Mike Kelly may have just inherited the lead through all of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm showing Mike Kelly there as the lead car against Sturgeon in the Volkswagen Scirocco.
Well, I think Sturgeon was being scored by manual rather than that because it hasn't worked and picked up and then went out. Yeah. Sturgeon did come out and cross the line, but as the black flag all came out and these drivers here, they sent them right back to the paddock. So that is the end of the race.
Right, and we had almost 20 minutes elapsed in the race at the time that this happened.
Yeah, so we still got 9 minutes technically left, but they're probably going to have some tire wall repair over there. It's just outside the screen, which that's fine. So
yeah, indeed, as we do have some emergency services vehicles responding. So let's go, Brian, and we'll take a look as things as we know it. Again, we believe that the Sturgeon car works his way. Well, it doesn't work his way up to the lead. He was in the lead, and takes the win in his Volkswagen Scirocco. Mike Kelly will finish second in his Volkswagen GTI. Stephen LeBrun in the Ford Escort will finish third, with David LeBrun in his Alpha finishing in fourth. Josh Brown, his Volkswagen Golf GTI, will finish finish fifth, with AJ Ferragonio in his BMW 2002 TII finishing sixth. Bob Ball in a 2002 will finish in seventh. Steve Byrne in the number 3 Datsun 510. He will finish in 8th position, with Vince Vaccaro finishing 9th, Norman Latalupe finishing in 9th, and Wichun Sarabon rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, just going to say, we did get a thumbs up from the driver. So
Good.
Steve Byrne is okay down in there, so they'll be working him out of that car, and then they'll start doing it. We've got some other cars. We're going to go pick up the 186 there of John Balcom. So, our two early leaders in this race who we thought would be the ultimate going after that, Jim, just unfortunately had bad incidents in this race and just weren't able to get.
This is why they run the race.
That is correct.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to run down and make sure that we have a wall set up, and I appreciate you guys having me.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much once again to Jim Karamanis, our race director here for the Vintage Racer Group, and our wonderful host. So, Brian, let's take a quick break here as we know that a couple cars to pick up and maybe some tire wall repair. As soon as we get an estimated restart time, we'll put that on the screen for you. But you are watching the 2025 edition of the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
we go before we have to get another car off.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Dominic Mandil sitting right over our shoulders, pushing all the buttons, giving you all the great views least the ones that haven't frozen up, of today's and this weekend's events. Before we get back underway here, just quickly to look at the remaining schedule as we are now in the midst of our afternoon races here on Saturday. Next up is Big Bore, and you can see we've got a lot of racing left on the schedule. A very long day here from Summit Point as we're getting ready to send out our Big Bore group here. Just a moment. You see lights are on the pace car. It's about ready to go. And so let's run down the starting order. We had 30 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you probably the top 20 or so. Starting on pole today in the Scott Swimming Pools Incorporated 1973 Porsche 911, it's Jim Scott. Chris Zappa in his 1972 Datsun 240Z will start on the outside of the front row with Clark Ostrom's BMW 3.3-liter CSL starting in third. John Perry in the zip ties and duct tape Porsche 914-6 will start fourth with Martin Hanchey in his 1974 Datsun 280Z starting fifth. Starting sixth today, and he's had two great runs here this weekend, Brian. In the 1991 Lotus Esprit X180R, it's Ken Fitzgerald with Frank Buoni in his 1974 Datsun 260Z starting on the inside of row number 4. Starting eighth, Alan Friedman and his 1973 Porsche 911 RSR. Bob Lane in his 1978 911 SC will start ninth with Nader Fartui rounding out the top 10. He's in a 1972 Porsche 914-6. Then we got Jordan Beal. Jordan's driving the European Motors Volvo.com Porsche 914-6. It's a Swedish Porsche, Brian. And then we got Michael Ballo, who is also at a Porsche 911, starting in 12th position. That's a 1986 vintage. Then we've got David Dean in a 1969 Porsche 911, starting 13th. And on the outside of row number 7, Scott Kruger in the ARC Racing Porsche 914-6. George Wright is in a Datsun 240Z. He'll start 15th today with Tim Cook in the 1980 Triumph TR8 starting 16th. Phil Ackley hopefully got whatever ailed his car early on in this morning's races back together. He's in the Preferred Commercial Assets BMW 323. He starts 17th with Mike Kincaid in his 1965 Ford Mustang, scheduled to start 18th. Then we got Jim Lenahan. He's going to start 19th today. He's in the Vintage Racing Services Porsche 914-6 with Michael Daly starting 20th. He's in the 1972 Datsun 240Z. Gary Hagopian is in the 1963 Jaguar E-Type Coupe. He starts 21st with Gilbert Grable in the GSB Racing Ford Mustang starting 22nd. Rory Crowninshield in his Datsun 240Z starts 23rd with Peter Borman starting 24th. Peter's driving a 1973 Ford Capri. Then we got Michael Spraggins in the 1970 Porsche 914. He starts 25th. Derek Swieger in the air-cooled racing 1971 Porsche 911T starting in 26th position, starting 27th. And he had some mechanical issues earlier today. We'll see if he makes the race here in the 1969 Mobile Auto Repair Service Chevy Corvette Joe Folia with Jim Courtney in the 1974 Porsche RSR starting 28th. Philip Langenberg in his 1973 Porsche 914 starting 29th. And is scheduled to round out the field driving the number 46 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. It's Brian Cantil. And Brian, that wraps up our entire 30-car field. And the field looking very strung out as the pace car heads to the pit lane and the field comes underneath the Toyota bridge.
Yeah, both the two races that this group's gone through, we've had two different winners. So you had Chris Zappa winning yesterday in race 1, and you had Jim Scott
this morning. Exactly. So they're starting from the front row. Scott in the white Porsche. He is your pole sitter. Zappa to the outside in the 240Z. And unfortunately, our start camera a little frozen up there. So take our word. Green flag is in the air, and our racers now making their way down to turn number 1. And, well, take my word for it. They're coming into turn 1 as well, Brian. Jumping to an early lead, that is the black 1972 Datsun of Chris Zappa. And he had almost 3 car lengths on Jim Scott as they came into turn 1. And he's opening it up even more as our racers now make the run down towards turn 3 as we've got the green Porsche of 911 of Alan Friedman. He now moves up in the third ahead of Clark Ostrom and Ken Fitzgerald.
Yeah, haven't seen Alan Friedman pretty much running all weekend long. That car's been sitting down there. I know we've seen Alan before. So, again, and I, again, apologize for these cameras. They've been out here since 5:30, quarter to 6 this morning, and they're starting to get a little sleepy.
I'm heating up as much as they are, Brian.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and move this camera around to the other ones here. Yeah, we'll pick up turn 8. But, you talk about Chris Zappa. He's really gotten a huge lead. We saw this earlier on. Jim Scott able to run him down. And then yesterday, again, Chris Zappa getting that pretty big lead. But Alan Friedman now, move him up into third place. And I tell you what, he's right on that back, getting ready to come up on that back bumper there of the 85 there of Jim Scott as they complete their first lap right here going by the start-finish line. Down into turn number 1. Freeman's going to go just a little bit over to driver's right to try to break a little bit of that air, but Freeman really getting the most out of that car, coming down into turn number 1, coming out of turn number 2. Yeah, one car coming down on the pit
and that is the E-Type.
Well.
That's the E-Type Jag, Brian, that is heading to the pit lane or heading back to the paddock. Terry Hagopian, probably Gary Hagopian in the 1963 red E-Type. And we ran down almost 30 cars, but only 20 taking the green, including Hagopian.
Yeah.
And so 19 cars remaining there running.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers that we saw that had some really good races over the last 2 days, yesterday and this morning, John Perry, Martin Handshake didn't go out today. We saw him went out this morning for a little bit here and there, but not really out there. Philip Ackley, he didn't go out. Mike Kincaid didn't go out. Right, Kerwinshield didn't go out. Joseph Folia, we saw him earlier this morning when he was down into turn 2. So again, we're now going to go to a full course caution here.
And we had Clark Ostrom go off at going into turn 1, and let's see if that turn 1 camera will work, Brian. He's driver's left. Yeah, there he is. Hey, look, at least the camera picked up the frozen image.
Yeah.
Take our word, he's still there. He's not moving. As we've got cars starting to come down into the area here, but we are now under full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway. To reset the field, Chris Zappa, your leader in his Datsun 240Z, Alan Friedman and Jim Scott will round out the top 3. Ken Fitzgerald now moves up at the Ford. I think we just saw a pass under yellow on the front straight there, Brian.
Hopefully he did give that back. But It really does look like Clark Ostrom went down and got on the brakes, and the car just, I don't know if it just didn't stop or it really got loose, but he made a move over into driver's left in between the 200 and 300 foot.
Yeah, I mean, given where it is and where it came to a stop,
you can see the tire marks there.
I say, unless he was worried about getting into the car directly in front of him. I mean, typically going to the grass is not the course of action. There is an access road that leads out to the skid pad when you pass the turn-in point for turn 1, but the fact that he came to a stop in the grass, and the grass is still maybe a little bit damp from last night as well, it tells me that he'd scrubbed off most of the speed before he got to the grass.
Yeah. But yeah, it could have been where, like you said, Greg, didn't want to come into contact with the car in front, got on the brakes harder, or the brakes didn't actually, they went to the floor and then picked back up and shot him over to the left. So they're going to pull him out, and they may just pull him straight down the access road, as you talked about, Greg, take him down the back way out and then bring him back around. They are moving him off back down there behind that skid pad. So we may end up getting, well, we may not. I don't believe they're going to get out far enough with that car out before enough for them to go back to green this lap. So it looks like we are going to go one more lap around. Chris Zappa is going to be actually our safety car. He's going to self-pace this field, so we should go back to green the next time. They have got the Clark Ostrom machine off the race course, through there, and now they're going to head, back around the skid pad. So we should be going back to green this time by. So you can see that over there on the right. That car is no longer there. That camera is frozen, so we'll move over. That one's frozen as well, starting to try to come in. Here they come. Here comes the cars. Now we've got some movement there, Dominic. These things are freezing up, like I said, and that's more or less because of the heat and kind of what's going on. So our field moving up out of turn number 2, heading up into turn number 3. There they go. There again, Zappa with a little bit of a lead over Alan Friedman. Jim Scott is in second. Alan Friedman second, Jim Scott third. Ken Fitzgerald in that Lotus, they had to move that car back up. They were starting to open up a little bit of a gap on him. Bob Lane in that 15M machine. Nader Fatui, Jordan Bell, David Dean. That's your 8th place. Scott Kruger 9th, and George Wright is in 10th. One of the things that we normally see a lot in this, and we've seen it all weekend long, Nader Fatui and David Dean turning around. Those two have been battling all the way around, back nose to tail, the entire weekend. We've seen them in other organizations as well, in order to, battling on this racetrack. So.
All right, so we have gotten word again, Brian, that we are going to be going back to green flag racing this next time by. And so Chris Zappa pacing the field. Now, we saw a little bit earlier today where our leader, because they're self-pacing, didn't necessarily know when the green flag was going to come out.
And I think it was him.
Yeah, exactly. And he got caught out on the restart today. Notice that the rest of the field, though, they're about 6 car lengths back from him now. Yeah. And so we do have a green flag in the air. And so Zappa not willing to get caught out again, as we can see there, got a nice still image as he gets the shot there. As our leaders now head down into turn 1, Jim Scott in the white 911, he got a real good jump on Alan Friedman, but Friedman was just able to outmotor him down in the 1. And as they come out from behind the trees, wow, what a big gap that Alan Friedman opens up on Jim Scott.
Well, no, the other way around.
Yeah, you're right. Scott did get around Friedman. Yeah, so move Friedman now back in the second, move him back in the 3rd position in the green 911. Yeah. And Ken Fitzgerald a bit on the march as well.
Yeah, it just looked like Alan Freeman just didn't get the start. And look, we saw this earlier on. We talked about this because Goose Group went to a full course caution earlier this morning where Jim Scott had that really good move on Chris Zappa when they came through. So, again, another good start from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are seeing now Ken Fitzgerald pulling up right to the back of Jim Scott. Also, Nader Fatui and Bob Lane in a nice little battle here. This group now. I was going to say we could go back to the previous. Let's wait for him here, Dominic. Let's go back to turn 10. There we go. Second group coming through just as our camera freezes with the 2 silver Porsches, the 911 and the 914. Great fight there.
Yeah, Bob Lane, I tell you what, Greg, he opens it up a little bit on the straightaway, but Nader Fatui, and we have seen this, again, multiple times, where he gets through turn 1 a little bit better and then ends up getting right back on that back bumper. But that horsepower from Bob Lane in that 911 has a little bit more, obviously, than that 914.
And then the 914. Well, let's track them here as they're going to be coming into turn 3 momentarily. Dominic, they are coming into our view right there.
They come down into turn number 5 right now. You can clearly see right here. This is where Nader Fatui really gets on the brakes a lot later than Bob Lane. So Bob Lane ends up having to get harder on the brakes right there as unfortunately camera freezes up and continues to keep moving, but that is a heck of a battle.
Yeah, absolutely there. So let's see, I think, and this camera I know is working, so we'll track them up the hill here. And, as you were saying, Brian, is that the 914, the 6-cylinder 914 mid-engine car, not doing as well getting the power down coming through turn 6 there, but now look at that, running so wide through turn 10. Moving so wide through turn 10 was Bob Lane in the 911. Gave up a lot of ground there on exit. And I think what we ended up seeing was Nader Fartui actually going and getting out of the throttle there. So we are checking now as they make the run down to turn one. And again, I can't apologize enough. We're definitely having some issues here.
Well, you know, when he had to get out of the throttle that much, Greg, that allowed Jordan Beal to get around Nader Fatui in that 17 machine. So, again, you've got the two Porsche 914s now. Now they're going to have to battle. Fatui's going to have to get back up on there and basically get that momentum going again to try to catch back up to Bob Lane as Jordan Beal starts to pull away a little bit going through turn number 5. We've also got that battle just a little bit ahead of them as well between Ken Fitzgerald and Alan Freeman. So Alan Freeman starting to fall further and further back as now he is heavily under attack here coming up out of turn number 8 and up the hill from Ken Fitzgerald in that Lotus.
Yeah, and Fitzgerald really tried to square things off. I mean, Brian, when we talk about momentum cars, we tell people, whatever you do, don't turn in and chop off the exit of turn 8 coming up the hill because it's uphill and you're just going to throw away momentum. Mm-hmm. And that time it looks exactly what Ken Fitzgerald did, and he ended up losing about 3 car lengths going up the hill.
And whatever problem Nader Fatui was having has definitely, reared its head and really come up with he's on the pit lane. So that is unfortunate to see as Nader was having a really good run here this afternoon, but only able to complete, I believe, 6 laps in total here. And, Greg, we were talking about Ken Fitzgerald and Alan Freeman. There goes Alan Freeman down the chute, down into turn 5, and Ken Fitzgerald has fallen way a little bit further back. Well, that's about 6 car lengths.
Well,
right
and
there.
A lot of it, we were talking about as he came through turn 8 and he chopped the exit off and just got no exit speed up the hill. One of the challenges, especially, and I typically race front wheel drive cars, so it doesn't affect me much. But coming through turn 8 here, there is a pretty massive, and probably more so than in any other place on the course, a massive crown in the pavement, in the center of the pavement to help with drainage. And what typically will happen is, depending on the gearing of the car, a lot of the drivers need to actually shift right as they're hitting that crown, and you end up having to get out of the throttle, which is probably the worst thing. And I think we saw Fitzgerald just give up a lot of pace, although now he's moving a little bit to driver's right to the inside, and we're starting to see the Porsche motor him down the front straight. The flames out of the tailpipe, notwithstanding and it looked pretty from here. But unfortunately, not helping that car.
It was a little bit sooner than you want to get out of the throttle.
Yeah, exactly. and it wasn't the 100-mile-per-hour chili served up from Shea Summit that caused it either.
Tell you what, another good battle on the racetrack right now, and they're just now coming through turn 1 and turn 2, and that's the gray Porsche 911, the 135 there, Michael Ballo, the 707 of Michael Daly, the 221 of Scott Kruger. They've been kind of going back and forth, some of those getting in there, and then throw in George Wright in that 38. He's right in front of the 135 of Michael Ballo in that Nissan, headed up into turn 3, and now you've got Michael Daly, again, in that red and black Datsun 240Z. They were kind of really nose to tail going into turn 1, especially coming out of turn 10 and down the front stretch. It kind of opened up the gap a little bit with Michael Ballo as he's kind of closed in on George Wright. But I tell you what, Scott Kruger in that 221 hanging tough with those other cars in that 914 Porsche. They're going to come through turn 6, turn 7. You can see it just to the left of your screen right there. And again, the 38 there, George Wright, going to hold up. But I tell you what, Michael Ballo's got that car pretty much hooked up right now, Greg.
Yes.
We've still got roughly 11 minutes left to go in this race. That car's starting to get faster and faster. Again, 2 seconds off is fast this time. But now when you start to compete and you start racing for positions and you know it, don't worry about time. It's about trying to make that smart pass.
I was going to say, it's about making the smart pass. Now, he's obviously got a very, very big advantage, Brian, and it's a very big appendage. It is that big wing on the back of that Porsche that allows him to maybe keep the rear end a little bit more steady going through turn 10. It might induce a little bit of understeer. The front end might wash a little bit, but with the Datsun just ahead, the 240Z without any kind of aero assistance there, certainly not able to carry the same speed through the apex. It will likely also help the Porsche coming down here into this section, going down through the high-speed chute.
Yeah. You know, and as they went down into turn 1, Michael Daly tried to get over it, moved all the way over to driver's right, tried to go into turn 1. He got up side by side with Michael Ballo, but that just isn't the right line to go in. And so what ends up happening is he scrubbed off so much speed coming through turn 2 on the exit that through the short chute between 2 and 3, that allowed Scott Kruger to get right up on that back bumper, that 707 in that Datsun. So he closed the gap there as well, and that brought in Jim Lenihan in the number 3 machine up in there behind him as well. So that battle now is starting to open up to be about 5 cars, and again, that is actually going to be the battle from 9th all the way through to 13th overall. So keep an eye on that battle right there. Here comes Chris Zappa, just now coming up out of the hill, out of turn 8, getting ready to come down through turn 9 and up to turn 10, excuse me. And it looks like we've got maybe one of our green Porsches. I don't believe that's the Freeman machine. I don't think that's Alan Freeman. I don't remember Alan having a white front, but it very well could be, because that does look like
that
the
911.
911.
That is the 18 machine,
yeah,
Brian.
So that's not the 23 of Alan Freeman. So that's the 18 there.
Jim Courtney.
And I think he had some problems earlier on, too, as well.
Yeah, so he's Courtney driving the 1974 RSR clone, and he takes that car now back to the paddock, so he retires from 17th position overall.
Yeah, those battles we were looking on early on coming up here. Our front couple cars here, Chris Zappa, Jim Scott, Alan Friedman, then Ken Fitzgerald, Bob Lane. They've kind of separated themselves out. Chris Zappa's got a 16.5-second lead over Jim Scott in that 85 in that Porsche 911. And then you've got to go back another 4.5 seconds to the 23 of Alan Friedman in his Porsche 911. And then again, another 6 seconds back to fourth. And that's Ken Fitzgerald in that Lotus. So pretty big gap right there. Like I said, the race that I've been kind of watching out the window here, and that is really for 9th all the way back to 13th between George Wright, Chris Ballo, Michael Daly, Jim Lehman, and Scott Kruger. They are just sitting there kind of doing it. It looks like Lehman's going to get around Kruger the last time by. So move Kruger back down to 13th, move that number 3, Jim Lehman, up into 12th position.
Wow, and look at the head of steam on the red Porsche there, just ahead of the Datsun. That was David Dean in the 153 at 1969 Porsche 911, Brian. And, you know, again, that chute, turn 4, it is the fastest corner on the course. Mm-hmm. And a lot of drivers, they will try to keep the car mid-track as they come down the hill going into turn 5 so that they don't compromise the entrance into 5 too much. But given the high-speed nature of that corner, Dean would probably be well served. Let the car track out a little bit more at driver's left. He could use the weight advantage that he has on that rear-engine Porsche to let it just hunker down and power through the very slow turn 5.
And, Greg, attrition is starting to take a toll because Ken Fitzgerald now calling it a day, calling it an afternoon, and taking his car back to the paddock in that 14, in that Lotus. So big changes here because now that battle that we were talking about really between, you know, those 5 or 6 cars from really 9th all the way back to 13th, that's actually now a battle for 8th overall. Just in front of that is the David Dean machine. And David's probably not sure what to do because he's not racing Nader Faturi.
Yesterday and today,
this morning, that's all he was racing again. So
David's not so far away from me. He's from Catlett, Virginia, an accountant. He's been racing now for about 13 years. And I would assume that a lot of that time has been spent here at Summit Point Raceway.
Catlett, not too far from Manassas, Virginia, so probably less than an hour from here. So we'll watch that battle. As we talked about, Chris Zappa, Jim Scott, Alan Freeman, Bob Lane kind of opened up a little bit. And then Gilbert Grable, we haven't talked really much about him and that blue Ford Mustang, that 1965 Mustang in that number 122. He's kind of opened up there as well, put him in fifth. Jordan Beal, we talked about earlier on, he moved around David Dean and kind of opened that up to about 8 seconds, move him up to sixth overall right now.
and I love this. So Gilbert's a test engineer, machinist, and engine builder. We asked him if he has any other racing experience besides automobile racing. He says, anything I race has to have 4 wheels and a roll cage. So that rules out, I think, motorcycle racing.
Well, unless you can put a cage on it. But
snowmobile racing.
Yeah, well.
Any one of a number of different things. But I love that. And he's owned this Mustang for so many years, Brian. He's been racing. He's owned this Mustang since 1977. And we've got a car that's gone off on the outside of turn number 5, just ahead of us. We'll get the number on it here in just a moment. And that is the 15 car. That is Bob Lane in the silver 911 who goes off. We'll wait to hear if he's able to recover and get back online. But I was going to say Gilbert Grable, he bought that Mustang in '77 as a street car.
Wow.
Autocrossed it for a number of years, and then obviously now he turned it into a race car. Vintage races the car as well. You don't necessarily have vintage autocrossing, so there you go. And but great move is we got.
Then we got another car going off there. That may be. That's the 707 machine. Michael Daly getting that left rear in there, Greg. Again, trying to get as much as you can out of this car 26 minutes into this race.
Well, I think that was more not getting the most you can out of the car, but making sure you don't get run off the pavement there, trying to keep it on the pavement.
Yeah.
And just recovered there at the last moment he is running right along with Jim Lenahan in the number 3, the orange 914.
Yeah. Yeah, he tried to push it as much as he could there. So, again, got that left rear over there. That's Chris Zappa. We haven't really talked much about him this race here. And again, got about just right around 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, Greg. He's opened up pretty much a 26-second lead over Jim Scott, which, again, earlier this morning, and again, it was a little bit cooler this morning too, right? So these cars handle different. They do it, and but we're starting to see some of the attrition as there goes that battle there. That is the 38, George Wright, Michael Ballo in the 135, and now Scott Kruger. They start to come in there, and then that battle that we had where you had the 3 machine and the 707, Michael Daly and Jim Leland, they've kind of dropped back. And I think, again, when you look at some of this, some of these cars, and I believe Zappa may be coming up on the back of this group right here. And indeed he is. He's got his headlights on. That's how I know it's Chris Zappa, because he's had them on all day long. And even yesterday.
And not exactly a car that that was shipped with daytime running lights either, Brian.
Yeah. Right.
So
could have all that on because that's helping his data systems inside the car. So looks like we may. Chris may get that. They get that one to go the next time by. And again, he's coming up on that back battle that we were talking about. He has just now put Scott Kruger a lap down.
Yes.
So he's next going to come up on George Wright.
Yeah, we'll see here. His 4th car in the line now here as they come down the hill. We just saw the back end of that black Datsun. as he continues to make his way through traffic as he now gets around, as you said, the 914 just ahead, as he is really working his way here through some of, God, I don't want to call it slower traffic. It's not slower traffic.
It's not slower traffic
at all. So he got around, I think he got around Ballo and Kruger, and he's coming up now on fellow Datsun driver George Wright in the number 38 machine. Takes a look to the inside, realizes that would be a real tough lunge. But now, Brian, as Chris Zappa comes onto the front straight and now pokes to the inside of the Porsche, he's going to be told he's got one lap remaining here. Hey, we got our camera almost working on the starter stand for half a second.
Again, we'll see if Zappa's going to be able to work through it, and I would assume that the rest, again, you talked about George Wright, in that other 240Z, let him go because, he's got to work on trying to defend into that 135 there, Michael Ballo, and I tell you what, they're actually starting to move forward. Those two cars, you can see just in front of Zappa right there as Zappa goes by. That's David Dean, and you can see here comes George Wright and Michael Ballo right there on the back. So that's actually the battle for 7th overall right here. Yeah. So those three cars, David Dean, starting to slow down a little bit. So as we run longer in these races in the afternoon, Greg, this is a product of maybe David didn't take care of that equipment as well as he could on those tires.
Well, yeah, maybe the tires are starting to get
away.
A little greasy. I mean, the pavement is a very different pavement than it was this morning.
Correct.
When they went out in what were damp. Well, they went out this morning for their first race in damp conditions. Certainly wasn't damp for their second race, but this is their third race of the day.
Yeah.
And it's asking to put a lot on this equipment. As Frank Zappa in the number 4 Datsun 240, he rounds turn 10 for the very last time here today, and checkered flag is in the air. Congratulations to Jim Scott, all following cars. And we've got another car off, it looks like, Brian, over at turn 1.
I believe that may be Bob Lane.
Bob Lane, yeah, the number 15 Porsche 9, and there it goes. He just pulled the car. We saw the door. It is indeed the 15 machine. Yep. There, Brian. Yep. Good time for our camera to freeze up.
Right when Bob Lane got really good exposure there. Not the exposure you wanted.
No, certainly not. But Bob Lane, who we'll see here. I think he should be safe with that 5th place finish, but at least he did it after taking the checkered flag, right? There. So it's Zappa, Scott, Friedman, Grable, Bob Lane in his 1978 Porsche, then Jordan Beal in his 1970 Porsche 914-6, finishing 6th. David Dean holds off George Wright. He'll finish 7th. The Datsun 240Z driver will finish 8th. Michael Ballo in his 1986 Porsche 911 will finish 9th. And Michael Daly will finish in 10th position. All right, Brian, I'm hearing that the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid for our next group, which is going to be group number 3. That's our Marlboro Cup for small bore racers over 1.3 liters. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more racing action here from Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway, and the Jefferson 500. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the Jefferson 500. It is presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And next up, small bore cars over 1.3 liters, headed on track now behind our beautiful MGA pace car provided by Tom McLeod and Kathy McLeod. And our pole sitter for today's race in his 1968 Triumph TR250, the BDI Vintage Triumph machine of Henry Fry. Lenny Stan from Performance Auto Works has his Porsche 911 on the outside of the front row. David Gott in the Moosehead Ventures VFR Racing Triumph TR4 will start third, with Bates McLean trying to hold on to row number 2 here today. Hasn't that very good starts here this weekend? Bates is driving a 1990 Mazda Miata. David Bearden, he will start 5th in the field. He's in a 1972 Porsche 911, a 2.4-liter machine, while we've got the 1962 Triumph TR4 of Mark Wheatley starting in 6th. Jeff Baer will start 7th. He's in the in the 1967 MGB, with a couple more MGBs they're starting right alongside and right behind. Stuart Grimshaw in his 1966 MGB Roadster will start 9th, and then we've got David Bain starting in 10th. Let's try this again. We've got Andrew Moore in the former Glory Racing MGB Roadster. He's going to start 8th, and Stuart Grimshaw in his 1966 MGB will start 9th. Starting 10th is David Bain in the Skydusky Motorsports Mazda Miata. I know David had He had the longest finish in Spec Miata history, I think, at the end of our last race, Brian, as he worked his way out of the gravel trap at 10. He starts 10th. TW Heron in the RP Performance Mazda Miata will start 11th. Then we got Zach Lane in the left lane Vintage Motorsport MGB. He starts 12th. Stephen LeBrun in the DSL Racing Porsche 911 1966 Vintage will start lucky 13th. Joe Mills in the M&P Specialty Automotive Mazda Miata will start 14th, with Craig Seifert in the Jagoff Racing Mazda Miata starting in 15th. Then we got Michael Lawton in his Alfa Romeo Spider with no in-car video from Michael. We'll see if we can pull that up here real quick. Unfortunately, having some issues with Michael's in-car here. We're going to try and get that very quickly here and see if we can get that pulled up, and I don't think we will be able to. There we go. He is starting in 16th, starting 17th in his Mazda Miata. It's Kevin Doward, with Kristen Poole starting 18th, moving up 2 positions from the last race. She's in her 1970 Porsche 914 6th. Then Justin D'Antonio in his Mazda Miata will start 19th, with Brian Cotter rounding out the top 20. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Henry Fry and Lenny Stan on the front row. And if we have that in-car video pop up, we'll make sure to use it. It's been a process here this weekend is all I can say.
Some of these URLs just aren't working here and not coming in and not getting sent out through the...
Well, and so we'll continue to work on that. Thankfully, another day of racing to work on as the green flag is in the air, and we are racing as Henry Fry and Lenny Stan now side by side on the front row. Jumping out to an early lead in that yellow TR250 is Henry Fry. In the number 29 machine, Lenny Stan dropping and slotting into second. And then we've got David Gott in that green and yellow and black TR4, the number 80 machine. He will go into third, with David Bearden in his white Porsche 911. He will slot into fourth. And Brian, the question that everybody wants to know, how many positions did Bates McLean lose in the first 2 corners?
Well, he's lost probably 2 positions right now. David Bearden got a really good start, kind of moved over driver's left right after the start-finish line, got in and got ahead of David Gott and McLean, but then David Gott was able to move back around along with Mark Wheatley. So move Bearden, even though he got that first, that jump of speed right out of the gate, he has actually kind of moved back into that 5th position now. So losing a spot from where he started on the grid right out of the gate. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to come up and gain. Is it Henry Fry, now Lenny Stan, then you've got David Gott a little bit further back. They're starting to open up a little bit. And then you've got, I believe that is Mark Wheatley in the 86 sitting there in 4th. We'll see them as they come out of turn number 10 and head down the start-finish line. But Wheatley getting a good little run in that number 86 machine right out of the gate. He's kind of opened up that gap over David Bearden. And like I said, they were side by side the very first time going down into turn number 1.
All right, Brian, we've got our 3 red Miatas, Brian Cotter, Joe Mills, Justin D'Antonio. Cotter ran very wide coming out of turn 10. We'll see if he's able to hold off the rest of his red cadre going into turn 1. And let's see here as they now head out of turn number 2 and towards turn number 3.
Yeah, again, all those red Miatas seem to collect to each other at some point during the race. They start out a little bit separated, and then they tend to just flock into each other in order to get towards the end of this race. Again, this is another race where we did see a little bit of attrition early this morning, and it could have been they may have been saving some stuff in some of these cars. But, again, we're going to go a little bit longer here than we normally been between our 15 and 20 minutes. It looks like we're going about 30 minutes, really start to finish. So, again, got to get in there, got to get as many spots as you can, but you also got to take care of the equipment.
Exactly.
Especially as warm as it's getting.
Yeah, and that may be as we were talking about the red Miatas, and we just saw the blue number 73 Miata a little bit further back in the field. This may be in this pack here. These are the cars, actually, Brian, that I would expect to do well in a longer form race. Yeah. And look at this. Speaking of Miatas, trying to slide underneath the Porsche.
Yeah.
there. Underneath the white Porsche coming out of turn 10 was Bates McLean, and he had then problems on exit. Didn't get a lot of exit speed as he got chopped a little bit by the white Porsche there of David Bearden. And McLean loses another 2 positions as he falls back in the 8th position there. Turn 10, leading onto that long straightaway, you typically don't want to try and come underneath somebody at the apex there because it ruins your exit speed. But McLean tried it there as we've got many more of our Miatas now coming into turn 3. We'll track them. Dominic, let's stay here at turn 5 for a moment because we are about to see, I think, somewhere along the lines of
Miatas.
and about 10 other cars all coming down into this group. They're trailing right here. Here they come right about here as they all filter through.
Well, they tried to get up on the 911 there, as you talked about a couple minutes ago. I believe that is Stephen Brunn in that blue and that white one. And you had David Bain, then you had the Heron Machine, Craig Seifert, Brian Cotter, Justin D'Antonio. Last time by in turn 10, Greg, what you're saying, they tried to get a run, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
They've kind of dropped back. You can see now where they've had to, and I think that's because some of them, they had to get on the brakes, and some of these cars, based off what's in there, it takes another lap or two to get wound up as we do it, and we've got a pretty big gaggle coming out of turn number 10. There you go. There you see it. That's being led by David Bearden. Then you got Andrew Moore, Jeff Bear, Zachary Lane, Bates McLean, Stephen LeBrun. Basically, you have, in that camera shot right there, you had 5th through 15th place.
Yeah, and so we're also seeing now where T.W. Heron in the 173 Miata, Brian, he is now running in 16th position, lost 4 spots from the previous lap, gave up positions to David Bain, to Brian Cotter, to Justin D'Antonio, and then also in the red Alfa Romeo Spider, that is Michael Lawton. Beautiful open top car here as we're going to see him filter through in just a moment. I think it's going to be, there he is, all in the Alfa Romeo Spider coming down the hill. And Michael Lawton, who's given us a lot of assistance. He's your race director for VRG's event at Watkins Glen International each September. And, of course, we haven't talked about it much, Brian, but you and I are going to be back at Watkins Glen at WGI towards the end of September for VRG at the Glen, in coordination with Alphas at the Glen, of which I think Michael Lawton also has a lot to do with,
there with that,
as well. And so besides that event, we will also be back for the Jefferson 500 right around, I say this is the Jefferson 500, for the Turkey Bowl, Brian, here at Summit Point, right around the same week as Thanksgiving.
Oh, as we got, I believe that is going to be the Bates McLean, and that 90 machine really went wide in that Miata, and he did that earlier this morning. And was able to hold on to it and get through there. He did it again, and again, that's just trying to go down back through by Zachary Lane and Jeff Barrett. Thought he would get a better run going outside, but just did not happen.
All right, Brian, getting word down at turn 5, going into turn 5. A little side-by-side contact. The one, was it the...
Well, the 153 was one of them, and then the other one was the 173, which is T.W. Heron, and that would explain why he lost
so many
some
positions,
of those
why
positions.
he lost 4 positions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it was, I don't think it was the 158. I think the Brian Cotter in the 158 Mazda Miata was the offending car. We'll see. I'm sure the flaggers there will probably correct their
because the 158 has moved a little bit of ahead of the 173. The 173 is going to be the darker black and blue car right there as he's getting ready to go side by side. I believe that may be with the 338 Justin D'Antonio right there going through turn 5, getting ready to come up through turn 6. He was able to make that pass stick because then you've got David Bain would be the next car up in front of them.
Hey, I want to try and pick up, Dominic, if we can hold this shot for a moment. I want to pick up another battle. They're going to be coming to us in just a moment. It is the silver 1971 Porsche 911 of Russ Rosenberg, and then Stephen Hyatt in his black Dodge Neon. Here they are passing the slower car coming up the hill. And I wanted to call some attention to Steve Hyatt in this Neon. who is the car coming right past the apex right now, black with white livery. Steve Hyatt, for many years, along with his wife Tracy Hyatt, were the chief stewards for the Jefferson 500, and really put in a lot of time, effort, blood, sweat, not so many tears, to make sure that this event operationally ran very well. And I'm happy to see that Tracy and Steve have moved on a little bit here, that Steve actually now gets to partake in the event that he and Tracy love so much, that he gets to race this weekend. And I think it's the first time he's raced at the Jefferson 500 in many, many years. So always a big thanks to Steve and Tracy. And, of course, we got their daughter, Taylor, who's in the I think she's actually in the stands down at turn 5, watching the action right now. And, of course, Taylor's significant other, Mike Kelly, who we've seen multiple times today, racing in a Volkswagen Golf.
No idea who that guy is.
No
idea.
It's like seven. Everything is 7 degrees of Mike Kelly.
I was going to say it's like
forget Kevin Bacon. It's all 7 degrees of Mike Kelly.
That's it. Tell you what, getting a call over the radio for this Richard Schnabel car, trying to keep an eye on that car for the hood may be popping up. But I tell you what, guys, let's keep an eye on this group right here. This group has not been more than 3 or 4 car lengths away from each other. And this thing actually starts with our 5th place car all the way back now to 16th, 16th place.
There is, Brian, separating from 5th back to 16th about 5 seconds. But, again,
it's closer than that, actually.
I was going to say most of them now are side by side. And Brian, as our camera coming out of turn 2, starting to come to life once again. It is very, very tight running. This is great to see. And Boy from New York in the chat, Brian, and I want to thank Boy from New York for joining us. Hopefully he doesn't have multiple YouTube races up and running right now, because he's one of our regulars on the SCCA's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. He's joining us in today, and he says that he loves the variety of cars here. And yeah, because, well, they're not all Mazdas. All right, so as we watch now is we've got the, I think the white and the blue Porsches there getting a little bottled up. Is that was that Wheatley and Bearden?
Well, Bearden is the lead car in here.
Exactly. And then
Wheatley is way in front of that. So Wheatley is now getting ready to come down. I believe he's down into turn 1. So I think actually that is Stephen LeBrun directly behind Bearden there in the white and blue. Yeah.
911. And they've had a great fight going on with the British Racing Green MGB of Andrew Moore very close behind. As we've got a big, Dominic, if we can go over to turn 10 for a moment, please, as we are going to a red flag, or we can see if we can pick up on the straightaway camera.
They're moved out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're.
Yeah, as we had a number of cars get together coming through turn 10, and we now have, for the second time today, a red flag to bring all of the cars to a slow, controlled stop so that we can deploy emergency services vehicles. And I think over at turn 10, Brian, I believe it's one of our Datsun Roadsters. Yeah, matter of fact, it is. It's the red, white, and blue Datsun Roadster. I think Richard Schnabel right at the apex of 10, and I'm trying to see if there are any other vehicles there. The driver is out of the car. He's now climbed out of the vehicle. There were a number of other vehicles that were at a dead stop.
Yeah, I mean,
right at the apex of turn 10 for quite some time.
Yeah, there was a call, and I had mentioned this right before, and I think obviously got some smoker there. We're trying to say keep an eye on the hood, and I think what was happening was may have had, you can see a little bit of the smoke going through. I'm not sure if he blew the motor out of that thing or what, but they were trying to say to keep an eye on the car, and now it looks like he may have to extinguish a little bit of fire there.
There's quite a bit of smoke coming out of that car, and I think the driver is over there actually with he's with a fire extinguisher, Brian. There's a a good amount of fire coming out of the hood. But our emergency services teams, they sent the fire truck out there, and they've got it under control.
Yep.
They're shooting it up with quite a bit of water right now, and I think we're in good shape there.
Yep.
So again, we are under red flag conditions, and the clock has stopped technically, Brian.
Yep.
But likely, given where we are now, almost 16 minutes in this race, if there's any additional cleanup that they're going to need to do, it may spell the end. I mean, depending on how much smoke there is, it may spell the end.
Smell the end over there too.
Yeah,
but
exactly. But may spell the end for this race. But we'll see here. We're not the ones who make that decision.
And and the driver is trying to help put that out. So they're still trying to get that. They've got it under control, but they're trying to get it even more under control. And we are going to have some cleanup, definitely going around through turn number 10 there. Right.
So let's quickly, Brian. We'll reset the field here. Henry Fry is your leader in his Triumph TR250, the bright yellow machine, with Lenny Stan, who had just run the fastest lap of the session on the prior lap. In his 1970 Porsche 911, and he had been closing up to Henry Fry last couple laps. That last time by, he was 0.6 of a second faster than Henry was, and was within about a second and a half. So he was closing the gap down. David got in his green and yellow TR4 third in line, only about 1.2 seconds back from Lenny Stan. Mark Wheatley, a fairly distant fourth, about 11 seconds back in his red Triumph TR4, with David Bearden in the first of our, not the first of our 911s, I guess the third of our 911s, Bearden and Stephen LeBrun. And they were, when the last time when they crossed the start-finish line, Brian, they were only separated by 0.4 of a second there. With then Andrew Moore in his MGB, Bates McLean holding steady in 8th, Zach Lane in his MGB, and then Craig Seifert rounding out the top 10. Now, a little bit on Lenny Stan, because, Brian, we've been covering Porsche Club of America for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
And Lenny's raced quite a bit for him. He's been racing now for 43 years, and says that, of course, he started autocrossing in college, but this car was raced, the 911 that he is behind the wheel of, the 1970 911, had been racing in Porsche Club of America club racing from 1995 until 2006. So about 10 years, 11 years, and then went into storage. And this is the very first race weekend back for that 911. And so great to see Lenny Stan bringing that car out and running it with us here at the Jefferson 500. He's out of Richmond, Virginia. And it appears as though he now is going to be bringing that car back to the paddock as our drivers now being released from the red flag conditions. It is a black flag and all of these drivers now are going to be heading back to the pits. And from the sounds of it, there's going to be a pretty substantial cleanup.
Yeah, maybe a little bit cleanup because
they
had to spray it kind of on the racetrack, so they're going to have to clean up a little bit there.
Yeah.
Kind of on the side there, so.
So we'll see here. I don't see them motioning to send the racers back to the paddock yet, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I think they're going to bring them up down through there.
Yep.
I think we've got our so. Yep, they are sending them back to the paddock, Frank.
Yeah, so it looks like,
and that's just because we've got the cleanup down there,
right,
where we had to, unfortunately spray a little bit on his car. Got some on the racetrack, so they're gonna have to clean up a little bit.
All right, so Brian, that is unfortunately going to wrap things up for the Marlboro Cup for our racer small bore over 1.3 liters. Now, I say it wraps things up. Of course, they will be back with us again, and all of these racers will be back tomorrow morning. Let's bring up the schedule again so we can take a look. We've got action, our third day of action here from the Jefferson 500 starting tomorrow morning. bright and not as early at 9 a.m. I appreciate being able to sleep in a little bit on Sunday. I don't have to wake up until 5:30 tomorrow. And we're going to run through each of our 7 run groups, included another combined Formula Ford Challenge Series race to wrap up all of our race coverage here from Summit Point. We should be wrapping up coverage tomorrow right around 12:30, just right afternoon tomorrow. But as we take a look here, and they're all frozen up there again. Let's go over here, Dominic. As we take a look here, and as most of our drivers now have made it to the pit lane and are starting to head back to the paddock, let's take a quick break. We will play some commercials, some of our great partners and sponsors here this weekend, and as soon as we have a better idea and we have an update of when we're going to go back live, we'll put that up on the screen for you. You are watching the 2025 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Please stay with us.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
last year, yesterday was there was the wow. For the NAS.
Hey, we need to get them tires. Man, he really hit it hard. And not just
but SCCA. Wow, where they hit, it was just like 100% on. Yeah, like they were going to be over there. That's right.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And, of course, we've got Dominic Mandiel right there back behind us, pressing all the buttons. And we are now ready to go after some extensive oil cleanup, Brian. Hopefully ready to go with our Lola Cup. This is for small bore cars, 1.3 liters and under, whereas we just had 1.3 liters and over, as well as our Formula Vs, which are in, I believe, 1200 cc horizontally opposed Volkswagen motors. Certainly not LS V8s, that's for sure. As we've got the grid, our drivers leaving the grid now on to the track for their pace lap. And on the pole, once again here today is Robert Anderson. in his 1970 Vitesse Roadster. Great to see that car again. Peter Kraus, he didn't take his car out for the race this morning, chose to save the equipment for the feature race. He's in the Kraus and Associates 1974 Fiat X19. He'll start from the outside of the front row. Larry Smith in the 262 Racing 1967 MG Midget will start third, with Thomas Brown in his Triumph Spitfire starting in fourth position. Now, if we move over to row number 3, we got Peter Carroll. Peter's driving the My Arthritic Hands 1963 Austin Healey Sprite. That's the number 55 machine, and he starts 5th. Will Thomas in the GMT Racing Austin Cooper S will start 6th. Richard Jefferson in the Grateful Racing MG Midget, the 1967 Midget that is, will start 7th, with Steve Hershett scheduled to start 8th in his 1964 Turner Mark III. Then we've got the 1975 Volkswagen Caldwell, the AutoWorks V-Sport Racing machine of Emily Ryan. She's your Formula V pole sitter, starting 9th. And Brian, we got word that Emily didn't make the checkered flag for the last race. She had a tire go down on her coming out of turn 10 on the very last lap.
Yep.
And we heard that car might have been like 4 wheels in the air at one point as it came through turn 10. Then we got Aidan Mulready, who took the win in Formula V in our last Group 4 race. He'll start 10th in his Autodynamics Formula V. Then we got Peter Ustavinis in his Mako MG Midget. I hope it's got a good paint job on it. He starts 11th. Doug Zink in his Zink Z5 Formula V will start 12th. Niall McCabe in the I think his wife is Linda. In his MG Midget will start 13th, with Bob Anderson in the U.S. Nordic Import and Export Mini Cooper S. That is Robert's son. He'll start 14th. Rob Rice in the Bob Owens Sports and Imports MG Midget will start 15th, with Alex Schaefer in his Mini Cooper. He will start in 16th position. Then we got Thomas Van Auken. He's in a 1972 MG Midget. He'll start 17th, with Heather Richards in the Jake's Stable 1968 MG Midget starting 18th. Michael White in the White House Racing Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite starting 19th. And rounding out the top 20 today in that beautiful 1951 MGTD, Connor Burns. That's the 283 car. And like I said, he starts 20th as the pace car is on the pit lane now, turning the field over to Robert Anderson and Peter Kraus as they await the green flag. Green flag is in the air, and they are underway, Brian, as they make their way down towards turn number 1 for the very first, well, not the first time today, but the first time in this race. And Bob Anderson, as he, as is his wont, jumps to the lead early here over Peter Kraus. Anderson, our overall winner in their first race today. Larry Smith slots into third as we catch them coming out of turn 2, stuttering and slowly again. Hopefully, as the sun moves to the bottom half of the course, we'll get that camera back as we now watch them come out of turn 3, start to head towards the chute. And great little battle already between the Sprigget of Peter Carroll and the Cooper S and the Midget of Richard Jefferson as they come down the hill. And Brian, wow, we just saw Peter Kraus take a look to the inside on Robert Anderson. Almost got the pass done, but for a moment there, it looked like Robert might have. He was ready to come right across the nose of that Fiat X19. Good thing the engine's in the back.
Yeah, these two battled pretty much heavily yesterday afternoon during their sprint race number 1. And again, Peter Kraus not going out this morning, back in it again. So you should see both of them turn around and start to battle again. We also had a really, really good battle this morning with Thomas Brown, Peter Carroll, and Richard Jefferson in that number 98 machine. And again, you know, we talked about Emily Ryan having that good run up until the very end. Actually got in behind Richard Jefferson there later in the race, right before that flat tire happened, where she was utilizing that draft.
All right, Brian. Well, unfortunately, one driver who did not make it to the green flag the number 85 machine, Michael White, in the White House Racing Bug-Eye Sprite. He pulled the car into the crossover road. If we look at this camera shot right here, the first crossover road, well, about 30 feet to the left of that view is Michael White. It looks like his race over before it starts.
Yeah. Again, tough afternoon to have that. If that that's going to happen, you go through all morning long. You go through yesterday. You have all kinds of good runs, and then you get right to your feature race here this afternoon, and the car just doesn't want to run for whatever reason. You end up only really getting to technically 2 turns on the pace laps.
Yeah. And a great little fight here early on, Brian, between the Turner of Stephen Hershett and the Austin Healey Sprite of Pete Carroll, as they were side by side, coming out of 2, going into 3, coming down the hill through the chute side by side, and then door to door, side by side, going into 5. And now it looks like they've finally decided, well, yeah, maybe Stephen, why don't you lead a lap or 2? So Stephen Hershett now finds himself in 4th place in that Turner, just ahead of Pete Carroll.
Yeah. Again, we talked about the leaders there, Robert Anderson, Peter Kraus. Kraus hanging on. But I tell you what, Thomas Brown hanging in there right now. Again, we saw him up front pretty much in the morning. He got stuck as well with that Peter Carroll battle this morning going through there. So, again, that looks like that could be another battle that's going to rage here for 30 minutes, within this entire race.
And, Brian, just watching once again here, and we saw this earlier today, Emily Ryan in her Caldwell D13, she's tucked up underneath the back of the one of the MG midgets. This time, last race it was Richard Jefferson.
Yeah.
Now it's Niall McCabe in the green 67 midget. She's she doesn't discriminate. One midget, it could be red, it could be green.
One midget to another, she'll get up underneath you and take the draft, right?
Yeah, exactly. And takes the draft, and she's going to try to pop out coming down the chute, and just cannot carry enough speed there. But a little bit further back, nice. We saw Emily working and racing against Aiden Mulrady in both yesterday and this morning. Well, Mulrady now, who took the win when Emily had issues in the last race, he now has to hold off Doug Zink in the Zink Z5 chassis. They were knock, nose, tail. Let's take a look. They should be coming into our view.
Should be up through 8, maybe getting ready to come
Yeah,
up
I think
in
they're actually just ahead of this shot. They should be coming into turn 10. Assuming turn 10 wasn't frozen.
They're coming. They're there now.
Yeah,
so.
They're coming out of turn 10 right now, actually. Here we go. Let's move to the front straight camera as we see those 2 Vs now kind of shoehorned between Rob Rice's yellow midget, Bob Anderson's Mini Cooper, the white Mini Cooper. Then you've got the 2 Formula Vs, Mulrady and Zink, as they cross the line. And we just saw it as that shot started off that Emily Ryan had such a run out of turn 10. And along with the draft on Richard Jefferson, she actually popped to the inside to try to make a pass on the midget of Jefferson going down into turn 1.
Well, you're going to see right here on this camera view, she was able to make that pass.
Yeah,
getting ready to come up through here out of turn 2. Right there you go.
Yeah.
And she's starting to open up the gap here, which is really good because now that's going to put 3 cars technically in between her and Adrian Mulready in that other Formula V, along with Doug Zink. Right, you're still again those 2 are still battling, but she's putting additional cars in between there, which again means they have to go around that car in order to catch her. So right now 2 cars in between her and Mulready and Doug Zink. That's kind of pretty much the front of our field starts to open up, although Peter Kraus not going away from Richard Anderson. Again, Richard Anderson looking to complete the sweep here in this group, trying to pick up that Lola Cup win. Peter Kraus not wanting to let him get too far out in front. So again, as they head up out of turn 2 and turn 3, again, Emily Ryan really starting to open up that gap now over Adrian Mulready in that Formula V. Everybody else pretty much scattered out single to file. We got a pretty decent run a little bit further back behind that. That's Heather Richards in the 50, Mike Havlick, and then Scott Chrysler in the 50, the 93, and the 41. They just went by the start-finish line. They've been kind of nose to tail pretty much, through the first 4 laps of this race. Down into turn 1, Heather Richards leading that group by about a second between 15th and 17th place. So another good run by some of these.
All right. All right, here's we're and again, we apologize for some of the issues with our cameras overheating a little bit. Kind of knew that this would be the case, Brian, when the clouds went away so early this morning. As we watch now this great battle up at the front between Robert Anderson and Peter Kraus. We talked about Robert Anderson's Vitesse a little bit earlier. I think this is a great time to talk a little bit about Peter Kraus. And again, one of our sponsors here this weekend. He's been coaching and mentoring drivers since 1987. But Brian, he actually, and this being one of the very good reasons why he's driving an X19, he was an Italian car mechanic for 27 years. Okay, and so brought maybe a little bit of experience to this X19. As I think we've seen, as we've got a local caution there coming down the hill, coming out of turn 4.
We'll have to see what number that is. That is definitely going to be one of the Formula V's going through there. And we've got... Yeah.
As we've got racers
really slowing down through there.
Yeah, as they were coming down, and
yeah, that was a 76 green there.
And it happened just ahead of our leaders. That was Mike Conklin in the Bobsy that went off. And I was going to say, and I got to talk to Peter for the first time the other night, as I mentioned, Thursday night, and he was telling me about some of the people that that urged him to get not just from under the hood and working on cars, but to start racing. Watts Hill, who was, unfortunately, I never met Watts, but the old RE for the North Carolina region of the SCCA. He also won the Wolf Barnato Award in the SCCA, which is one of the most heralded awards that you could win. He won that back in 1972. So you can imagine, I was only 3 years old at the time. Unfortunately, didn't meet him. But Team Highball, 5-time winners at the Rolex 24. Peter looks up to Brian Redmond and Bruce McInnes, of course, and he knows Don Caldwell, who probably not Don Caldwell, Don Knowles, longtime pro and club racer, and it's been wonderful getting to know Peter. As we still have the caution out at turn 4.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It could be the sun, but it looks like they're hanging a flag there. But the 76 machine in Conklin that we talked about. So we'll wait to get a word on that. But I believe the 76, he's definitely out on the racetrack.
Out on the racetrack.
He pulled back out in front of the leaders, as we just were talking about. So, again, there you see Peter Kraus hanging on to Robert Anderson, so starting to put a little bit of pressure. Still got about 16 and a half minutes to go here, Greg. So, again, this is going to come down to where, if Peter can just hold on to it, and here we're going to get that call with that standing yellow in turn 4.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get the word here soon. Now we're getting the word. Butch O'Connor in the red 1961 midget, Brian, pulled off, and he's over in the grass on the side of the road. They're just past the turn 4 flag station. So that is why we've got the local caution still showing as the drivers come down through the chute. And I think that happened after we saw the 85 car go around. I should have mentioned, go back to Peter for a second. And Brian, most of us know that you're taking your life, or at least your mental well-being into question and in the hand when you buy cars off of Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, Peter Kraus bought this Fiat X19 last summer on Facebook Marketplace. Completely stripped it down to the bare metal and built it right back up again. And it's showing obviously that it is running incredibly well, because this car has been racing so hard. He took it for its first event last year at Lime Rock Park and actually came away taking the class win and winning a watch from, I think it was SVRA that he was racing with at the time. But obviously, this thing is incredibly strong and a production-based car to be holding up so well with that 1,000-pound Vitesse. Pretty amazing.
Yeah. Tell you what, if we can, Dominic, let's see if our turn one camera is going to work here, because we've got Heather Richards in the 50 car, and I don't believe it's going to. But
she's at the 400-foot mark and not moving, Brian.
Yeah. Heather Richards, I said Heather Clark, Heather Richards and Mike Havlick, they went down into turn one side by side. And I tell you what, Mike Havlick took the wrong line in there. And that is opened up for Heather Richards as she has pulled away now by about 4 or 5 car lengths over Mike Havlick. That is 15th and 16th. But I tell you what, that is just a pure product of where if you go down this racetrack and you stay the very far right-hand side, you're going to lose because you're going to scrub speed. You can't just make almost a complete 90-degree U-turn to get through there. That is not the way to go through turn one.
It is definitely very difficult. And we used to see, we knew certain drivers, Brian, that would actually crank the wheel quickly to the left, back to the right to try and get their car to rotate, and all they ended up doing was scrubbing speed off.
Absolutely.
All right, so we watch now coming through 6, and it appears as though Robert Anderson now opening up about, I'd say probably around 6 car lengths now on Peter Kraus there as they come through turn 8 and start to head up the hill. We'll catch them here coming onto the front straight momentarily. But I think, at least for the time being, Kraus now, I think maybe having to let those tires cool down just a little bit, as we see here. They're coming through past the crossover of that light blue car is the X19 of Kraus, and he's now about 8 car lengths back behind the Vitesse of Robert Anderson. And Brian, if we take a look at this shot here, we can actually see where the 40 machine
there it is.
Of Butch O'Connor is, and it was good. Butch, he brought that car as far as he could away from the track surface, and I think they have dropped that yellow and they've gone back to green flag over there, as Butch is going to have to wait the rest of this session out here behind the wheel of his car.
Yeah, getting word also Peter Carroll in that 55 machine down in turn 7 spun the car around and went 4 off and then ended up continuing on, but again, Peter Carroll was in that battle with Steve Hirschritt.
Yes.
For pretty much most of this race. He's dropped about 1.5 seconds back, I think, before that, so that gap's probably going to open up a little bit more, as I believe Hirschritt just now went through the start-finish line, and I believe, that's the 909 machine, so that is that's the Niall McCabe machine getting ready to come, so we'll pick up Peter Carroll here in a minute. Another good battle right here coming by the start-finish line here with the 8. It looks like we got 2 18s right there. I think that's the 118 and the 18, Rob Rice, in that MG Midget, that yellow one. And then Alex Schaefer in the 18 in the red Mini Cooper. They head down into turn 1. I tell you what, Greg, it took me a second. I thought maybe there was only one car, and it was one very large car when you had the, when you had the MG Midget and the Mini.
When we know their displacement is under 1.3 liters, how large were you talking?
Well, I tell you what, it looked like it was one large car. Almost looked like a Crown Vic coming out of turn 10 because that's how close they were. I could not see the Alex Schaefer, the 18 machine, behind, and I know that's hard to say because I'm sitting up. I could not see the MG or the Mini Cooper behind that that yellow MG Midget.
Oh my gosh!
Maybe I need to get different readers.
We've been discussing this, and now there is already a fund to get me new reading glasses.
And Greg, Peter Kraus may have a problem here because Peter Kraus has dropped all the way back to 7th place. I would not be surprised if Peter Kraus has not pulled off the racetrack somewhere.
Well, remember, he did have some problems at the that he was working on the car last night and trying to get things back together. So, unfortunately, it looks like things have not worked out for Peter.
Yeah, he's dropping down the thing. I do not believe I saw him come down pit road either, so he has obviously pulled off somewhere. He's now dropped down to 12th, so he's going to continue to fall as these laps continue, but I do not see Peter Kraus in that number 35 in that Fiat.
All right, and we'll see if we get word from one of our corner stations that if he's pulled off the track somewhere, or we can get him, or he may have taken to the pit lane, Brian, and we may have
missed it.
Just missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's definitely falling down through the field. So look another couple cars coming by the start-finish line. I believe that is the 64, Stephen Herschritt, and Peter Carroll. So Peter Carroll getting that car back up. They're headed down into turn 1 now. That's 3rd and 4th place here overall, but in that FPV, that's actually 2nd and 3rd in that class. Richard Jefferson now just crossing the start-finish line. He's about 13 seconds back, so the battle between 2nd and 3rd in that FPV class, that's going to come down to the end as Peter Carroll's, after his 4 wheels off there in turn number 7, has got that car back under control, headed up out of turn number 3 and heading down the chute into turn 5.
All right, well, and
be coming right there.
There he is in the light blue machine.
Yeah.
As he is starting now to put the Turner of Herschritt back under attack there, and Carroll comes right underneath the Herschritt machine.
Herschritt goes really wide.
Yeah, he ran wide, and I don't know if he was leaving the door open, but also notice as Peter Carroll got to the edge of the track there, driver's left, the inside rear wheel lifted up quite a bit. It looked like he was driving an A1 Volkswagen Rabbit for a moment there.
Well, I tell you what, Herschritt left that. Not only did he leave the door open, but he left the garage door and the back door open when he went there. That he really overdrove.
Take my money, please.
6. Yeah, he overdrove it. He left the garage door open, the back window open, and Peter Carroll went right down underneath and made that right-hand turn and just took off from there. Now it's about a car length in between them two right now, headed down into turn number 1. When they come out, we'll see what that gap is. That's actually kind of the closest battle on the racetrack. That is not only for position on the racetrack, but that is the last podium spot in that FPV class. Getting ready to come up on the back bumper there of one of our cars. That's Connor Burns in that number 283. So that's going to come into play here when they head down into turn number 4, down into turn number 5.
There we go, and he's made his way past Burn there, now second car in this group.
Yeah.
Beautiful MGTD, real old school British roadster there. Of course, the TD, that particular TD, a 1951 edition, it's got the big stand-up waterfall grill and beautiful machine, but they don't look like that anymore. Oh, heck, they didn't look like that in 1955 either.
No, that's... Get a couple of our cars coming through some of our lap traffic. I talked about Alex Schaefer along with Rob Rice a couple laps ago. Rob Rice has really opened that up. I believe Schaefer ended up getting mixed up with some traffic there, losing that battle as they went down into, I believe, turn 3 the last time, and that's what really kind of opened up where Rob Rice has really pulled away now.
And of course, Brian, when I say that the MGTD, they didn't make them like that in 1955. That was the very first year for the MGA, which was the first of MG's very low-slung coupes, and it replaced the TD. I think the TD had been in production, oh my gosh, starting all the way back in 1936.
Getting word we're going to be getting a black flag for the 41. I believe, of Scott Chrysler.
And a couple of our quarter workers had noticed that there might be some fluid coming out of Chrysler's red MG midget. But then a couple of other quarter workers, and I think that's the 41, just left our shot right there.
Yeah,
he's down there. He just pulled off.
Right down there in turn 2, right before the flag stand there in turn 2. I mean, he is way off the course. So He's in a great spot down there, so it looks like we're going to stay green as Robert Anderson comes through that position there now. That's your overall leader, but evidently there was definitely something coming out, Greg, and he knew it because he probably looked down and saw the gauge.
He knew it. He pulled over. It was funny because the corner workers had turned once and they didn't see any fluid, Brian.
And then turned around and looked, and there he was.
There he was. I think all the fluid was gone by that point. Here as we watch Robert Anderson bring the Vitesse now through. Oh, big brake lock up there. And that was, I think that was the Beasley, Austin Healy Sprite, William Baisley, the 88 car. And he left the track surface outside of turn 5, but as we see there, he managed to gather things back up, Brian. Lost ground to the 2 Formula Vs directly behind him. He had Mike Conklin and David Smith in the Bobsy and the Zinc C4 directly behind. And so Baisley's going to drop back to at least 20th position.
Yeah. Looks like hearing maybe getting another call coming in here, Greg, that somebody may have gone off down there in the bottom of the hill as well, unless that was the same call. Yeah, next time by when we get Robert Anderson, and Robert Anderson is just now coming up into turn number 3, coming out of turn 2, getting ready to head up over the hill. So the next time he comes by the start-finish line, he's going to get the 1 to go. So again, Robert Anderson just now going down the hill into turn number 5. You'll see him come up on your screen right there. So again, got about a lap and a half to go here in our Lola Cup small bore 1.3 liter and under in Formula V. Let's check and see where our Formula Vs are, Greg, because I know Emily Ryan has got a pretty big lead right now over Adrian Mulvey.
Yeah, and I think we may have just.
She just went by the start finish line.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think down into turn 1 now, where she is following the red MG midget of Richard Jefferson,
trying to get a draft again.
Yeah, caught a great draft off of yesterday. There as they make it out of turns 1 and 2, and yeah, she's opened up almost 20 seconds on Aiden Mulroney. There in his Formula V. I was going to mention a little while ago, we saw a beautiful white Mini Cooper, Brian, that headed down in, we saw it in turn 5 a little bit earlier. That was Bob Anderson in the number 77 car. And Bob is Robert's son, as you would imagine, and the car sponsored by the same import-export business as him. We've got a good little fight coming through turn 3. If we could stay on this camera here for just a moment here, Dominic.
Well, no, what I was going to say is you have Robert Anderson. The next car in line is the 77 of Bob Anderson. That's Bob Anderson going in right there.
Right.
The next car behind him is Dad in the 78.
Is your leader, who is working his last lap of the race. So let's see if we can follow him around.
So the question becomes does Robert try to pass him so he doesn't have to complete one more lap?
From the looks of it, I think Bob's got enough of a margin at this point.
Yeah, I think so too, because there he is back there.
Yeah.
And here comes Bob right now. So.
And again, apologize here for the cameras and the camera work. We'll feed them better tomorrow. All right, as Robert Anderson now comes out of turn 10, about 30 car lengths back behind his son, and the checkered flag is out again on the Vitesse of Robert Anderson, taking the overall win, taking the win in C Sports Racer. Coming in second, coming out of the final corner right now, Thomas Brown.
Nope, that's not Thomas Brown.
No, that isn't Brown. I'm sorry.
That is actually Niall McCabe right there. Here comes Brown now.
Yeah. Now we've got Thomas Brown coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And he'll finish second overall, 27 seconds in arrears of Robert Anderson. But the Triumph Spitfire wins the FPV class over Peter Carroll. And we'll see Carroll here in just a moment coming out of turn 10. And there is the 55 machine. He's going to cross the line 19 seconds back from Brown, finishes third overall. Stephen Hershett will finish in fourth place, with Richard Jefferson and his midget finishing in fifth. Emily Ryan takes the win in Formula V. They're finishing sixth overall, up on Aiden Mulready by about 17 seconds. Bob Anderson in his Mini Cooper will finish in eighth, should finish in eighth. Of course, he's still got a couple turns left to complete. And then Niall McCabe in his MG Midget should finish ninth. Doug Zink will finish second in Formula V. Or probably third in Formula V. My apologies. All right, so Brian, that's going to wrap things up for group number 4 for our Lola Cup racers. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. Our next race group is going to be the Donohue Cup for production and specials through 1960. So, of course, make sure to stay with us. We'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway, and the 2025 Jefferson 500. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Kraus provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Kraus can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkraus.net today.
It is the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racing Group. I am Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we are ready for our next race of the afternoon. This is for our production and specials through 1960. It is the Donohue Cup, and as our racers head to the track for their pace up, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 11 1965 Ginetta G4 with a qualifying time of 125.301. It's Hervey Park. Jean Gotal in his 1962 Lotus 7 will start on the outside of the front row with Michael Orrit in the Slow Dance Racing Ginetta G4 starting in third. Tom Upshur in his Lotus 7 will start fourth with Andrew Moore also in a Lotus Super 7. He will start in fifth. Then we got David LeBrun in the LeBrun Nissan Lotus Elan Coupe. He will start sixth with Joey Bogelot in the Farzo Motorsports Tri-Energy Elva Mark 6, starting in seventh position. Todd Reed in the Reed Speed Lotus Super 7 will start eighth with Jeff Taplesey in the Jag-Off Racing Lotus 22, starting in ninth position. Kenny Williamson in his Elva Courier, the B&W Autosport Valley GMC machine, will start 10th, with Greg Campbell in his Devon Porsche. The Speedster, the 356, will start 11th. Starting in 12th, Ralph Solomon in the number 88 Bobsey. That is one of our FM cars. He will start 12th with Paul Stinson. Stinson driving his FPV Lotus Super 7, the 7 Sport machine, to 13th on the grid. Hank Giffen in his Elva Courier will start 14th. That's a 1959 machine. And then just a year older, the 1958 Devon Porsche machine, the Cycle Max car of Cliff Murray. Then we got Darren Mann. Darren's in his 1963 Lotus Elan. He'll start 16th. And then on the inside of row number 8 is Roy Crowninshield in his 1964 Ginetta G4, the 41 car. Vic Schuster will start 18th on the field. He's in his Triumph, his 1957 Triumph Ambro, with John Studar in 19th position today. He's in the number 9 Triumph TR3 Special. First of our Spec Renaults, the 1984 machine of Michael Schrader, starts 20th, with Vignesh Ramanathan in his Lotus FJ18 starting today in 21st position. Elena Sharp in her Spec Renault will start in 22nd position. Elena goes by Eli, I believe. Then we got David Conrad, also in a Spec Renault, starting 23rd. William Demarest in the Falcon Shells competition machine, the 1960 car, will start 24th, with Bill Stoller in his Spec Renault starting 25th. I want to thank Bill for coming up, taking a couple great pictures of folks that never take great pictures.
Yeah.
With Kevin Richards then starting 26th on the field today. He's in the Jake Stable MGA, the 1960 edition, as the pace car now is on the pit lane. As we see coming into our view, that's Hervey Park and Jean Gotal, with Michael Orrit and Tom Upshur behind. Looks like the front of the pack, very nicely formed. A couple stragglers in the Spec Renaults as they come to the green flag, and we see here they start to pick up speed. Green flag is in the air, Brian, as they start to make their way down towards turn 1 once again and jumping to an early lead right up at the front of the field. That was
that is Hervey Park.
Hervey Park,
Hervey
yes.
Park in that
the
in
yellow
that
Ginetta
number 11,
G4 with Gutal in his Lotus 7. We got thrown for a little while because we saw some yellow cars listed as being in the lead, and, well, none of them were Hervey Park. They're actually the Spec Renaults here. As a little bit further back, we've got the white and red Ginetta. That is Michael Orrit with Tom Upshur, Joey Bogelot, and Todd Reed right behind. Actually, I think we've got the Elva of Bogelot. Makes up a couple positions, Brian. He moves up into third position. Then with the Lotus 7 of Tom Upshur, then Michael Orrit, then Todd Reed.
Yeah, I tell you what, Bogelot got a really good start. Now has seemed to drop back a little bit there as they came out of turn number 2 and headed up into turn number 3. We'll pick up here and see if we can see if this camera is actually going to work. I don't believe it is. It's going to cut in through there. But Bogelot moving up now. He was almost 3 wide, almost stuck it in there 4 wide right on the start, headed down the front stretch. So.
All right, and Brian, doesn't take long getting word that actually, is it the 278 or the 378 machine I think it's actually the 378
Yeah.
of Mark Rosenberg in his 1959 Peerless, maybe getting the meatball flag, asking him to come into the pit lane. And that car, now I'm getting word, is a little bit off the pace as it is. So he'll probably bring it in. We'll check the pit lane to see if he does.
Yep, and it looks like they did acknowledge the black flag, so we'll see that car coming in momentarily. I think they were, it's right there, headed down the chute, and Greg, really what that's going to do is our overall leaders are going to end up catching that car because they're just now up over the hill out of 3, so they're going to be coming into the picture there.
Yeah, there they are, and we're not seeing a white flag. Now we see the white flag to let the racers know that there is a slower moving vehicle directly ahead. And a white flag doesn't mean no passing. It just is more informational that they've got that slower machine. And we'll see it here. We'll see it eventually.
We may not see it till we get to turn 10 now because it doesn't look like either one of those two cameras have decided to.
And it sounds like that machine may have pulled off at turn 7, Brian.
Yeah.
Not going to make it all the way back to the pit lane. So that should open things up now, certainly, for our leaders right up at the front of the field for Hervey Park and Jean Gotal as they come onto the front straight now. Separated only. Probably that's Joey Beaujolad in second, not Gotal. My apologies. Is Beaujolad now only about 2/10 back at most from Hervey Park. Tom Upshur in his Lotus 7 moving in the second, and then we said Gotal and Williamson a little bit further back. Todd Reed falls back at the 6th. And we have another driver.
Well, that's the same car.
That
so
is
he
the
has
same
pulled
one,
off.
the 378.
He made it past turn 7, but it looks like he's pulled off in turn number 8.
And Brian, another car that is having some problems and has pulled onto the pit lane. That is the 356, the Porsche Devon of Greg Campbell, he's on the pit lane now. And we are going to a full course caution, Brian, in order to go and retrieve this car a little bit close. They pulled right to the edge of the track surface, and much too close for our flaggers' tastes and therefore our race controls tastes. So there he is.
Yeah.
And it may not look like an impact area there, Brian, but we already had the one car that went off earlier in the day. And if you lose the rear end, that take our word for it, it's a bad place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, not a place you want to have a car sitting right there. And especially, again, you start to get into racing and you get a good run out of there and you end up coming too wide right out of there. You never know what can happen. So safe call here. Put it under full course yellow here. Let's pick up the entire field and then let's, again, get everybody bunched back up together. Get that car pulled out of there, and then we can go back to green flag racing.
All right, Brian, and I want to just take a look here as they're coming out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't seeing things, but I'm not sure. I might have to go back and scroll back through our footage because we're showing Joe, and we see Joey Beaujolad as your leader on track, having gotten around Hervey Park. But I thought that happened after the full course.
He may give that. They may give that back. Beaujolad may give that back. I don't believe that pass happened. Until after the double yellow. I think Park saw the double yellow, slowed down, and Beaujolad may not have seen it. Again, we'll let downstairs make that call, but I believe that pass happened right as the double yellow had already come out. So, again, and we got to get Beaujolad to kind of slow up to let the field get caught back up here because, again, he is going to be the basically the safety car, the pace vehicle here in this car. And so here he comes out of turn number 10, again, carrying a boatload of speed through there. So, again, I'm not sure if they understand that we are not racing right now. And he is full song down the front stretch along with everybody else.
Well, the full course caution, Brian, is they want to bring the field under control, but that also means getting some cooperation from our leaders, certainly to slow the pace up. and we just have not seen that yet. And so so I'm looking to see, and I'm actually scrolling back through our footage, Brian. And as the full course caution came out, indeed, let's take a look here, and we'll just have to see where it is. I think the pass might have been made, Brian, actually before, and I'm looking at it now.
Before,
the
yeah,
pass was made
going down into turn 5.
Yeah, the pass was made before the full course caution came out.
Yeah.
So great job there by Joey Beaujolad. And gets that pass made on Hervey Park, and shortly afterwards, the full course caution came out. But great run. And now we're getting word, Brian, that the next time our leader comes by, that's Joey Beaujolad in the number 70 Elva.
Still pretty much full song right here. He's getting ready to make a pass.
Well, they're going to drop.
They're going to go back green. So,
yeah, it sounds like they're just going to drop the double yellows, that they've gotten that car out of the way.
Yeah.
Down by turn 8, and again, we apologize that we don't have that camera working. As we now have the Campbell Devon, the Porsche powered Devon, the 356 car, Gregory Campbell heading back out on track. So he is running 2 laps down at the moment, but at least he gets that car back out there for today's feature race. And we do have the 378 car now, Mark Rosenberg, back in the paddock, Brian. So the emergency services team doing a pretty bang-up job.
They have been busy. They have been pretty busy all day long. So, yeah, as our field now is back to green, and going back through that footage, seeing where that turn came, in there. So. We got we got a lot of
so we know that Joey Beaujolad did not pass under yellow to take the lead from Hervey Park, but apparently there were a couple of other drivers that might have gained a position under that full course caution period. And again, we heard of 3 different cases coming out of turn 3. Again, we'll let the stewards make those determinations.
So it looks like we had 3 cars that may have passed, under that double yellow. And again, a lot of these cars really didn't slow down, Greg. They were continuing to keep going, and one of them happened to be the leader do that. So we definitely didn't have. So I can see where that can cause a little bit of confusion when your leader doesn't slow down enough in order to grab the field. So looks like we got 1 car back on the pit road, and Greg, I think that's the car you were talking about earlier that came down sitting there. So again, this battle continues to go on between Joey Beaujolad and Hervey Park, out here on the racetrack. Again, trying to look, a lot of guys just now getting their tires and everything back up, kind of up to temperature and back up to speed where they are as our leaders now come out of turn number 10. And one of the sleeper cars here that we've been talking about, we talked about it yesterday, had a great run yesterday, didn't do so well this morning, is that Tom Upshur in that Lotus 7, in that number 4 car. He is right on that back bumper, really, of Hervey Park and Joey Beaujolad as they go down into turn number 1 right now, coming through turn number 2 now. So Tom Upshur really getting a pretty good run right around the same time frames as Beaujolad and Hervey Park. So while we were under that double yellow, he was able to come in and get a little bit closer because there was about a 3-second different gap early on in this race. But now he's taken that down to just under a second, Greg, as they come down the chute right there. There's Tom Upshur. He's got a really good car underneath him right now.
Yeah, he definitely does, making a very good run there, right up to the back there. And We'll see if that that blue Lotus 7 can make it around. Please work, camera. Please work. And I guess not. But here we go. Now we can actually see him, Brian, coming out of turn 6 with this camera here. I think we can also catch them. The shoot camera, we can sometimes see them as they come through that little twisty section there. But that Upshur machine, now I think he's hanging pretty well with Hervey Park in the Jetta. Actually all three of these cars in the front, incredibly lightweight, incredibly nimble here as we now see Hervey Park moving to the lead as he was able to draft up right alongside Beaujolais coming out of turn 10, but Tom Upshur running the fastest lap so far. Not able to do much with it, though, as Park continued to keep that car all the way to driver's right to the inside going into turn 1 to hold off the Lotus 7. I was just going to say that as light as these cars are, if there's one advantage on a course like this, Brian, especially when they get down to the bottom portion of the course, where Upshur in his Lotus 7 will have an advantage, it's going to be down in the carousel past the section, because in the Lotus 7, Upshur's rear end is essentially right over the rear axle. I mean, the weight is pushed so far back in order to gives the ability, even though it doesn't have the weight of a Porsche 911's motor sitting there. This has a front engine, but it can hunker back a little bit and drive those rear wheels into the pavement.
Well, you can really see Park opening up now a lot over Beaujolais and Upshur, and especially when you come up out of turn 8 and you head up into turn number 10. I tell you what, in most cases, you have to really tap the brake. I don't think Park even came close to the brake last time.
I don't think he has to.
Because if you look right now, there he goes. He's opened up that huge gap, and now Upshur's going to get in front of Joey Beaujolais in that number 70. So I'm wondering if at number 70 the handling's starting to go away here.
I think
just about 13 minutes left.
Very well the case is Beaujolais might have just run off the tires. Should mention, Brian, that that coming into this race, Tom Upshur had lapped almost 1.2 seconds a lap faster than Joey Beaujolais. I think Beaujolais just happened to be in the right place at the right time when that full course caution came out.
Yeah, well, he actually got a really good start to this race, is that he ended up going 3 wide and put that car right dead stick in the middle of our front 2 cars, and he just held on to Park pretty much the entire race, and then, as you said, made that pass going down into turn 5 just before that double yellow came out to be able to hold that off. And again, Park not being able to really make a pass there while we were under a full course caution. But then when we went back to green, that car now seems to be up to full song, because he's definitely opened that up over Beaujolais and Upshur. So Beaujolais may have been holding Beaujolais may have been holding both of those cars up at some point.
And Brian, I'd like to. It's very good to see we had Jeff Taplesey, who earlier today ended up in the gravel trap over turn 10 in his Formula Junior machine, the 1964 Lotus 22, the light blue, one of our few open wheel cars in this group, and beautiful machine here that I believe this car. I'm looking to see if this car has any provenance. I've gotten a lot of information from Jeff as far as the Lotus 22s in general, and how they did at Indianapolis, for example, back at the 66 Indianapolis 500. But I mean, this is certainly a chassis, I think, for many years that folks thought would be quite a bit faster with a little bit more engine behind it. Certainly, of course, this being... but I don't believe this car itself has any provenance. Now, Jeff started racing years ago with an MGB, also a Merlin and a Formula Ford and a Formula V, and of course his primary car is a Lotus Super 7. This particular machine, brand new car to him, but I think has been around for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, that car over in the in that gravel trap turn 10 when we had that incident earlier on in this group where we ended up having to call this race a little bit early as well. So I do know that when he came to the grid, I do know that he has 4 brand new tires on that car before this race started because he still had the stickers on them.
Yes.
So four fresh Dr. Feelgoods out here for this race right here, Co. And it's showing because he just went his fastest lap of the race here on lap 10. So those tires getting ready to come in, maybe setting that car up for tomorrow for the sprint race that they're going to have roughly right around 11 o'clock tomorrow. So,
and you know we were looking, Brian, at the yellow, all the spec Renaults that are out and running, and unfortunately, I think a lot of this has to do, I think, with the variation. And there's one of our spec Renaults coming out, and there is the bunch of them coming through. And I think that's a Vincent with Zurich, Bill Stoller, who was up taking photos of us earlier, and Dave McFarland. That's the battle for 4th right now. The car that we see a little bit further ahead, that is Steve McFarland in the number 26. He's currently running 3rd. As the rest of the field there coming onto the front straight.
Yeah, we got the 26 of Steve McFarland. He just went through turn 3. So, again, you've got Elena Sharp there as well. I think she is leading this group, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, Michael Schroeder is leading this group.
Yes.
Right now. Sharp 2nd, McFarland 3rd, as you just said. So.
And should mention here that all of these spec Renaults, again, this is for the Gen 1, we'll call it, what is now known as Spec Racer Ford in SCCA Sports Racing. I believe they are all coming out of the Old Speed shop. These cars formerly campaigned by Entropy Motorsports, and that company, after many years, left the business, and Old Speed picked them up, I think, just before the Jefferson 500 of last year.
Yeah.
And a great rental business, very inexpensive, and they found a great place, a wonderful place to race in vintage racing, as they are no longer campaigned in Sports Car Club of America racing in the Renault format. We're actually on the 3rd and latest generation of those cars. Almost identical chassis, almost identical bodywork. Some changes in the bodywork to support the newer Ford engines that have been used for the last 25 years or so. But so much remains the same today as they were when these cars were first campaigned.
Pretty much, the last 4, I think we have, 6 of them out there right now, 7 of them maybe out there. I know that the back 4 here just now went by that start-finish line, so pretty much, staying in line there with each other, getting ready to come out. So, again, we'll follow them around, but good to see that we've got that many out here running. I believe that is the leader of them right there.
Yeah, I believe indeed, that is Michael Schrader in the 69 machine.
That's our overall leader, Harvey Park, heading down into turn number 5 there. So right around 6.5 minutes left to go. So probably going to get another 3 laps here, maybe even 4 laps. So we may even get to 17 laps here, which is pretty good, even though we did have that, that full course caution early on in this race, but it was pretty quick caution. So good speed by our Rescue 1. I'm sure that Mr. Bill Smith had that thing up to 80-something mile an hour heading down through there with that big old truck.
When a big Ford F-350 can outrun a car that's got less than 2 liters of displacement. What a surprise.
Yeah, looking at some of these times, Joey Beaujolot and even Tom Upshur, they have really slowed down as this race is going on. And again, Greg, this is, we see this here a lot. Cars go out there and they start to run overall, but then all of a sudden you start to burn that fuel, tires start to burn off. I'm sure, a lot of these cars as well, ran the same tires either all weekend long or definitely ran the same tires all day today. And now if you've gotten, up into that 17, 18 lap range, add this morning that they did, I think this group actually, again, this group came off a little earlier than their normal time due to the incident that we had there at the end. But again, you're talking probably 40, almost 50 laps on these tires. That will start to go away in a lighter car. Trying to pick up our leader here. Find out where Mr. Park is out on the racetrack. I believe here he comes now out of turn 10. So he's going to start, but he's in a kind of a gaggle of traffic right here. Again, and what that's doing is a little bit. Last time it was about 6.5 seconds lead. It's now just under 3 seconds now to Tom Upshur. So Park having some challenges getting through some of the back half of this field, and that's allowed Upshur to get there in front. And Upshur just ran his fastest lap of the race, Greg, at that 126.524 on lap 15. He was 3 seconds faster than Hervey Park. But now as Hervey gets all the way out in front of this, where he has a clean racetrack, and we still got Upshur really trying to struggle to get through here, that gap's going to open back up.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to open up pretty quickly here as he works his way through this traffic and comes down the hill. And now going, as we see here, as Park goes into turn 5 without any traffic ahead of him. That black Lotus, or probably dark blue Lotus 7, nowhere near as lucky.
We have to see which one of those Renaults made that good move there going into turn 5. I believe that may have been Bill Stoller with the move. That could be the move of the day, because that was one heck of a run coming down out of turn number 5 and turning around and basically diving under that MG right there. So we'll have to see. Yeah. I'm going to check the number of that, but it was definitely one heck of a move coming down into turn 5. Definitely that late breaking.
Yeah, and I don't think that was necessarily a move for position, though, Brian. As unless that was the MGA, was it the red MGA? If it was, that was Vince Wieczorek in the 601 machine getting around Eric Russell.
Well, the Renault, that was actually Michael Schroeder. So that is actually your leader. So in there. So we're getting word now that Park will be getting the 1 lap to go the next time by. We got a car coming out of the pits now.
And I think that's the Campbell Devon again. Yeah.
356.
That's the second time down the pit lane here during today's race. Yeah.
Well, I know he made the right-hand turn back to the paddock. So I believe they tried to get fixed whatever they did. Heading down into turn number 1, so we'll see. Yeah, so getting word Park is coming up through 8 right through there.
There he is.
Be coming up through turn 10, so the next time he crosses the start-finish line, he will get the 1 to go. So we're going to have 1 more lap left to go in this race.
And he's going to be the second car in line as he comes into our view now onto the front straight and pulls to the inside.
Right behind him.
Upshur's gotten right back up to him as they've had to work through traffic, Brian. So, and as they head down into turn 1 under braking, maybe a half car length separating them. And we now see Hervey Park keeps the car pinned to driver's right to the inside going into 1. To defer Upshur, or not to defer, but to deter Upshur from making the pass. And Upshur, he's locked in right at the back bumper as Hervey Park comes down the center track going into turn 3. And as they come out now, we see there is Upshur. He actually chops off the exit of that turn. Yeah, I was going
to say, yeah.
And I think might have thrown away a little speed here.
But throw some way. Sorry, Greg. You're going to throw away some speed there because he really goes wide going into 4.
Yeah. But a big brake lock up there from a slower car as both Park and Upshur try to slot underneath going into turn 5. And, Brian, we've got a new leader as they came out of turn 4. Tom Upshur was able to get around Hervey Park, so move the yellow Ginetta back into second place. And now there he is look at that, not just all by himself, but he's opened up just at the bottom half of the course, Brian, almost 6 car lengths on Hervey Park. Tom Upshur, your leader, as they come up and underneath the bridge and now on to the front straight into our view. Hervey Park is going to move to the inside to try to make up the ground, but taking the win in today's Donohue Cup feature race for production and specials through 1960, it is Tom Upshur in his 1962 Lotus 7. Hervey Park will finish in second. Joey Beaujolais, there he is in the number 70 Elva. He will finish in third. Jean Goutal in his Lotus 7, the 1962 edition, will finish fourth. Todd Reed brings his Super 7 home in fifth. Kenny Williamson in a 1961 Elva Courier finishes sixth. Jeff Taplesey seventh. And Taplesey in that Lotus 22 Formula Junior. Ralph Solomon finishes in eighth. Hank Giffen ninth. Chris Murray only 3 seconds back in 10th.
Yeah, here comes Taplesey now.
Yeah.
Taking the checker. So, again, good run by him, especially what he had to go through, this morning. And, again, I think it was just more of when we had that incident, basically really had nowhere to go and ended up locking it up and getting into some of that oil that we had down there, which put him up into the gravel trap at turn 10. But good to see him back out here finishing this race and running a pretty good 7th place finish.
All right, so that's going to wrap up the Donohue Cup feature race. What we're going to do now, Brian, is we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action here from the Jefferson 500. Next up is the Gibson Cup, and that is the Charlie Gibson Trophy, for our sports racers. So we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action. Stay with us.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the 2025 Jefferson 500, but you've heard me say that now, I think 15 times, 16 times today, maybe a little bit more.
15th time right now.
Something like that. Heading on to the track now, our sports racers and once again, some of our Formula F racers as well. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 15 Swift DB2, the J.H. Bennett sponsor machine, it's Joey Selmont. Eric Skibsrud will start second. He's in his 1972 Chevrolet machine, or Chevron, pardon me, the B21 car. Then we got Larry Rossi. He's going to start third. He's in his Lola T598. That's a 1985 chassis, as is the Swift DB2 of Charles Habisrutner. He's in the Habis Performance Inc. machine. Then we got Dennis Henratty. He's your special guest this weekend. He is in the Reynard SF88. Maybe not. He hasn't. He's been a very unreliable guest this weekend. Hasn't posted for any of these races. Garrett Wilson. He's going to start sixth. He's in a Lola T598. That's the Vintage Racing Services entry. Then we got Sam Morton. He's in his 1978 Lola 492, starting seventh. Then our Formula F pole sitter for this race, Christopher Vital in his Van Diemen. Lee Braheen in his Lola T89 will start ninth. Then we got Andrew Graham in a Van Diemen 1600 Formula F machine, starting 10th. Daryl Kepler starting 11th in his Swift DB1 Formula F entry. That's the Covered Bridge Capital machine. And then we'll have to see if Oscar Pacheco makes it out today, Brian. Oscar did not complete the pace lap, or probably didn't complete the opening lap of the last race that we had with this group before lunch.
I do believe he is out there because I think we have 4 of the Formula Fs, and I believe I see 4 out there. So I couldn't tell it by that shot, but I did believe at 4 across the start finish.
And Brian, they're a lot closer to the front pack this time around.
Yeah.
Instead of half a track back. So we will have a split start. We'll have the sports racers up front. We'll have the Formula Fs all together, all 4 of them, a little bit further back as they make their way out of turn 8, up the hill and underneath the bridge. And that camera's frozen up, Dom. Yeah, so let's move back to this one here. I'm going to bring our ticker down so we can see a little bit more as they come out of turn 10. And on to the front straight. We'll bring that ticker back up in just a few moments as we get a lap or 2 in the books as the sports racers now with Selmans and Skibsrud. Selmans in the gray and whites, Skibsrud in the red and white machine. They get the green flag. They are underway as our Formula Fs with Vital Pacheco and Rossi and Henrati. Now, or actually, I guess Henrati isn't here. And Daryl Kepler, I almost forgot Daryl. They head down into turn 1. Remember that when I bring the timing and scoring back up, Eric Skibsrud's transponder not functioning.
Yeah.
But we'll let you know where he stands in this group as they come now out of turn 1 into turn 2. And it looks like that turn 2 camera not functioning at the moment. So let's pick them up here as they come into turn 5 and head down the hill. And that is Skibsrud in the Chevron. He is currently your leader as he got around Joey Selmans just as he did earlier today, Brian.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start there, kind of opening that up a little bit. Again, another driver got a really good start is that Christopher Vettel in that number 13 in that Formula F. As he's opened up that gap over Oscar Pacheco, and then you've got to go back a little bit further. I believe that is going to be Kepler and then Graham as we get to get ready to complete one lap here. But it is in that group. That is definitely going to be Christopher Vettel in the lead as he is coming up on some of our back cars in our other group. So again, Vettel getting ready to come up on the back of the 53 of Sam Morton. So again, Vettel putting pressure on Morton.
Yeah, that beautiful pink Lola 492. And Vettel just drafting right off the back of it as they came out of turn 10. And right alongside as they go into the braking zone at turn 1, Brian. But then Morton going a lot deeper on the brakes than Christopher Vettel. And we heard that Vettel, of course, had just gone through driver's school this past weekend. So maybe just might not be fully confident in the braking abilities of his Van Diemen. And Morton able to hold on to the position now as we watch him come down the hill and head into turn 5. And but now we do have Vettel getting around Sam Morton.
Yeah.
So move him up into 6th overall, drop Morton down into 7th. And Morton might have some more Formula F company in a moment here as Oscar Pacheco, who, again, didn't complete a lap in our first race today, now finds himself closing things down on the pink number 53.
Yeah. So Vettel looked really good this morning, too, in that
did.
Formula F. So
Yeah,
good run by there. And now he's getting ready to come up, as you just said, he's getting ready to come up on the Lieberhain number 24 machine. So,
and, Brian, we've got a car in the gravel trap over at turn 1.
that is actually the 8. That is Eric Skibsrud that went down into turn number 1. Wasn't able to make that turn.
And unfortunately, we just don't have that camera functioning right now. But Eric Skibsrud, who was your leader, now very deep in the gravel trap. That is going to bring out a full course caution here at Summit Point, as we want to get the group under control so that we can send the emergency services teams out to respond.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe there may have been a little bit of a brake issue there, and that's what caused it because, when we, if we had that camera up and running, you'd be able to see that the 100-foot marker that we have down there, that is actually tipped over. And I think he hit it with the front end nose of that car. So I think that when he went to get on the brake, the brakes just didn't really have a whole lot, and that car ended up getting sideways going in. So.
And again, we apologize that we can't bring you the action over there, as we do have our emergency services team now responding. They're going to head down towards turn 1. Hopefully won't take too terribly long to extract the Skibbs Rood chevron from the gravel trap. He looks to be, what, Brian? I'd say about 20 feet in.
Yeah, not very far in, and I think that's one of the reasons why they needed to get that car moved.
And not only is he not very far in, but I mean he is directly ahead of the braking zone going into turn 1, definitely in an impact zone. So good to see the rest of the racers slowing down, giving deference to our emergency services workers and to Eric Skibbs Rood that is out there. We are getting word now that they are going to deploy the safety car, Brian, to pace the field around, because it sounds as though in order to get this, in order to get the chevron out of the gravel trap, they are going to need to take up a little bit of the track surface, and they want to ensure that the safety car leads the field. And I think instead of doing that, Brian,
we're going to bring the black flag off.
Yeah, race controls just decided to black
right
flag
there.
And bring everybody onto the pit lane.
Smart move right there. Again, if we gotta, we gotta block some of the track there with that Rescue 1 in order to get that car out of there. It is smart. Bring them down, put them down on pit lane. This one will be quick and easy. Get them out now that they have that. So
and we've got the emergency services team now backing up into the gravel trap there to hook it up. So it shouldn't take very long. I think they're going to pull it back. Skibbs Rood is still pointing towards the back of the gravel trap. They're just going to yank it towards the track, and we've got the emergency services team out to get it hooked up.
Yeah. So again, we'll have plenty of time. Shouldn't take but a minute or two, and I wouldn't be surprised if Eric Skibbs Rood, if he doesn't, maybe doesn't have a brake problem, maybe go in, get that checked out, and then come right back out. Because again, it wasn't it didn't go very deep in there, and I believe that he was able to get the car stopped, but just really had no way to get it completely safe and turned around down there. So. So again, as we wait to get Rescue 1 to pull that car up and out of there, it shouldn't take but another minute. We'll hold them right there, and then we'll send them back out, to complete. Now, remember, we had this situation yesterday, not with this group, but with one of the other groups where we held them and they went out, and the leader just went and just completely took off. And so I think there was a little miscommunication there. So let's see what they do here. In terms of when Joey Settlements goes out, does he pace the field until they come back to the green, or does he just say, you know what, I'm hammering down, I'm going.
Thank you.
Catch me if you can. So they're hooking up that number 8 machine down there, and again, apologize that camera's not there. You'd be able to see kind of really what they're doing, but they're hooking that car up.
If it's any consolation, we're using binoculars. So.
Yeah. I've got it hooked up to the back of the car now, and so it looks like our Rescue 1 is going to nice and easily. I'm going to give you the play-by-play of pulling this car out of the gravel trap there, Greg, but.
Let us know if anything exciting happens, Brian.
Well, they're pulling him out now, so keeping the wheels straight, it's going to be able to back him out. So we'll see whether or not Eric Skibbs Rood is going to be able to continue.
I think that's the biggest question, is whether that car, if it wasn't a brake issue, if he
maybe got loose on entry going in there.
Yeah. And as long as he can get it back underway, you know, the only other thing to maybe worry about is if that car did suck in a lot of stones. One of the things that we see a lot of times with the gravel traps here at Summit Point, a lot of it has to do with the fact that it isn't like pea gravel, Brian, that they've got pretty big stones. That a lot of times they find a way of wedging themselves into the between the wheel and the bead of the tire, and may not be the safest thing to continue on those wheels. But regardless, I think the officials from VRG are going to want to see that car on the pit lane and make a determination before it heads back out onto the track.
Yep.
So the clock continues to run here as it's counting up, as you can see, Brian, but still a lot of time left in this race.
And it does look like that, well, they kind of moved around. I don't know if he's going to continue. That does look like he is. It looks like he is driving away.
He's back underway. We've got race control trying to get a hold of the emergency services.
Well, no, actually, it's the other way around. Rescue 1's trying to get a hold of control down there. So,
and yeah, so Skibsrud now, he's got the car underway, moving slowly for between turns 2, heading up to turn 3. We'll see him come into our view here momentarily.
So it looks like he is moving. There you go. You can see it. So.
And likely, Brian, when our racers head back out, they will see a debris flag over turn 1, because when they pulled the Skibsrud machine out of the gravel trap, much like we saw a little bit earlier today when a car came out of turn 3, it is going to bring a lot of gravel onto the track, and it looks that as though either A, there's a lot of rubbing in the back of that car, or he's ejecting a lot of gravel.
Yeah,
I think is probably more likely as we saw him come down the hill, because again, there's going to be a lot in the under tray of that car.
Yep. And I know that that he's going to have to yeah, you can see there is some stuff, and I think that's just gravel coming out from underneath there.
Coming out from behind the car.
Yep.
So he's going to come onto the pit lane here, and actually I think that camera was working for a moment there.
It thought about it. It wanted to see how much gravel it could pick up there.
All right, so the Skibsrud machine now on the pit lane, and officials are going to take a look at that car, but I think we'll... And I think the word has now come back from a lot of our corner stations that there is quite a bit of gravel now around the track.
Yeah, I think you're going to see debris, the debris flag, pretty much all the way around, at least for the first lap when we come back out. And I think once we do it, we're going to get, we'll get these guys probably to tiptoe through here. So. So we'll get it. We'll get them back. Get them back out here again. We've got still got about 14 and a half minutes left, Greg. So we're going to get quite a bit of laps. So, and it looks like Eric Skibsrud is going to call it an afternoon. Yep. He is taking it back to the paddock. So evidently didn't like what either he saw or
he probably felt the car vibrating like mad. So one of the other things that I found, in most of these cars, especially for that time frame, they're going to be using Heim joints for the suspension.
Sure.
Never mind the fact that sometimes you end up with a gravel wedge between the wheels and the beads of the tire, is a lot of times that gravel, Brian, will find its way and wedge itself into the bushing material at the different joints of the suspension, which will make for a very uncomfortable ride, even at low speed, back to the paddock, let alone at high speed. As we've got our racers now heading back out on track, they'll get the green flag this next time by.
And Christopher Vettel, who was leading in that, has not left pit road yet, so having a problem trying to get that car started. So if he can get it started, he's going to end up moving back.
And they got the car up and going, and so he is going to start from the tail end of the field, and I'll bet you, Brian, here as he heads onto the track. He's going to be hightailing it to catch up to the rest of the field. And given that we've got the Formula Vs of Kepler, Pacheco, and Graham just ahead, they're sitting right at the rear of that field all together. That's going to put Vettel, assuming he can catch up before they go green, it's going to put him right to the back of the field. He's been the class of those 4 cars.
Yeah, exactly. He's just now coming up through 3 right now, and they're down into 5. So he's going to be he's going to get he should probably catch them right around turn number 8. He should be at the top of the hill right now. So again, depending on how slow Joey Selements does, he should catch them right around here in this kind of coming out of turn number 8. Again, I think that camera has died again, Dominic, so we may want to move away from that. Away from that, let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to start. I think we're having again, the heat issues is still taking care of these phones. But he should be able to catch that field. And you're right, he's been the class of the field, so he should be able to work his way up through the field here with plenty enough time. And here comes our cars now out of turn number 10 right there. So we should be getting the green here back. So there is Selements. He is back on the green.
And Brian, getting a great jump there at the start is Garrett Wilson in the Lola T598. Definitely on the move before Charles Habestrutner was. And as they head down into turn 1, Habestrutner, though, able to hold off that dark blue 598. Lee Brahim slotting in the 4th. Sam Morton in the pink machine still behind as they come out of turn 2. And we get a little bit of that view right there. And in Formula F, Brian, probably Formula Ford, I'm so used to calling it Formula F, in SCCA, Vitale he got close, but he wasn't able to get past any of the cars ahead. And as a matter of fact, we're seeing now where both Andrew Graham and Oscar Pacheco have broken away just a little bit from Kepler and Vitale.
Well, I tell you what, Vitale now has gotten around Kepler, so move Kepler up, or move Vitale up into 3rd overall. So the next 2 cars that he's going to come up are going to be in that Oscar Pacheco and Daryl Kepler. So Andrew Graham. So again, still plenty enough time, just under 11 minutes left to go in this race. So I wouldn't be surprised, as we've talked about Christopher Vitale being kind of the class of this Formula Ford. So as there's your leaders in the Formula Fords right there. And then here you go. Here comes Vitale right there. So he's definitely closed that gap.
Yeah, Vitale, he's still got around, I don't know what, about 10 to 12 car lengths that he has to make up as they come down into turn number 1. He makes up a little bit of it under braking, and it probably helped him out just a little bit that we had Oscar Pacheco and Sam Morton go side by side into turn 1. Andrew Graham and Oscar Pacheco side by side in the 1 as Pacheco came down the inside after having just taken over the lead from Andrew Graham at the start-finish line. And Pacheco, though, protecting to the inside, and as they went in the 1 side by side, that definitely impacted their exit speed. And as they come into turn 5 now, you can see only about 6 car lengths back is Christopher Vitale. And we'll have to see how they deal with Sam Morton. I think Morton was probably looking in his mirrors behind him as the pick 492, big brake lock up from him going into turn 5.
Yeah, he ended up with some smoke there, and I think that was just kind of overdriving that corner there. Here comes Joey Selements right now. So again, we'll see whether or not he is able to pick that up and get that Christopher Vitale machine. It looks like he's going to be about a car length back right now, just now coming out of turn 10. Here they come.
If that, Brian, he's right on the gearbox of the blue and gold number 77 of Daryl Kepler. Or pardon me, let me rephrase. Let me say that again. On the red, white, and blue Van Diemen of Andrew Graham. My apologies. Got behind myself, not ahead of myself that time.
Yeah. No, pretty good battle here, just in front of our Formula Fords with the 131 there of Garrett Wilson and Lee Bahrain in that number 24 machine. Those two are kind of nose to gearbox there as they come down into turn number 5 right now, and then you've got Morton. So Morton is actually closing in on them as well, and then we've got those 3 Formula Fs or Formula 4s. See, you got me doing it again.
I got you doing it now.
You got
too.
me doing it again.
Yeah, that's it. I called a race last weekend with an early '80s Crossley that actually had a Honda Fit motor in it, and now I call everything a Formula F. But
yeah, so again, pretty good battle there. That's going to be again. You got Habestruder and Garrett Wilson sitting in second for that, and I don't believe And again, that's the battle there for the lead in that VS2. Bahrain and Morton kind of in their own class right now. So there's nothing there. So again, at some point, you may even just let these cars go by if you have to. But again, we all know once you put that helmet on, when there's a car in position in the racetrack, you're trying to pass that car.
Yeah, it's it's more easily said than done.
Yep.
To just let those cars go by, yep. as we've seen. Time immortal, Brian. It doesn't matter what the organization is, who the racers are.
And Greg, I'm wondering if Christopher Vettel's got another issue on that car because he has dropped back by about 15 car lengths now behind Andrew Graham, where he was right there. Here you go. Here comes the Morton machine in that pink car, and then you've got their 2 Formula 4s right there.
Right,
you can see how far back he is. He's definitely got some other type of issue.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. And and again, we saw as they came off of the black flag condition where he couldn't get that car started for quite some time.
Yeah.
Did not need a push start, but I think certainly something a little bit wrong there.
Yep.
As our leaders now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight.
And our 2
and actually that was actually Garrett Wilson running 3rd overall and Lee Brahim running in 4th, with Pacheco and Graham crossing the line. And this is actually turning into a nice little fight, Brian, between Oscar Pacheco and Andrew Graham in Formula Ford when they crossed the line that time by about 0.8 of a second separating the 2 cars.
Yeah.
And we saw how close they were early on, but behind Lee Brahim. As now they're about 4 seconds back from the black Lola. But still a great fight here. And now opening up just a little bit as they are now, it looks as though they, as well as Andrew Graham, have gotten around Sam Morton.
Yep. And I think that may have been a product of just Sam Morton just, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not racing you. Let's just go ahead and go. This is not a battle here in class.
And notice that time coming down the hill, Brian, he didn't lock up the brakes either. Again, I think he was spending more time watching his mirrors for what was coming up behind him.
Yep. One of the times I'm going to keep an eye on here is, we talked about Christopher Vettel in that 13, obviously way off the pace. Whether or not Darrell Kepler in that 77 machine with right around 5 minutes left to go, he ran 2 seconds faster than Christopher Vettel in that 13 in that number 77 machine in that Swift DB1, whether or not he's going to be able to run down that Van Diemen of Vettel. Because he seemed to be, again, as being 2 seconds faster. And I'm not even seeing Vettel come by through here.
No, I was just gonna say I haven't
he's on
seen
the pit lane, so
yeah, he just pulled on to the pit lane.
Yep, so definitely got an issue.
Yeah, so it looks like the number 13 machine, his day is done. That's going to move Darrell Kepler up into 3rd in with our Formula Vs as Kepler comes across the line now to complete lap number 10. Wow, Brian, and maybe I wasn't 100% correct there. As Sam Morton brought the, I was going to say the pink pig, but it's not a Porsche. It's not a 962. Morton brought that car into turn 5, and he was hard on the brakes. Had some brake lockup actually at the rear of the car. I think might need to move the brake bias a little bit forward. As the rear end really started to walk out on him there with that lockup. Now, when when I raced my front-wheel drive Honda CRX, the time that I knew it was to turn in at turn 5 was when the right rear wheel would lock up and the rear end would come around on me. It was like instant unintended rotation, but it was perfect. I could straighten up the front wheels and drive straight through turn 5. It was great. Car literally turned on a dime.
Yep. It's a good thing you didn't put a quarter out there.
No, certainly. Well, that would have been too big. The quarters are wider than the tires I had on that car.
Greg, I want to take a look at this this Oscar Pacheco and this Andrew Graham machine as well, because Pacheco has really opened up over Graham. The last time by, that's Pacheco right there.
Well, and I think at the line, Graham. We're going to see him, Brian. I think they're going to be coming out of, I thought we were going to see coming out of 2, because I think we lost another one of our Formula 4s.
We did. We lost Andrew Graham somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't lose them. We've misplaced them. We haven't lost them. We've misplaced them.
If we had more cameras running, Brian, we'd know.
Yeah, because
somebody send out a search party for us.
Andrew Graham, I believe, may have come down to pit road because Darrell Kepler now has moved up into 2nd overall in these Formula 4s, and Oscar Pacheco pretty much running by himself right there, although he's putting – I don't know if he'd say by himself. Yeah, I just looked at that, yeah.
He's tucked in right underneath the rear bodywork of Lee Brahim now as they head down into turn 1. You'll have to take our word for it. And as we're getting close to that 30-minute mark, I believe, Brian, we're going to hear that Joey Selman's in his Swift DB2 likely getting the 1-to-go notice next time by.
Mm-hmm. I believe they just got it just now. Yeah. I think he just went by the start finish line.
Exactly.
So he's headed
on
down
the front straight going into turn 1.
He's headed down into turn number 1. Again, pretty much open track for Lee Selmans. And again, he's 2 seconds off what he ran earlier. So again, just trying to nurse this thing home.
Yeah, as Charles Habestrutner now comes across the line 25 seconds in arrears. 24 3/4 if you want to be exact about it. And you can see there on our ticker right there is Joey Selman's running almost 3 seconds a lap faster. And so the next time Selman's there, he is heading into turn 1. Next time he comes onto the front straight, he'll see the checkered flag waiting for him, Brian.
We talked about Oscar Pacheco. I tell you what, Greg, he ran his fastest lap the time before this one with that 122.9. So, again, that car got pretty fast, and then trying to chase down Lee Brahim in that number 24 machine. Ended up going a little bit slower, but again, really good run by Oscar. And remember, he had that problem earlier on this morning and didn't really even complete the lap.
Well, and there you go. Crossing the finish line, Brian, is Joey Selmans in his Swift DB2. He will take the win. He will go. Well, he didn't go flag to flag. But what's more important, he had the pole, and he's the first to take the checker there in his 1987 Swift DB2. Larry Rossi in the number 99 machine. Of course, he did not take the green. Nor did Dennis Henratty. Eric Skibsrud retired after only 2 laps, so that leaves Charles Habestrutner, who crosses the line 27.5 seconds in arrears. Garrett Wilson in his Lola T598 coming out of turn 10 now. The dark blue with yellow numbered 598. There he is on the front straight. He will finish 3rd overall. Lee Brahim, he's going to lead Alex Pacheco to the line, Brian. And Brahim in his Lola T89 finishes 4th overall. Pacheco will win the Formula Ford race here this afternoon. Only 0.4 of a second back from Brahim. He was right there, more or less under the gearbox. Sam Morton in his pink Lola 492 will finish 6th overall. Darrell Kepler will finish a lap down from our leaders. After 13 laps, Andrew Graham, Chris Vitale retire early, as does Eric Skibsrud. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for the Charlie Gibson Trophy for our sports racers and a couple Formula Fords. And now that we've gone through this race with Formula Fords, Brian, we've got two more to go, as we have our Formula Ford Challenge Series and the Hill Cup coming up next. We're going to have, again, Group 7 here split into Groups A and B, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from the Jefferson 500 here at Summit Point Raceway. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
This organization should be a little different.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racing Group. And heading out onto the track now is the first of our two Formula Ford Challenge Series races to round out today's activities. Joining us once again in the announce booth are Frank Del Vecchio and, of course, Denny Austin. Thank you for coming back, gentlemen.
Thank you for having us back and not throwing us the hell out.
No, well, the other way around. We figured.
I don't know. They may toss us before we're done here.
No chance whatsoever because, well, it's been a long day. And Brian's going to be taking a little break, so we've got Dominic Mandiel behind the microphone as well. Welcome to the microphone, Dominic.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, so let's take a look at the starting order for our first of two Formula Ford Challenge Series feature races here for the Phil Hill Cup. It is on the pole, John Hearn in his Hawk DL17. That's a 1977 chassis. Yes.
Hey, actually, John won't be running.
He won't?
No, he had a little incident with the first race and bent some suspensions.
Oh.
He's out.
So that now, don't tell me that Chris Vasquez isn't running in his Crossley either.
No, Chris has that beautiful Crossley.
Okay.
It's kind of plum colored. He's running.
All right, so he's on the pole, and there actually we can see it right now behind that beautiful MGA pace car. Then we got Mike Werrick in his Zinc Z10. He will be starting in second. Then we've got Glenn Brooks on the inside of row number 2 in the number 82 PRS machine. Alan Buttrick in his Lola T202 will start in fourth. Taras Polakowicz will start.
Taras Pavlikovich.
I got to close. Polakowicz will start in fifth position. He's in the Annapolis Bows and Violins Royale RP3A. Ira Nesbitt will start sixth. He's in the 555 Power Slide Motorsports Wind Shadow Club Ford. Then we got Alan Tossler. He'll start seventh. He's in the Stonebridge Crossley 32F. That's a 1977 chassis. Tom Venturino will start eighth. Tom's in a Royale RP31. Lee Oddie will start ninth. He's in the number 52 Oddity Racing Tiga FFA 1600 with John Vidovich starting in 10th. On the outside of row number 5, he's driving the number 28 Reardon Solutions Reynard RF 82. Then we got Morgan Malone. Morgan's in the 1977 Lola T440 with Thomas LaCosta in the Yeoman Credit Titan Mark IV. He's going to start 12th. Then we got John Filios. He's in a Citation Z16 starting in 13th position. And then John Barber is in the number 19 Macron MR7B. He is going to start 14th. We'll get the last couple of drivers here as the green flag is in the air, gentlemen. And great start there side by side from Vasquez and Werrick as they continue wheel to wheel. Now jumping to the inside, that is Glenn Brooks in the PRS trying to make it 3 wide going into turn number 1. But Vasquez holds him and also Mike Werrick off as they go behind the trees. And hopefully we'll see him coming out of turn 2 here in just a moment as they fan out once again 3 wide.
It looks like Chris is going to take the lead going into turn 3 with Mike Wyrick following and Alan Buttrick in a close third. Good run through there. And a clean start, Frank. Didn't see any bumping and grinding, and everybody seemed to make it all the way to turn 3.
Bumping and grinding. Is this like the nightclub on? I mean, I know it's Saturday night, but it's still a little early for that.
A little early for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really don't want to do some bump and grind on these things. One of the guys that isn't out there is Glenn Brooks. Actually, he whacked his head. In his motel, he fell. Had a little concussion, so we dragged.
You should have told me when I was running down the order.
Well, that's good. Taurus got into third place for a little while.
All right, so that was Polakowicz who moved up in the fourth position there in the Royale as they make their way through the carousel. It looks like we're starting to pick up at least a couple more of the cameras here, but we'll watch as our leaders now coming out of turn 10 and now with almost 10 car lengths on the rest of the field is Chris Vasquez as he now starts lap number 2, and it is once again 3 wide in the battle for second with Mike Warwick, Alan Tossler, and Alan Buttrick now as they head into turn number 1. And from the outside there, I think what that was that the Wyrick car holds off Tossler and Buttrick as they come out of 1, but as they now make the run into turn 2 side by side, we've got the blues Zinc Z10 of Wyrick and then the white Crossley of Alan Tossler going into 3.
Yeah, looked like Budrick got by both of them.
Looked like Alan Buttrick made a good move coming through there to pick up second in that group. And Taras, the guy who won yesterday, is I think he's at about 5th right now, so he's in good position. But yeah, Alan Buttrick is in second place. Good for Alan.
Yeah, and that beautiful Lola T200.
Boy, we both have fond memories of those, don't we, Frank?
We both owned Lola T200s back in 1970.
Yeah. 70, 71, 72, yep.
So what made that chassis such a great machine?
It's just a good handling car. It was better than my Lotus 61 that I had in 1969. We came down here and actually took a couple of 5th places in the IMSA Pro race.
Oh wow!
And I was a new guy, but look at Chris Vasquez. I mean, he's doing a great job. That's kind of a cobbled Crosley. That's a Crosley 25 chassis.
Okay.
That was welded up to look like a 32. It's got I think a 45 nose on it and a couple of Crosley 35 pieces on it.
Oh my gosh!
It looks like Alan Tyler just put a move on Alan Buttrick going into turn 1, so we may see a change in second at this point, and they're closing in a little bit on Chris Vasquez. Yeah, it looks like Buttrick has dropped back to 3rd, Wyrick 4th, Taras 5th.
Yeah, and so I was say Buttrick, an environmental chemist. I think that's an interesting. I would say an interesting alchemy as he comes out here to race in Formula Ford. He's been doing it now for, oh my gosh, I guess this is only his 3rd year racing, so he's hasn't been behind the wheel for very long to have this car up in the 3rd place. Good run for him.
As an environmental chemist, he's still required to use pump gas.
Must hurt him every single time.
I'd like to point out one interesting car a little bit farther back in the field.
Sure.
All black with a big circle, yellow circle on the rear deck. But I'll tell you more in a minute.
All right,
Buttrick hanging in there. Wyrick dropping back some. It looks like the wind shadow is getting ready to put a move on Taras, but yep, I think he's going to get by.
All right, so and that car we were just talking about, Denny and Frank, which driver is that? We'll try and pick him out in the crowd.
Brian Kulig.
Cool.
Brian Kulig in a Crossley. I don't remember what model number it is, but it's got a big, what looks like a speed camera on the back. Brian Kulig is a Maryland State Trooper who races with us and refuses to write any tickets.
I was going to say he sent me some information. I'm looking to see. Here we go in the Crossley 60F.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed. And not only does he refuse to write you all tickets, he is actually the head driving instructor for the state police.
And by the way, he is doing better this weekend than he has ever done before. Why? Because he got a decent motor. He had a motor for years that was just, quite frankly, a piece of junk.
Okay.
And would put him towards the back of the field, and now he's running mid-pack right now.
Terrific guy. Henry. Oh, it looks like we have a new leader.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like Vasquez has now given up the lead. Now, Tossler had run his fastest lap of the race the last time by, and that white Crossley 32 gets around our leader Vasquez, but Vasquez trying to fight back.
He sure is.
Pulls alongside, pulls out of the draft as they came out of turn 10, and they are wheel to wheel as they go down to the braking zone, but Alan Tossler, a little bit later on the brakes, and as Vasquez drops in behind, and we could see there as Tossler dropped, as Vasquez dropped in behind, we saw Tossler move right over to the center of the track to try and defend.
Ira Nesbitt in the green wind shadow looking strong. He's pulled away a little bit from Mike Wyrick and starting to worry Alan Buttrick a bit.
Yeah, Vasquez, he got a little sideways. He lost about three positions.
He's
yeah, boom. Yeah, yep. So he's got his work cut out for him.
And there he is. They're now running in 4th position, just ahead of the blue zinc of Mike Wyrick, the 58 car, running in 5th.
We have somebody heading into the paddock. I can't quite tell which car it is. We'll report on that soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, now I'm looking at the rear of the car, so going to be almost impossible for me to pick up a number.
Yeah.
We'll take a look here as the pack comes around.
Denny, I think that's your son lining up early. I think for the next race.
Actually, I think I'm showing Emily Ryan is down one lap, only having completed 3.
Yeah.
I think that's Emily heading back to the paddock now.
Okay.
Here we go.
We got us a race.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Chris Vasquez got himself shuffled back a little bit. He's back in 4th now.
Yeah. So as Frank was saying, got a little loose coming out of 1 just a lap ago, and found himself now shuffled back a number of positions. We had though, as they went down into turn 1 that last time by, Ira Nesbitt, who worked his wind shadow up into 3rd position, was right on the gearbox of Buttrick as they crossed the start-finish line, and then we saw Buttrick Nesbitt move to the inside, and again under braking looked like
he took the position. He's running 2nd now. Now Ira showed up late. Most of these guys were here Thursday in practice.
We didn't see it. I didn't.
He showed up Friday late.
Right.
I'm not even sure he got qualifying time.
Well, that was the thing. I don't remember seeing him near the front of the pack during yesterday's races in the afternoon.
You would expect him to be, way up front, and he started last with me this morning. Well, I messed up the suspension setup of my car and embarrassed myself.
You can use that excuse all day long. We don't believe a word of that.
Here we go.
Alan Tossler being challenged now by the wind shadow.
Yeah,
and so the wind shadow's going to do it.
Yeah, so Nesbitt now steps to the inside, and he gets by before even the first crossover road takes over the lead. So Nesbitt in that wind shadow, apparently the sole creation of, is it Holger Ahl, who was his engineer here, worked on that car with him. It is the only one in existence right now. It's the only one leading our race.
The green car coming by start finish right now with the red nose, just heading down into turn 1, is being driven by just a terrific guy, Tom LaCosta. That car is actually one that was raced by the great Skippy Barber back in the day.
Oh, really?
I got
never heard of the guy.
Never heard of the guy? Well, I'll explain later.
Yes.
You can Google him.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of guys putting on good runs sort of in midfield are Morgan Malone and John Vinovich, a couple of our recent school graduates. Happy to see them out there performing well. Solid performance.
Yeah, Morgan Malone, interesting guy. What does he do? He builds Morgans. Duh. That's what he does.
So
it's almost like his parents planned it that way.
You can get a Morgan organ. Okay. All right. Oh my God.
Here we go.
This is shaping up really good now. Look at this. Is that Alan Buttrick challenging a little bit? No, that's
Vasquez.
Vasquez. Getting ready to snag 2nd. Nah, he started too far back. Too far back.
He's
back.
Not quite close enough in order to do that. Interesting that you talk about Morgan Malone because he touts himself as a mechanical engineer. Not that he builds Morgans, but I always find these little anecdotes that people send us. We ask them how they got into racing, and this is not exactly a children's show, so I feel safe saying that. He says, I was drinking beer in front of a friend's garage, listening to him explain what he needed to do to get his racing license, and I said, that's it, I'll do that with you. And so I guess they went to driving school, last year, I think.
It was actually 2 years ago. My daughter went to driving school with him. Oh. And we met him there.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
We got back in the field. We got Gary Rutherford.
An old buddy of yours.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. Gary is he's the same age I am. He's 80 years old. He's got his wife's twin, and his girlfriend with him, I think, and they're all 79.
Is he from Utah?
You can tell
anyway,
it's late in the weekend.
That's beautifully done. Car number 5. It's a 1981 Van Diemen. We raced with Gary years ago here in endurance racing.
Yeah.
He raced with Dave Amon, his partner in business for years.
Vasquez has overextended himself and dropped way back. He's in the middle of the 2nd group, but he's got a good run. Might pick up a spot here in turn 1.
Yeah, so we've got 4 cars now locked in together. Basically, the 4 cars battling it out for 3rd position.
Correct.
At the moment. Vasquez, as they cross the line, was right at the rear of that pack as he's now dropped back into 6th position, along with he and Taras Paulo. Please say it again. Pavlikovich, thank you. And they swap positions at the line as we watch this battle now going down into turn 4 into the chute and into 5 with Nesbitt and Tossler there. Nose to gearbox. And there we go. Looks like we're getting some of our cameras back right at the end of the day as things
cooling
are
off out there
to cool off. It's now a chilly 78 degrees, whereas apparently 79 degrees is our limit. Here as we watch this field coming into turn 5 and back up the hill out of the carousel. And it's amazing to see here how Nesbitt and Tossler have really started to open things up on Buttrick and Wyrick as they come around. And, and especially when we look at Wyrick qualified his car only 1/10 off of Jonathan Vasquez, and Buttrick was I think only 4/10 of a second back from there. So a bunch of very closely matched racers here in today's race.
Mike Wyrick looking like he's trying to break away from that second pack and maybe tag along with Ira and Allen. We'll see how that turns out coming through turn 3.
Yeah, Ira took the lead on that inside pass into turn 1, leading Tossler. Tossler's car, that's Mike Anifalo prepped car.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Stonebridge.
Stonebridge Cryoscience.
That was Marty's car. That was Marty Chantry's car. I think that it's very, very fast.
Yes. And it's certainly showing that today. See who we have up back there. We need to get you some dry ice there, guys, for your cameras.
I was gonna say I wanted to go out and squirt them with a little bit of water. Don't give away the secrets. Our cameramen are getting a little hot under the collar out there, literally. But again, we apologize. We'll have everything fixed up tomorrow morning, where it's supposed to be quite a bit cooler here. Again, we apologize and wanted to bring you the best action that we could.
Look like we have got a 2-car race up front.
And it appears to be almost a 3-car race as Mike Wyrick is starting to close things down.
He is.
On the leaders here as Nesbitt and Tossler once again wheel to wheel heading down into turn 1 as we've got Ira Nesbitt to the inside, Tossler to the outside, drivers left, and Wyrick catching a nice draft when you have 2 cars side by side directly in front of you. And as they come out of 2, heading towards 3 now, only about a car length and a half separating them now as we watch them come into the corner there. That blue zinc, he's right back in this battle as he's separated himself out from Alan Buttrick and Taras Pavlikovich, as well as Chris Vasquez. It actually looks like now Vasquez starting to fall off the pace.
He may have cooked his tires. He was running pretty hard. He may have just taken a little more out of him than he ought.
Yeah, and it looks like he's certainly, I don't want to say that he's not pushing the car down into that braking zone of 5. Carrying good speed through there, but certainly the 2 cars ahead carrying a bit more as our leaders come out of turn 8 and up the hill. And Nesbitt with a great run through the carousel, able to extend his lead over Alan Tossler by, I'd say, about 4 car lengths. But under braking here and going into turn 10, Tossler able to carry a bit more speed out of the corner and onto the front straight.
Notably, I was watching as the camera was moving around at turn 5 hairpin, and it looked like Taras was getting ready to try an outside move on Alan Buttrick, and it probably succeeded. Since now he's ahead. So Taras has picked up a pace, and that's an interesting place to pass. It's hard to do an outside pass at that hairpin, but if you can make it happen, you've got the whole carousel and the rest of the run
to the
pull away.
inside there. Yeah, make him go the long way around. I once had one of my instructors at my driver's school here, Ed York, after I made a pass on 2 cars on the outside of turn 5. He says, "Oh, that was a great move, but you'll never ever do that in racing conditions," which of course led me to attempt it the first time out, and I learned he was right. He was right.
He was right. He was right.
You can. That's a move you can make on students, seasoned racers. It becomes much more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. You find yourself running out of road in all the wrong places.
Yes, and it's not that difficult for the car if he's to the inside driver's left. Maybe push you out a little bit to where there's nothing but marbles and the track flattens out.
Looks like Ira's pulling away as Tossler's having to defend against Mike Wyrick, who is a very tenacious son of a gun and going to try hard. But at this point in the race, it looks like Ira's moving. Taras has got a nice lead now, and the next race is actually Alan Buttrick and Chris Vasquez, and it looks like Chris is going to attempt and may pull it off going into one.
Yeah, he makes that pass.
Yes.
Yeah. Good draft. At the back of the field, there's a great race going on.
It is.
Gary Rutherford, that's car number 5
Yep.
in the red Van Diemen, 81 Van Diemen. Got Brian Kulik right behind him, car number 911.
911.
That's at Crosley 60, and with him is Jeff Marlboro, and he's got Don Denham's 1980 Van Diemen. It's the red car, yellow car number 101, and they're having a great battle.
Yeah, a good 2 and 3 car races throughout the field, which is one of the great things about Club Ford. That we're so closely matched, so many guys to play with.
Well, I don't see Rutherford coming around.
No, I don't see Gary.
He's coming in.
Oh,
yeah. I was going to say, it looks like Gary Rutherford now on the pit lane. Not saying you jinxed him or anything, but looks like he's going to end his race here after 11 laps, as our leaders are working lap 12, probably working lap 13. And Ira Nesbitt on the front straight here. He's going to get the 1 to go indication from our starters. So 2 miles, 10 turns remaining. And perhaps his biggest lead of the race now at 1 second over Alan Tosco, with Mike Wyrick only a half second back from there.
Yeah, no mistakes.
And when has anybody ever done that on the last lap when the pressure is on?
Well, Tossler closes up about 3 car lengths on him.
He did. And let's take a look as they come down the hill, going through the chute, seeing if he lets off the pace any. And Tossler picks up maybe another more than half a car length on the braking, going to find
little
lock up. There you see the big trail of black tire there coming down the hill as the rear end also stepped out just a little bit on him. He certainly closed the gap down going into the corner. That leads me to believe he probably lost a lot coming out of turn 5 and going into 6 as they start to make their way through turn 8 now. And we see there the gap opens back up to about 4.5 car lengths as Mike Wyrick tries to close things down in desperation coming into the final corner into turn 10.
And it looks, as we see on the start-finish line, it looks like it's going to be the wind shadow all by himself there. Nice finish.
There you go. So Ira Nesbitt taking the win here in our first of 2 Phil Hill Cup Formula 4 Challenge Series races. Alan Tossler will finish second. And look at that, making its grand return is our start-finish camera for the first time in about 4.5 hours. Somebody had a long lunch break. And so Wyrick finishing in 3rd. Taras Palikovic finishing in 4th. Chris Vasquez, who had some time there right at the front of the field, he is going to finish 5th, about 6 seconds back from Palikovic. Then Alan Buttrick will finish 6th. John Vidovich finishing in 7th. Morgan Malone, Lee Odai, and then John Filios rounding out the top 10. Gentlemen, great race, and 1 more to go.
And 1 more to go.
One more to
go, and that the grid is filling up right now.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with our very last race of the day. Of course, we've got lots more action for you tomorrow morning here from Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the 2025 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We'll be right back.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, and it's the 2025 Jefferson 500, and it is also our last race of the day. It is our second and final Phil Hill Cup Formula 4 Challenge Series feature race here this afternoon. Let's run down the starting order, and then we'll get in with the banter here with the gentlemen. It is Jake King on the pole today in his Grand Prix Legends Royale RP24. Qualifying time for him, a 120.489. Starting on the outside of the front row in his Van Diemen RF81, the number 29 machine of Patrick Flynn. Scott Fairchild in his 1978 Zinc C10 will start on the inside of row number 2, alongside Dave Handy in the Sasco Motorsports Crossley 32F. Then we got Wayne Nicolette in his Rack Engines Exhibits.net Lola T340 Wayne had some issues to start off his race this morning, and we'll see how he fares here. Is the yellow number 2 out there on track? I thought I saw it. Yeah, he's out there.
Yeah, he's out there. He's out
there.
there. Nose.
So with his spare nose, he starts 5th. Sam Ryan in his 1981 Crossley 45F will start 6th. Doug Mice will start in 7th position. He's in the Team Escargot Lola T340 with the Stonebridge Cryoscience Van Diemen RF81 of Mike Agnifilo. We were just talking about Mike and his car prep service here a few moments ago. He starts in 8th. Robert Dusick III in his Winkleman WDF2 will start 9th today. He's driving the number 1 machine. And the person who is not Frank Del Vecchio will start 9th, probably start 10th today for Del Vecchio Racing in the Van Diemen RF81, and that is
Jordan Mayer. Jordan Mayer.
Exactly. All right, then we've got the Eric Langbane Racing Castrol March 719 of Eric Langbane. He will start 11th. Tom Stefani in his Crossley 35F will start 12th. Joseph Griffin in his Lotus 69 will start 13th today, lucky 13th. And then we got George Houts. He's in a 1982 Van Diemen. He will start 14th on the field. Stefan Vappa in his Swiutil Macon MR7 will start 15th in the number 4 car. And then, of course, once again, we've got the rack engines. Sodalicio della Freccia. See, it's cut off here. I can't. That's why I always come back to you. That is Leon Hodges Austin. Then we got Ron Beard starting 17th. And Ron is in the Beard Instruments Crossley 65 FF with Dennis Lane in the left lane Vintage Motorsports Lola T340 starting 18th. Matt Barber will start 19th in the Swiutil Macon MR7B. Easy for me to say. Then starting 20th on the field in the Nelson Engines 1981 Van Diemen Steve Brooks. And then finally Dave Fairchild in the 1979 Zinc C10 as the field. I was just going to say on the front straight. And look, we've got our green flag in the air for at least a couple seconds as the field now makes their way down to turn 1, Frank and Denny.
Wow, Patrick Flynn jumped out to the lead. Dave Handy from 3rd made a crossover move, and he's in 2nd place going down into turn 1.
All right, as they come out behind the trees here, we'll see if there are any changes. And it is still Patrick Flynn in the lead there with Jake King slotting into 2nd. Right behind him, that is the silver and orange 120 is Scott Fairchild. Or is that Dave Handy? I'm sorry.
Oh, Dave Handy.
Second. Yeah, that's a Crossley 32. Dave raced everything, and he just came back into Formula Ford as a beautifully prepared car. Dave from Sasco Motorsports.
And getting a little loose under braking there then. Is the Fairchild car, the 120 machine, gets the car back underway now as they make their way through the carousel, and already we're seeing Patrick Flynn jump out to a little bit of a lead here early on. As I'm sure. So with these vintage tires that we talked about, these spec Hoosier tires that all these racers are on, how careful do you have to be as you try to get them up to temperature early on in a race like this?
They come up to temperature pretty quickly. Usually by turn 3, you've got a race tire.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But they can overheat, and you might have to cool off a little bit, which we saw in the last race.
Right. I was going to say that's exactly what we saw. Is for example, Flynn had those issues, and after lap 1, Patrick Flynn is your leader. He's got about 0.8 of a second over Handy and Ryan right on the gearbox of the Crossley 32F of Dave Handy as they head down into turn 1. There is our nice freeze frame shot at turn 1, as we seem to be getting more often than not, as our racers wheel being dropped there.
Whoa! Yeah. That was Dave Handy dropping a wheel on the outside at turn in.
And watch Mike Nifolo, car number 20. It's a Van Diemen, red Van Diemen. He's now in 4th place. Mm-hmm. He's on the charge.
Yeah, and so Agnifilo started this race off in 8th, and there he is in that dark red machine, just ahead of Scott Fairchild and Jake King.
Ron had a bit of it. Ron Beard trailing the field right now had a bit of an incident earlier and has had to replace some suspension components, so he's probably taking it a little bit easy right now. Yeah. Knowing that hopefully he had some additional spares in case something else goes wrong. He does. He has a lot of suspension spares that he takes with him.
Well, Flynn with 5-6 car lengths on the rest of the field, and Sam Ryan. Look at Sam.
Look at Agnifilo. Right there, he's going for it.
Yeah,
He's going for second.
He's going to take it. He's going to make that move.
Yeah, so Agnifilo, driver's right going down the inside. Actually, he's more center of track. Manages to hold off Sam Ryan, and Agnifilo now takes over second position. Agnifilo running the fastest lap of all the racers on that second lap of the race. They come out from behind the trees, and all the while, as they went into that corner side by side, that allows Patrick Flynn now to extend his lead to over a second now. So it's Ryan, Agnifilo, second and third, Dave Handy, Jacob King, and then Scott Fairchild now in the 120 Zinc, dropping back into sixth place, just ahead of Doug Mice, Wayne Nicolette in the number 2 machine, now running in 8th position. So Nicolette, I think, probably the odd man out here early on, started in 5th, ended up losing 3 positions in the first 2 laps.
Yeah, probably kind of feeling his car out since he busted up the nose this morning. Yeah. So took out his spare nose, checked the car over, and he's out. He's running just ahead of Jordan Mayer right now. He's moved up 1 position.
Bit of a midfield battle going on with Dave Fairchild, Joe Griffin, Leon, and Stefan Vapa carving each other up pretty thoroughly.
All right, so we'll watch them as they come out of turn 10
but
and
this
on
lead
the front
lap,
straight. That's the lead group here, and then the second group just a little bit further back. Robert,
somebody's losing a motor.
Yeah.
Oh yes, look at that as we've got smoke in the air here. We had it on the front straight going down into turn 1, and we're going to get a call on that in just a moment. I'm sure we'll find out who that is.
That's Jordan.
I think it is.
Yeah, pretty sure.
I think it's Jordan. Yeah, that's Frank's car, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, Frank. Yeah, Frank, you ran a little too hard this morning. Apparently, didn't leave enough for the co-driver. And we are getting word that there is oil down on the front straight.
Yeah, it's going to be oil or water. You know, something popped.
Yeah, and we're getting word now that Jordan Meyer, he is pulled off over at turn 1. He was running 10th when we completed lap number 3, and his race is now done. And Frank, it sounds like you got a lot of work to do tonight.
We may be leaving early.
and Frank was just asking if I was going to stay around at the end of the day because VRG puts on a great dinner on Saturday nights after racing is
so much for the Frank and Denny showdown race tomorrow morning.
Apparently so. I'm sorry to hear this. Maybe somebody else will give up their cards.
I was looking forward to that.
Give them the beat down tomorrow.
You know what's happening here is that Flynn is walking away because the rest of the field is fighting tooth and nail behind him.
Yeah, so word we're getting certainly from start going down into turn 1 is that most of the racers, they're not finding any trouble with if any fluid was put down there, but that is indeed the case. I mean, Flynn, who's now opened up over a 2-second advantage over Jacob King, who's now moved up in the second. That with all of this going on, he's gotten around Agnifilo, he's gotten around Fairchild as well. But I think the damage for everybody else may have been done already as Flynn's opened up a pretty substantial lead. I guess it's probably going to be a little bit difficult as we've seen all these swapping of positions to use the draft maybe to get up to the Flynn car.
It's a very, very difficult thing to control yourself, to use the draft, to not fight each other in order to move forward. And, you need a good drafting partner. And
and I would also say when we look at the format of these races this weekend, where there aren't a fixed number of laps, where there isn't necessarily a fixed amount of time, you can't be running there with a stopwatch on the hub of your steering wheel going up. Maybe we're getting close to the end, but you never really know when that last lap is coming. It's kind of hard to plot out a strategy for the race other than pick up positions when and where you can.
Scott Fairchild just attempted a slingshot on Mike Agnifilo and thought better of it. Looks like George House was trying the same thing on Leon and also thought better of it.
A little more control now.
Yeah.
Instead of the 3 wide, 4 wide. But interesting is that King is starting to close in on Flynn.
I was going to say that last time by about 1.2 seconds.
That's huge.
King knocked the gap down. It's only now at about 0.8 or at least it was at the start-finish line. And down here at the bottom of the course, and we noticed, I think, earlier today, Denny, Jake's approach in the carousel going into turn 6A and 6B, very different than the Flynn car, and ends up picking up a lot of ground there, usually a half a car length to a car length each and every lap through.
Yeah, that's Jake King is driving an RP24 that's highly modified. Car was owned by Nick Kozloff originally, and then I think Bob Berman after that, who did very well here. And guess what?
We got a race.
We got a race for first. Here we go.
All right, and here they come down the front straight now as Jake King tucked right underneath the Flynn car. And as they get to about the 300-foot mark in the braking zone going into turn 1, Jake King pops out, and he takes over the lead going into 1. We'll see if Flynn can conduct the crossover and the over-under, and they are side-by-side coming into 3. Now, we have seen where Flynn definitely has a little bit more straight-line speed than the King car over the last 2 days, and as they come through turn 3, Patrick Flynn retakes the lead from Jacob King, and as they come down the hill, again, Jacob King, he's right there, as close as you can get. We saw King yesterday make 2 passes for the lead here on Flynn going into turn 5, not quite close enough that time down the hill.
Interesting midfield race to watch will be shooting for 10th. We got Eric Langbine and that beautiful car of his, and a couple of other guys right behind him that I think are trying to hook up. Joe Griffin and Leon, good friends who, as you say, are good drafting partners.
Yep.
Look like they're trying to move up on Tom Shepard and maybe put themselves in a position, if we have enough time.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to get back to that race. We'll see, Brian, why don't we hang here for a few moments as our leaders are heading down to turn 1. We'll fill you in what may be happening there at the front of the field as we still have a lot of time left, and Jake King popping to the inside once again. We'll see if he's able to hold off. But I think this is the battle that you were talking about right here, gentlemen.
Right here, yeah. It looks like Joe passed Leon, but Leon may try to take it back.
And so that's Joseph Griffin in the red Radar with Leon Hodges in Hodges Austin in the Zinc Z10, the blue machine, and then Stefan Vappa in the blue Macon right behind as they now head into turn number 1. And let's add George Hout into that battle as well, as he was able to close up right behind him going into turn 1.
George is actually driving his Renard this weekend. George, 76 years old. He brings his entire family, his kids, and all the kids' kids. He's got about 12 people down there in his entourage.
I would say that is an entourage.
In the meantime, Scott Fairchild was running in 3rd. He lost that place to Dave Handy. Dave took that position away from him this last time by down in turn 1.
And they're coming up the hill now. Heading under the bridge going into turn number 10 and onto the front straight. Let's track them here as Jake King is your leader. He's got now a half a car length on Patrick Flynn. Dave Handy moves up into 2nd with Fairchild 4th. Agnifilo, who had been up as high as 2nd, now falling back into 5th position, and he is he was under attack there from Wayne Nicolette. Nicolette now settles in the 6th position as our leader is coming out of turn 2. And Brian, once again, it is Patrick Flynn with a head of steam out of turn 2 that Jacob King just cannot seem to get the power down out of that corner.
Flynn has a motor it's a very, very fresh Quicksilver, but very fresh. And King's is not quite as fresh. He just doesn't. He doesn't have the speed at the end of the straightaway.
He's relying a lot on the momentum, and we see here where he picks up down at the bottom of the course, under braking in the 5, where he pulled up right alongside Flynn once again. This time, Jacob King to the outside, and as they come through the carousel, there they are as they appear just poof out of nowhere.
Right,
and heading up the hill. It is Flynn once again, and we see even there as they came up before we had a little bit of an issue with the camera there, as Patrick Flynn was taking a little bit later entry, finishing up center of course, squaring off the corner a little bit, whereas Jacob
side by side on the straight.
Yeah, and here they go once again, and there you can see the power there as they came out of turn 10, and Jacob King, great amount of momentum. He's now going to pop to the inside. And they're going to go one again, side by side in the 1. Flynn get the rear end really stepping out on him there, but he's able to carry speed right around the number 3 machine of Jacob King as they now come out from behind the trees. And again, Patrick Flynn with about 2.5, maybe we'll call it 3 car lengths now on Jake King. And again, these are the areas where King seems to carry more speed. He just can't dig out of the slower corners.
Yeah, he's quicker in the slower corners. The car handles better, I think, than Flynn's car. Flynn's just got too much power on him.
Good clean racing, Frank. It's the guys are doing a great job to wrap up the weekend.
Yeah, better job than today than this afternoon.
Yeah. Then
yeah, we talked
a little
about
earlier.
that.
Maybe somebody spoke.
Yeah,
to
let's
them.
not jinx anybody, right?
Yeah, right. Let's not
jinx.
Indeed, we'll let it go at that. Looks like they're coming into turn 10 now. Boy, this race for the lead is a tough one. There, look at these guys. They're chasing each other all over the track.
Yeah, Fairchild running right behind Dave Handy.
Right.
That's for 3rd and 4th. He's going to do a pop-out move at the end of the straightaway. Or not.
You say, or not. And interesting here, just ahead of him, we saw Jacob King move over driver's right to pop out. He was about 3 car lengths back. I don't know if he thought that Flynn was going to maybe follow him over and he'd set back up. But I mean, it couldn't have helped Jake King as he would have popped out of whatever little bit of draft he might have had from the Flynn cars. They now go into turn 3. About 4 car lengths back. But things really tightening up right now in the battle for 3rd with Dave Handy, Scott Fairchild, and Mike Agnifilo, as Agnifalo's gotten back around Wayne Nicolette. Those 3 drivers, as we see them now only about a quarter of a car length separating each one of them there with Wayne Nicolette in the yellow number 2. Lola about 3 car lengths back from there.
Looks like Tom Shepard has just been overtaken by Joe Griffin going into turn 1, and Joe starting to pull away, getting Joe up into the top 10. Well, it looks like one car. You could throw a blanket over these 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow.
Yeah, King is definitely faster through turn 10. You can see him close up on Flynn, but then Flynn just got the gas down the straightaway.
Yeah, King, he's able to use that great exit to his advantage, get under the gearbox, use the draft, and he's able to get towed all the way down the front straight. I think he knows he can't really pop out. At least he can't pop out early because he's going to end up losing ground.
Eric Langbine's beautifully prepared march overtaking Sam Ryan going into turn 1.
I had one of those cars.
Did you really? One of those marches? That was a big car, but man, they were good.
1971.
Yeah.
Led an IMSA race here.
Getting a little frisky down there in the carousel.
Yes, it is.
And Eric is holding his lead over Sam Ryan. Stefan Vopp and Leon have swapped places, and they're good drafting partners. We've been suffering some gear shift problems, and that may have caught up with Leon at some point. Yeah.
In fact, one of my dog rings is in your gearbox.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blame the dog ring. It's not yet.
Not yet. Wait till you crack the box open.
That's right.
Yeah. Or at least remove it. You don't have to
Scott
crack
making
it
a
open.
pass on Mike
Bolts.
Agnifilo going in. Fairchild overtaking for, what is it, 4th? Yeah.
Yeah.
If he can keep it.
Let's see if we make it stick, because Fairchild. Yeah, I think he did. So I think Agnifilo took that position away from Fairchild. Not going to be happy.
Leon and Stefan ganging up on Shepard.
All right, and as Patrick Flynn and Jake King come out of turn 3 and start to make their way down the hill, getting word that they'll get the 1 to go notice here next time by. So just about 3 miles remaining here in this great Phil Hill Cup Formula 4 Challenge Series race. Of course, these racers will be at it once again tomorrow morning. They'll be wrapping up all the action here from Summit Point Raceway and the Jefferson 500 at noon. Noon tomorrow. or as they put on the schedule, 12 a.m. if you want to show up at midnight.
Leaders coming on the straight now.
Oh, look at the second pack really closed up.
They're getting the one to go, and yes, that second pack is tight.
Yep, this is it.
We're going to see some moves.
Yeah, so we've got Wayne Nicolette added to that group as well. So it's Dave Handy, Scott Fairchild, Mike Agnifilo, and Nicolette all locked nose to tail. Then they spread out 2 by 2 going into the first turn here.
Agnifilo takes the position. He should come out of here in third place. Dave Handy goes on the inside of him, takes it back away from him.
Love it.
Yeah, finding if you go down to the inside and you get trapped to the outside, there are a couple of weekends here early on this year where I've seen there was a lot of grip out there on the outside of turn 2, and you could actually power it out. Not seeing that ability here today as the track has definitely started to warm up.
I think we just saw Flynn just cut across
the nose.
Across the nose.
Yes. Yep. And Jake King having to take slight evasive action. Looks like he might have actually gotten to the dirt on the outside of that very tall apex curving there at 5.
Here they come.
Leaders
Through the
are coming
carousel.
out at 8 for the last time. All right. And
So he's got one shot. He's going to have to pop out just before start finish and see if he can get across, and he can't do it.
Nope.
Yeah, and he's going to be there.
Not enough time.
Nope.
Right there on the back. Can't make it that, but look at this right behind in the battle.
Agnifilo gets third.
And Mike Agnifilo, let's take a look. No, I'm
feeling it was third.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like Agnifilo takes third by 2/100ths of a second over Dave Handy. Wayne Nicolette gets by Scott Fairchild on the last lap. Nicolette only 64 1,000ths back from Handy. So
and what's the gap between Patrick Flynn, who won the race, and
Patrick
Jacob
Flynn,
King?
83 1,000ths of a second at the line. So right
Good
past us
racing.
here on the front straight.
Good
Jake
racing.
King did pop out, but just not enough time, not enough speed. And so it's Patrick Flynn once again taking a win here at Summit Point, with Jacob King finishing second, 4 seconds back there. Mike Agnifilo takes home third with Dave Handy fourth. Wayne Nicolette finishes fifth. Then Scott Fairchild, Robert Dusek, Eric Langbein, who ran his fastest lap of the race on that final lap, with Sam Ryan finishing ninth, and Joseph Griffin rounding out the top 10. So, gentlemen, Denny, Frank, I want to thank you so much for joining us here again today for 1, 2, 3. Was it 3 races or 5 races? I don't even remember anymore. It was a lot of racing today. Of course, Frank got some time behind the wheel. You're going to be racing tomorrow.
My plan is tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like my car is in one piece. So,
and maybe mine isn't.
Yes.
Well,
alas.
we'll see. I'm sure somebody can find like a V motor or something to drop in the back of that.
We'll see if it's fixable, brother.
Okay.
That's right. So I'll be eating dinner. They'll be in the back of the paddock working on race cars. So I want to thank Denny Austin once again. I want to thank Frank Del Vecchio. Hopefully we'll see maybe at least one of you up for that final race tomorrow morning before we wrap up the Jefferson 500. But before we go, and I want to thank them, I'm going to take a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule here. And tomorrow morning, we're going to be starting our action bright and not quite as early at 9 a.m. with these are scheduled to be, I believe, somewhere along the lines of 20-minute races for each of our 7 race groups. We're going to have one combined Formula 4 Challenge Series race to round out the afternoon. And, of course, we haven't talked about it much this weekend. I also wanted to bring up the VRG schedule for the rest of the year. Notable Watkins Glen, September 21st, or 19th through 21st, as well as the Turkey Bowl here back at Summit Point. They are scheduled to be broadcast once again. Our cameras, they'll probably be a little bit cooler and they'll work a little bit better through the rest of the day. But you definitely don't want to miss that. So for Brian Donati, for Dominic Mandiel, for Frank Del Vecchio, and for Denny Austin, I'm Greg Ginsburg. And we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks for joining us here today for day number 2. Be back for day number 3.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.